Chapter 451 The Legacy of Augustus One Night. A few days ago, at the One Night Mansion, Patricia led Rudra down the secret passage, as it was time for Rudra to learn the secret of the One Night family. At the basement of the One Night Mansion, there was a room filled with skill scrolls and bomb formulas that were priceless for Rudra. Rudra was like a kid in Disneyland, unable to understand what ride to choose first as he entered the secret room. Each skill scroll better than the other, and each bomb recipe giving more and more insight to Rudra into the explosion artist subclass. Rudra would just have spent all his time learning everything inside the place, expanding his move set and adding it with fresh moves. However, time was of the essence, as there was a war looming over the guild and Patricia brought him here for a reason. As Rudra passed inside through to the second room, he saw countless swords and treasures inside. Countless swords of fragmented legendary grade. And inside a glass case, there was even Augustus One Knight's legendary grade sword Knight's Fury. Rudra looked at the sword with saliva dripping, as he was given a smack on the head by Patricia, as she said, "I'll give it to you if you successfully become a legendary class knight." Rudra rubbed his head as he made a hurt face, as he followed Patricia into the third room. However, unlike the previous two rooms, this room was empty. There was only a blank wall in the room. However, looking at Patricia, who was smiling without moving, Rudra understood that this was the room he was supposed to be at. However, he could not see anything, but with Patricia not giving him any hints. Eventually Rudra used the eyes of truth to examine the walls. Immediately a huge diagram and text was visible to Rudra. Something invisible to naked eye. Shocked, he looked at Patricia again. A long time ago, Patricia gave Rudra the impossible quest of successfully promoting to Tier 3 with a SSS rating. When he first met her outside the Knight's Training Hall, where she branded her with the mark of the One Night family, and he became a One Night. It was also the day where he got the legacy skill Eyes of Truth, a skill that was not available to anyone but the One Knights, as it was created by Augustus One Night and was a part of his legacy. Rudra was given the task of someday achieving the legendary class called Knight of the Empire. However, Tier 3 was not where legendary classes were given. Hence, he was always thinking behind the meaning of why the quest was for him to successfully promote to Tier 3 with SSS rating, and why even though he did so was it not yet completed. Rudra put these questions in the back of his mind for a moment as he focused on reading the text on the wall. An hour passed as Rudra began to comprehend the profoundness of the technique on the wall, and also understood why only someone with a SSS rating in all 3 tier promotion tests could learn this technique, and why he had not yet completed the quest. The text on the wall was indicative of Augustus One Knight's ultimate technique, the one he could not perfect as his foundation was lacking as a knight. Only someone with a perfect foundation and peerless genius could perfect this incomplete technique of his. But he was sure that if not him, one of his successors would surely learn it someday, creating a merit-based One Knight family. He sowed the seeds for talented knights to be nurtured irrespective of their birth class and conditions, while making stringent requirements for the descendants to become worthy enough to even glance at his legacy. The move was about creating a golden warrior avatar, which in theory could become as tall as 300 feet. Capable of extreme defense and offense capabilities, it could wipe out entire battlefields alone. However, there were extremely stringent requirements to learn this ancient technique in its entirety. The first was that the recipient had to be a One Knight. The second is to get promoted to Tier 3 with a SSS rating. The third is to have a fame value of over 150,000, and the last is to have a mana stat. Rudra could not believe his eyes as he saw the ridiculous requirements. However, when he thought about the Tier 3 promotion test, and how it was not possible to pass it with a SSS rating without a mana stat, everything made sense. Rudra had a ridiculously high fame value at 60,000. However, even he fell short of the massive 150,000. As for just a frame of reference, the fame value of over 100,000 made one an emperor-level famous figure. Hence, one of the only challenges that Rudra had to learning the technique as of now was the insufficient fame value. As to how fame and skill were even remotely connected, he did not understand. But looking at the technique, Rudra knew he had to learn it somehow. This technique was different than any other skills Rudra had ever seen in the game, as he needed to actually increase his proficiency and understanding of the move and actually practice to learn it. Unlike a skill scroll that would instantly give the player a full mastery over the skill, this legacy skill was different. However, once Rudra was able to learn it, he knew he would be unstoppable. Even without fulfilling the requirement of 150,000 fame, Rudra could still use the technique, but only by completing all 4 requirements and having a complete mastery of the technique could one have the 300 feet tall avatar and be promoted to the legendary class Knight of the Empire. At this moment, Rudra understood his path for the future. as he needed to walk the path of being a show-off, gaining as much fame value as possible while practicing the legacy technique of the One Knights in his road to become a legendary class player. // bonus chapter for hitting the 500 GT target. Good job everyone. Shout out to Omar Alsheikh for the 15,000 coin Gashapon and to Cervantes 91 for the 5,000 coin Magic Castle. The 2 super gifts will be rewarded with 2 bonus chapters. // Chapter 452 Mega War 13. My name is Shikuni One Knight. Amon was struggling, as his levels skyrocketed once more, now being above 400. Nearly 75% of the way to becoming tier 5. Considering he was barely 310 before today. The single day increase in his strength was incredible. However, the gains did not come without the pain, as currently he felt like every cell of his body was on fire, as his body could not handle Lucifer's mana. If it was not for Michael helping him stay alive, he would already have blasted his mana circuit and probably become Lucifer's puppet at this point. However, even Michael had his limits, being millions of kilometers away, while Amon had a direct link with Lucifer. Lucifer quite enjoyed the suffering of both Amon and Michael, as he could feel the divine presence helping the boy stay healthy. To him, this was also a win, as the body he would inherit would now have a stable mana circuit, meaning he could display even more of his prowess. Hence, he did not disturb Michael, but only taunted him from time to time, as the 2 divine entities locked gazes, even being separated by about half the planet. The hate and disgust was still evident. Lucifer was just going to take over Amon's body, when out of nowhere his connection with Amon was broken. Someone seemingly sliced the stone tower in half, and Lucifer was annoyed. The perpetrator was of course Emperor Cervantes, who now had to desperately hold himself from vomiting a mouthful of blood. He was done for. This slash was the last bit of his strength, and the world was now spinning under the cloud he was standing on. Emperor Cervantes did not want to look weak, and on the surface nobody could make out that he was in such a deplorable state. However, in reality he had hit his mental and physical limit. Only through sheer will was he standing right now. This was basically the scenario of every soldier on the battlefield. The intense battle had lasted for 18 long hours, and now everyone was exhausted as the sun was down. The Hazelroof forces had finally emerged victorious, as neither the undead nor the demons were left in numbers, even in 4 digits. Only a few hundred independent stragglers were left here and there. Rudra, however, was unwilling to let the war end without giving his last solar beam to Amon. His mind, unlike his tired body, was at its sharpest, as his primal instincts took over. Rudra's current aura could only be said to be ferocious and nothing else, as even elites moved out of his way, as he walked towards the part of the forest where Amon was. The moment the stone tower was cut in half, Amon slowly started to stabilize, as Michael helped him to get rid of the excess energy in his body, resulting in Amon finally getting up stronger than ever. Even though his body ached all over, he could feel strength beyond comprehension flow through his veins. Amon looked towards the sky, and saw Cervantes staring at him, and he could feel his heart sit down, as even after all this pain and suffering he was still inferior to the only enemy he wanted to escape from. Amon knew that he was now at the mercy of his father, as the gap in strength was not something he could bridge. Hence he said, "You won't kill your only son with your own hands now, will you, old man?" Cervantes was furious. In his heart, he wanted nothing more than unsheathing his sword and taking Amon's head off, but he knew that he had nothing left in him, and if he exposes himself as vulnerable in this condition, who knows what funny business Amon could pull off. Hence his best choice was to be a deterrent. As he said, "What makes you think I won't?" Amon laughed, as he said, "If you could, I would have already been dead, Your Majesty. But you can't kill your son, can you?" Amon had a misunderstanding about Cervantes being restrained because he was his son. However, that was not the case at all in reality. Amon said, "Until next time then, old man," and started to walk off. But he did not even go 20 meters before he felt a presence coming at him with comet-like speed. Amon squinted his eyes, as he said, "Know your place, weakling." Amon turned, swinging his staff, which Rudra had to lean back to narrowly avoid. But he countered with a kick of his own, making Amon stumble 2 steps back. Amon looked at Rudra and frowned and said, "A thorn by my side, always causing trouble. Let me pluck you off, once and for all today." Saying so, Amon used rapid chant to conjure 4 spells at once, putting Rudra in a perilous situation. However, Rudra had already planned the fight sequence in his mind, as he used Blink to teleport above Amon, using overhead slash and forcing him to defend. Rudra's strike contained so much power that it made Amon buckle to one knee, and the moment he looked up in rage, a Gant fireball hit him square in the chest, causing damage. The fireball was from Furball, whom Rudra had summoned for the first time in this war, as he needed her to even have the chance to blast Amon. Amon looked hurt, as he quickly summoned 1,000 undead. But Rudra countered with 2,000 of his own mana legion and stared tauntingly at Amon with a gaze that said two can play the game. Amon's eyes twitched as he raised both his hands to summon 5,000 more undead. But it was exactly the weakness Rudra was waiting for, as he used Shadow Doppelganger and charged at Amon with 9 dummies. Amon blasted one dummy after the other, as his attacks passed right through the fake ones, dispelling the illusion. Finally, when only 3 were left, Amon smirked and stabbed his staff in the ground, creating a circular ring of death that dispelled all the 3 doppelgangers at once. But Amon frowned at this. Why were all of them fake? He was looking for the real one, when out of nowhere, he was bound by a vine. It was Rudra's Darkness Bind, followed by a Thunder Blast. Turns out Rudra never actually charged at Amon, and was standing even further behind where he started, which completely pissed Amon off. He gained a lot of strength today, yet he was being toyed around by a tier 3 weakling, for no reason at all, hence deciding that enough was enough. Amon used the tier 4 spell Forest of Death, as just like Rudra's Darkness Bind, an entire forest of skeletal plants and hostile trees reeking the aura of death bloomed all across Amon, while completely binding Rudra, restraining him in a crucifix position. Amon walked towards Rudra, as a few of the undead that were not fighting against the Mana Legion also surrounded the tree where Rudra was suspended from. As Amon asked Rudra the question of, "Who do you think you are?" Rudra knew that he was no match for Amon. However, he was not willing to let this piece of scum walk away after gaining so much from the war without any repercussions. Meeting his gaze, Rudra said, "I'm Shikuni One Knight," as his body was enveloped in a golden glow. // bonus chapter for the super gift by Omar Alsheikh. Thank him in the comments for this one. Next golden ticket target, 1000 // Chapter 453 Mega War 14 The End. Rudra was suspended 15 feet above ground, bound to a tree in a crucifix position. Cervantes, looking on the situation, wanted to help Rudra. However, his body would not respond. As the moment he tried to mobilize the mana in his body, he spat a mouthful of blood. The undead that Amon summoned were also causing trouble for reinforcements to help Rudra, as even Patricia would need nearly a minute to mow down the hundreds of undead blocking her path. Just when it seemed like Rudra would be making a trip to the Church of Light, something incredible happened. Rudra's body started to emit a golden glow as he broke free from the restraints that held him, as in golden armor enveloped his entire body. Amon was more shocked than anyone else, as he could feel the heat being emitted from Rudra's new form. It was something unseen for him, making him cautious. Amon used a tier 3 spell, Death Ray, at point-blank range against Rudra. However, to his horror, the spell could not go past Rudra's new form, as the golden layer surrounding his body only sizzled at the point where the Death Ray spell made impact. Chills went down Amon's spine as he looked into Rudra's murderous eyes, as he felt threatened by the tier 3 weakling in front of him. Cervantes could not believe his eyes, as he looked on from the sky, as he, unlike Amon, actually knew the origins of Rudra's technique. The legendary Knight class, Knight of the Empires, class special skill, Knight's Avatar, Augustus One Knight's ultimate move, the one move that even he with all his immense talents and natural gifts could not perfect, and now a tier 3 Rudra was using a watered-down version of it. Although Rudra's avatar surrounding him was not even 6 feet tall, it still possessed incredible defensive capabilities, as shown by it stopping the Death Ray spell at point-blank range. As Rudra took 2 steps forward, Amon instinctively moved 1 step back, as he could feel the fear in his bones. Rudra reached out and grabbed Amon's hands, as he used all his might to lift Amon by his arms off the ground. Amon could not believe that even with all his tier 4 prowess, he could not shake off Rudra. By profession, Amon was a necromancer, hence most of his stat points were invested into mana and hardly any into strength. In fact, vitality and strength were his weakest stats. Even so, he easily had a massive advantage over a tier 3 Rudra, but he still could not shake him off. Rudra eventually tossed up Amon, and landed a punch right on his face as he came descending, sending him flying. Amon rolled on the ground as plants died upon his touch as he regained his balance. He could not believe that he was being pushed around, and in a moment of rage used his best spell, a tier 4 peak spell, Lance of Death. However, the conjuring time to prepare the spell was slightly long and Rudra started to prepare his own tier 4 peak spell to counter it. Putting on his mechanical arm, Rudra started to prepare Solar Beam. Naturally, Amon prepared his spell first as he released it with a howling cry of, "Die, peasant!" The spear charged with Aura of Death, came at blinding speed towards Ridra, who was defenseless against it. He still needed a second more to prepare his solar beam. Hence it seemed like it was over for him. However, that was not the case. Just when the spear was about to hit him, Furball used Replace, as Ridra was teleported behind Amon. As the spell went over Furball's head and hit a few dozen undead behind her, Amon was stunned to see that Ridra actually avoided it, as a tingling sensation behind his back warned him of incoming danger. Amon gulped, and as he turned to look back, it was an expressionless Ridra waiting for him, with his arm pointing towards him. Ridra said, "This one is for Hazelgrove Mother asterisk 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 asterisk," as a terrifying solar beam left his arm, apparently even stronger than his usual solar beam. Inside the golden avatar mode it was 1.5x stronger. Amon was hit squarely, as he crashed into multiple trees, as the solar beam took 60% of his total HP, sending him into a 2 km trip of punching a hole through trees. Ridra wanted to follow up and finish Amon for once and for all. However, just when it looked like Amon was going to be in serious trouble, a dark portal opened out of nowhere, engulfing the flying Amon in. With Amon inside the dark portal, the undead under him immediately turned to ashes. As the war finally came to an end, a system notification finally relieved everyone of their suffering. As it said, "System notification. Congratulations to Hazelgrove Kingdom for withstanding the war against the forces of darkness. The kingdom will hence usher in an age of development and peace. No foreign kingdom can attack Hazelgrove Kingdom for a period of 1 year, as this is the safety period provided for the kingdom to recuperate. Rewards for Hazelgrove citizens for winning the war. All players plus 5% EXP boost all year long. Increased drop rate of raid items. Special event dungeon open for only Hazelgrove citizens, with massive reward opportunities." Cheers filled the entire battlefield as those who survived hugged each other in joy. Ridra went down on his knees as soon as the system notification rang, as he could feel the exhaustion in his body. The avatar he used did not come without its own toll, and it was a toll Ridra would never pay if he had the option of not to. However, he had to admit that the effects were incredible. In the short 1 minute and 12 seconds that Ridra used about 90% of his level 120 experience block. If he used it for 15 more seconds, he would not have been tier 3 anymore, and would have fallen back to tier 2 level 119. This was the consumption of just a 5 feet 10 inches avatar. The consumption of the 300 feet one was sure to be massive. However, the world did not know the secret behind his new form, and he would not reveal it for now. The war was over and he had won. Yet Ridra felt no joy, only relief as he understood that he did not need to fight anymore. The war was brutal, and it took a massive toll on Hazelgrove Kingdom as a country. Yet whenever Ridra thought about the state Purple Haze City was in, his heart ached as he thought, was the victory worth it? Currently Ridra just wanted to log out of the game and spend some time for his mental sanity. Yet, the state of his city would not allow him to. It was a lot of work for him to help restore order in his broken and burnt city. XXXX, end of the war arc XXXX. // bonus chapter for the super gift by Cervantes91. Thank him in the comments for this one. Special shout out to Dois2X79p for the 10,000 coin super gift. And as with every super gift, there will be a bonus chapter soon. Thank you immensely for your patronage. We currently stand at 670 golden tickets. The next bonus chapter is at 1,000. Hopefully we hit it soon. // Chapter 454, Aftermath of the War. Hazelgrove Kingdom had won the war. The news were good for some and bad for most, as an even worse fate awaited those who ran away from their assigned duties in the war, labeled as deserters and traitors. Nearly 8 in 10 guilds in the nation was receiving some sort of penalty, with 6 of those being blacklisted and exiled. Needless to say, it was Christmas come early for the guilds that were rewarded, as the rewards for loyalty to the nation were massive chunks of territory left by the power vacuum created by the expelled guilds. The biggest change that came into effect after the war was that Emperor Cervantes changed the internal structure of the kingdom, dividing everything into state-ruled zones and independent administrative zones. To put it simply, the loss of soldiers in the war was simply devastating for the territory and impossible to replace in a short time. Hence Cervantes decided to change the structure of the kingdom into making these zones. The state-ruled zones would come under direct control of the imperial government, whereas the independent zones will have administrative and military autonomy. But they will be a vassal state of the empire, and a part of the sovereign nation of Hazelgrove. This was different than being a guild in charge of the city, as now the territory to govern was going to be much larger, and there was no need to answer to the country on how they were running the state, as any policy that the guild in charge wanted to implement could be implemented, and no annual tribute had to be paid. Naturally, There were still some jurisdictions that the state had over the independent regions, such as in times of war and national crisis. Every region must contribute manpower and resources and the like. When all was said and done, 3 such independent territories were formed. The capital of the country was shifted by Cervantes from Purple Haze City to a more central city called Ravenclaw, which Cervantes renamed into Hazelwood City. About 70% of the existing Hazelgrove Kingdom fell into the Emperor's jurisdiction, whereas there were 3 independent territories made. The elites and Ridra were given 15% of the existing land, with Purple Haze City, about 5 neighboring villages, and the entire land north of Purple Haze City up till Fort Magma, along with the exclusive privilege that every land that Ridra annexed from Nine Clouds Kingdom and Aquaho's Kingdom would be included in his own new territory, called the Dukedom of Elites. It was the largest independent territory in the Hazelgrove Kingdom. Apart from that, the other 2 territories were made up of many small counties ruled by viscounts, the largest controlling 2 towns, while most having the same village or town they were controlling. Ridra became an highly envied man due to this policy changes, as he was the player that had came closest to becoming a king in entire Omega, while the power the elites enjoyed was immense inside their territory. The news about the elites already flooded the forums even prior to the war, but they were the most highly discussed guild after the war, as the guild had shown tremendous quality and strength of character under pressure. The amount of land the guild controlled alongside their glorious past made the guild soar in value in the hypothetical market, with the elites now rivaling the net worth of the Grey International. The elites now became one of the most highly valued organizations in the world, and their pedigree as one of the super guilds was definitely established. Although many good things came to the guild, including a lot of monetary aid from the Emperor to rebuild Purple Haze City and an abandoned royal palace and all its facilities, it was amazing gains for the guild. Added to the fact that Purple Haze City was no longer the residence of the Emperor, Ridra could finally change the city as he wanted and truly rebuild it with urban planning as in modern-day towns. He was now not only a duke in title, but also in terms of amount of land he controlled, with also being the only duke having the license to expand his territory by declaring war on neighboring territory at will. However, he was left with inadequate resources to manage this territory, as the manpower of the elites was sorely lacking in quantity and quality to be able to manage such a large territory that shared border with 2 large hostile nations. The good thing was the following the war Hazelgrove Kingdom had gained a 1-year non-invasion time period, meaning Ridra had time to strengthen his existing territory just like he did with Purple Haze City. However, the task this time was monumentally harder. Being made the Duke, Ridra voluntarily stepped down as a lieutenant position from the kingdom, as he felt that he would not be able to manage both. However, to his surprise, Cervantes let him retain his title, but gave him no duties, still placing the 1st Division under him as the Duke's private army. Ridra was naturally extremely indebted to Cervantes for all this, as some of the special measures he got were unthinkable for any other guild. Cervantes was truly an emperor worth following, having incredible foresight and character. Ridra genuinely learned a lot from the man, and he swore that he would always come to the aid of the emperor in a moment's notice when summoned, not because he needed to, but because he wanted to voluntarily follow such a ruler. A new special dungeon opening, a new territory to manage, and many exciting things coming up. The future looked busy for the elites, as temporarily at least there seemed to be stability and peace in the territory. However, the public enemy number 1 of the state, Amon, still had his whereabouts unknown, as the origins of the portal he disappeared into were yet to be discovered. // bonus chapter for the super gift by Deositasu. Thank him in the comments for this one. This concludes all the bonuses that have to be given for the book. Thank you all for the incredible support you have shown in the war. // Chapter 455 Logging Out. After settling immediate matters, like setting up relief supply centers, and establishing a crew to help with safety testing all burnt houses, Ridra logged out of the game. The sheer exhaustion of the war, and the crazy month he had hit Ridra all at once. When he looked at the bed of his room, his body smelled like he just took a swim in the gutter. Apparently because he was gaming for 5 days continuously. The new VR pod made it possible for him to do so, however the ventilation of the pod was bad. His body expelled waste in the form of sweat, since the other process could not be used while gaming. And as a result, Ridra came out smelling like gutter. A thorough bath rejuvenated his mind and body a lot. However, the moment he closed his eyes, under the shower only brutality of the war flashed between his eyes. To say that Ridra was a changed man would not be understatement, as he felt colder as a human. It was harder to connect to other humans when you just spent countless hours killing them. It was almost like the more he killed, the more the human inside him died as well. Ridra seriously considered hiring a therapist for all guild members, as if he had such sad thoughts then the majority of the guild must be doing even worse than he was. Ridra just wanted to sleep after taking his bath. But knowing that he had not met his family for 5 days, he dragged his tired body downstairs to see his mom. Mrs. Rajput was baffled by seeing Ridra. It was almost like her son returned from a business trip. Every time he logged out of the game, she hugged him tight, as she felt how tired his son was. No words needed to be spoken between the two, as Mrs. Rajput was someone who knew what Ridra wanted to say even before he learnt how to speak. And nothing had changed even if he grew up. Although incredibly proud, Mrs. Rajput stopped asking Ridra about the game since the VR Olympics, as she felt that her son did not want them to understand the complicated world that Omega was. Unable to properly explain in what kind of trouble he was constantly in, and having to think about how to convey what he was doing in the game, Mrs. Rajput found it best to just find things out through TV and media and not ask her son about it. As a result, in the Rajput mansion, the family talked about everything except Omega, which somehow always ended in Ridra having to flee the discussion when the topic came about his marriage. Mother Rajput cooked a special dinner for Ridra today, as Ridra sat down with his father and hanged out in the living room, when his father said something that left Ridra completely speechless. Apparently the news channel his father was watching was covering a story about how some guy married an NPC in Omega and the like, how their daily life was, what the player would do, along with inappropriate questions about the duo's nightlife. His father scoffed looking at the TV as he said, "Can you believe this, son? The kids these days are into women that are literally binary data, and that too not even human. Look at this pointy-ear elf. How can humans marry elves? It's like marrying orangutans in the real world. So what if 98% DNA is the same? They're not the same species. Creeps, I tell you. Complete 100% perverts. Virgins who can't get action in real life. Scum. Disgrace to humanity?" Ridra started to choke on his own saliva by his dad's comments. What would happen when his father found out that he was also one of the people that he just described? The sad part was his dad was right. He was a virgin who could not get action in real life. However, he could not just let his face drop in front of his father by admitting this fact. Hence he said, "Absolutely, Dad. It's ridiculous." At this point his mother chimed in saying, "Oh, I'm glad my son is not one of these creeps. What would I do if my daughter-in-law was a game character? My God, who would do the dishes then? Who would I spend time with bit ***** about the dress she wore yesterday? Mahendra be proud. Our son might be weak in the women department, but at least he is not a weirdo." At this point Ridra felt like he was going to spit a mouthful of blood as he decided to bolt from the room, running into little Max, who was making a sandcastle in the garden of the house. Max looked at Ridra rushing out and pointed innocently at the wet mud he was piling, smiling with his broken teeth, showing Ridra his mound proudly, saying, "My kingdom? Big brother." Ridra chuckled as he ruffled Max's hair on his way out. His brother was too cute to handle. However, when he saw 2 little girls peeking from outside his house towards Max, his expression darkened. Apparently the little one had stalkers now, and he was not even at the age where his tool was functional. Ridra could smell trouble as he was growing up. The kid had a complete playboy vibe. The girls ran away when they saw Ridra squinting at them, but the fact that they said "creepy uncle, run" before they ran away left Ridra with a black face. Apparently today was not his day, as he was running into embarrassing situations one after the other, talking about which, he just ran into Yua, who just like the 2 little girls was stalking Ridra's house, but being older and more mature, made it look like she met him by accident while she was on a jog, which made it more awkward when Naomi, who was actually on a jog, saw the 2 chatting outside Ridra's house. When Yua saw Naomi and the 2 locked eyes, sparks instantly flew in the air, as the atmosphere turned awkward. Chapter 456 Time Skip. A lot of things happened in the next 2 months, as Ethan and Ridra seriously discussed about the direction in which the guild needed to grow, and a lot of changes were made to the guild structure in these 2 months. The elites had evolved from being just a guild anymore, and they were a brand now. A household name for everyone in Japan who played Omega, and naturally the most sought-after guild that newbies wanted to join, especially after the valuation of the guild rivaled the valuation of Grey International. The elites were now one of the largest valued group in Japan, having an incredible net worth, making Ridra the 2nd richest guy in Japan after Ethan Gray. Not that Ridra cared about it, but his word carried much more weight in the country now, as even the government would go out of its way to accommodate this guild. Many fake guilds with similar names like Westbrook Elites, Purple Haze Elites, and even real elites started to pop up, as the commoners just could not resist the urge of calling themselves an elite. However, the biggest change that happened in these 2 months was the decision to go public in a month. Rudra wanted to quickly fortify the region he was in charge of. And for that, he needed capital. And $20 trillion worth of that. Making extremely ambitious infrastructure projects and massive army recruitment projects. Rudra wanted to push and make the most of the 10 months he still had in improving the guild. Making massive roadways, having patrol stations, restaurant and lodging at every 20 kilometers to make travel easy and safe. To connect every single village and town under his control to the capital of Purple Haze City. Rudra also wanted to make 2 additional forts like Fort Magma. One at the border of Hazelgrove Kingdom and Aquahose Kingdom. And the second only 120 kilometers away at the easternmost tip of where Nine Clouds Kingdom and Hazelgrove Kingdom started their border at. Rudra absolutely wanted to eliminate the possibility of being cornered at multiple battlefronts in the future. Hence wanted to eliminate the possibility of that happening by making these 2 massive forts. This roadway and fort development needed nearly $6 trillion of money, while the reconstruction of Purple Haze City needed $1 trillion. As Rudra planned on completely changing the city's layout, with the inner city as the center, Rudra wanted to eliminate the district system, dividing the entire city into 4 sectors instead. Residential sector, entertainment sector, commercial sector, and industrial sector. About 50% of the city fell under the residential sector, while the rest made up the other 50%, with the Mage Tower, Royal Library and other buildings being in the inner city, and the teleportation array being in the commercial sector. About $6 trillion more was going to be spent on military recruitment and training, and wages of this massive military. As Rudra wanted a minimum of 20 million Tier 2 level 110 or higher soldiers within the next 8 months. Finally, $7 trillion worth of welfare scheme was announced by Rudra for all the citizens that were under him, which covered everything from healthcare to building parks and sanitation, to providing subsidies on grain and cotton. This was a relief measure, as well as a token of his goodwill to the citizens, and also an attempt to mask the heavy 22% tax rate he announced alongside this economic measures. And as expected, the citizens, too awed by the short-term gains of the massive economic scheme, did not object to the massive tax levied upon them. While putting in the mathematics, these $7 trillion would be recouped within 1 year from taxes by Rudra. Out of the $20 trillion he needed to implement all these measures, 10 were being funded by Ethan Gray, while Rudra had about $3 trillion worth of liquid assets to be used at discretion in terms of gold holdings and profit from the elite lifestyle store sales. The rest $7 trillion, Rudra was going to raise by public funding, as he and Ethan Gray would both dilute 2.5% of their share of the guild to liquidate it and list it as IPO on the stock exchange. Although the book value of the elites was nearly $40 trillion, there was no way their stock was going to trade at book value, with Ethan expecting a Gray market premium of 3.35 times the book value, meaning nearly $138 trillion valuation. Rudra took this chance to also create a housing scheme and completely eliminate slums from Purple Haze City, as he wanted to make the city the way he liked. Wide streets, big houses and less congestion, as the streets are lined with trees and the walls have creepers climbing on them. A representation of what a French town would look in the early 1900s is how Rudra wanted to build his city, while he took the royal residence for himself. Inside the royal palace, which was now Rudra's personal residence, Rudra could not help but wonder how he should redecorate. But his mind always went to things like, he would let Ruby decide about how she would like to redecorate when he brings her here. Rudra had not forgotten Ruby. But with him becoming a duke, he was very close to fulfilling his promise to her. Rudra wanted to build strength quickly and launch a conquest on Nine Clouds Kingdom and Aquahose Kingdom, and slowly expand his territory until he became a king. Once he became a king, Rudra would finally have the qualifications to ask for Ruby's hand in marriage and make her his queen. Then and only then would he be a man worthy of her in his eyes, as she deserved someone like that. Rudra set a 1-year time limit for himself, as he did not want Ruby to wait any longer. The moment he would build enough strength, Rudra wanted to go on a spree of conquests to further expand his land. The last change that Rudra brought was to the guild recruitment system, as the Elites Academy was doubled in size, producing a batch of 60,000 graduates every 3 months, making a total of 240,000 graduates by the end of the year being added to the guild force. Slowly but surely the guild was expanding and shaping into a proper superpower, from the measly 300 members it once was, as now even the world's top powers had the elites in their list as someone to be respected within the game. Rudra felt proud of his accomplishments in this life, as his hunger for more was rekindled. Having tasted success, he did not want to stop just here. As if before today the dream to become the strongest guild master seemed like a pipe dream and a faraway notion. It was now something he could actually achieve, and wanted to at all costs. // special shout out to Adrian Harden for the 2,000 coin gift, and to Andrew McCusai for the 1,000 coin gift. Thank you so much for the patronage, guys. The gesture means a lot to me. Current GT at 770. Next target for bonus. 1,000 // Chapter 457 New Developments. There was a new event special dungeon that had opened in Hazelgrove Kingdom, called the Lottery of Jackpots, and it was publicly known as the most difficult yet most rewarding dungeon. The dungeon came in 3 difficulty modes, with the easiest being normal mode, and the hardest being hell mode. Yet, the most rewarding dungeon was also the hell mode amongst all 3. However, let alone the hell mode or hard mode, nobody was even able to complete the normal mode of the dungeon in the 1 month since it opened. The farthest a guild went was 60% completion of normal mode and 30% of hard mode, while nobody made past the 20% mark of the hell mode of the dungeon. Yet, just clearing 20%, the guild claimed to gain 1 year worth of rare resources for operation. The dungeon was just so ludicrously loaded. However, the longer it took for guilds to clear this dungeon, the greater the myth of the dungeon became. There were many first-rate guilds that had tried multiple dungeon runs to clear the dungeon yet were unable to pass beyond a certain point in the dungeon, or fell prey to a mini-boss. There were various tutorial videos and walkthrough videos by these big guilds that were also selling like hotcakes currently, as a roadmap for smaller guilds to cruise through. However, the success was very limited. Hence, the demand for a guild to complete the dungeon and make a comprehensive walkthrough became strong. And naturally, all heads turned to the elites for the completion of the job, mass pinging them on the forums as to bring this matter to their attention. Meanwhile, in Purple Haze City, Rudra had a busy few weeks, as for the first time, he started making diplomatic relations with emissaries of not only NPC kingdoms, but also from various superguilds across the world. Many light faction guilds wanted to get their hands on the secrets of the elites, and Rudra was not against a fair exchange. Information for equal information or money. Rudra hence cooperated with various guilds, trading the designs of the Archballisti, and a weak version without the materials needed for the spike bomb, for equally lucrative weapon designs of mortar and wall breakers. Rudra knew that sooner or later he would be going up against forts and cities of Nightcloud's kingdom, and it would be in his best interest to have long-range wall-breaking abilities under his belt, as experiencing firsthand the tactical advantages that a wall brought with itself. The teleportation array was reconstructed, as it suffered damage after the war, and Rudra and the elites joined a forum called the Ultimate Chamber of Commerce, where about 8 different super guilds posted the stuff they wanted to sell in bulk but cheaper than market qualities, and could also put in request orders for materials that could be fulfilled by other guilds at quoted price. This opportunity opened up various markets for the elites' lifestyle store, as they could sell potions at extremely competitive rates, and that to 7 big clients at once. It was not a stretch to say that within just 2 weeks of joining the chamber and becoming the instant darling of everyone by providing a 40% discount on the market rate of Advanced Mana Potion and Advanced Recovery Potion, the elites found themselves in high favor and demand for products from these big guilds. Not only did the big guilds find the discount ludicrous, some even began to trade and sell at their own stores by buying from the elites and selling at a 20% premium. However, it was still cheaper than the ongoing market rate, meaning that even within this trading activity the big guilds made money. Naturally, the big guilds did not know about the chalice the elites had, and even at a 40% discount Rudra was making 150% profit on a single unit, or else they would probably puke blood. Rudra was hence raising immense wealth for his guild, further enriching its value for the open market auction that was going to happen in a few days. Rudra was hence waiting for the perfect opportunity to enter the new event dungeon, as the hottest effect would come if he was able to complete the event dungeon on just the day before his guild was listed public on the stock exchange, as news about a successful clear was sure to create waves, as by this point it was public knowledge that the new event dungeon was extremely hard, hence providing a value boost to the guild, helping it stand apart from the rest of the tier 1 guilds. Otherwise, the development of Rudra's territory was progressing at an extremely rapid rate, as Rudra did not idle either, leveling continually as well as practicing the mana circulation technique, cultivating his mind and body. His stat panel looked something like this. Player name: Shakuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title: Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army. First Cultivator. Senior Knight. Class: Mana Knight Ascended. Subclass: Explosion Artist. LVL: 126. Tier 3. Stats. AGI, 2150 plus 1075 VIT, 2150 plus 1075. Int, 2150 plus 1075 STA, 2150 plus 1075. PHY, 2150 plus 1075 Mana, 2150 plus 1075. HP, 499. 000/499. 000. Unassigned stat points, 0. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy, invalid. Status, fully healed from injury. Healthy again. Equipment, Knight Armor Set, LV75. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, epic. Sun God's Bracelet, legendary. Doom Armor, legendary. Doom Armor, legendary. Knight's Shield. Knight's Token. Weapons, Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, replica. Elven Sword, semi-legendary. Skills, Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Class-specific skills, Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mana Legion. Knight of the Empire, incomplete. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Furball, Divine Nine Tails. Although not as much as Neatwit, who gained 17 levels. Rudra's 6 was still decent in the 2 months followed by the war. // Special shout out to Anton Kartunen for the 500 coin gift. Thank you for the patronage // Chapter 458. The bigger you are, the harder you fall. The end of the year rolled by. And it was time for the second VR Olympics. The elites were naturally participating from Japan. And there was a little bit of shuffling as to who took on what event. But basically it was all the elders, and some members making it to the national squad. Rudra was not participating in this VR Olympics, which came as a shock to many across the world. As well, an extremely controversial decision on his part, as he was not putting the country's interests above his own. But Rudra had his reasons to not make an appearance. However, even without his presence, Japan had Karna, Johnny, Neatwit, Madiv, Fatty Kalash, and many more talented medal winners. Johnny filled in for Rudra's shoes, going in the 1v1 fighting event, and winning it with his ability that made it impossible for people this level to hit him. He was a changed man after being killed by Mazakine, as he became more aware of his mortality. Never before had Johnny English suffered such a horrible death, as his foolproof plan was swatted away like it was a fly by Mazakine. Hence, even in the lower leagues, Johnny never took it easy and right from the first round. Never let anyone hit him. Johnny's legend grew stronger after the event, as it was the first time that someone won the entire event without losing a single point in HP. But that was Johnny English, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny was a triple medal winner. Karna got 1 gold and 2 silver, while Neatwit backed 2 gold and a bronze. The overall medal tally for Japan was 9 golds, 7 silver, and 14 bronze, out of which only 1 silver and 4 bronze were from non-elite players. Japan bagged 3rd place, retaining its place in the Security Council, and hence having a prosperous year ahead. Naturally, the popularity of the elite skyrocketed after the VR Olympics, and the recruitment notice that came after the VR Olympics was met with overwhelming response. The reason why Rudra did not participate in the VR Olympics was that there were too many eyes on the event, and although important for the future direction of the country, he observed that just like him, the truly big players did not perform in public. Revealing your cards in the open for a meaningless fight was not something that smart players wanted to do. Hence, the big countries, sure of securing their place in the top, let many of their talents not participate. Angel, the triple medal winner from last year, was also one of them, as USA did not play Nightmare and him in the VR Olympics, but still managed to win first overall. Parallax was someone who was the most affected by Rudra not showing up, as he had spent 1 entire year in talking trash about Rudra and how he would show him down in the next VR Olympics. However, he never got the opportunity. However, the humiliation he suffered was much worse, losing in first round to Johnny English, who in the post-match interview said something like this: "To be honest, I would not last more than 5 seconds against my guildmaster. And Parallax Kid did not last 5 against me. That just says how delusional this kid is in saying he will be the one to topple the elites. The interview resulted in an internet meltdown as Parallax was turned into a meme, and all his trash talking was edited into a humiliating compilation of his most embarrassing moments. He had no face left. The phrase that the bigger you are, the harder you fall applied perfectly to Parallax, who was the flag bearer of the first ever VR Olympics, and hence, the attention of the world was on him. Now the world took pleasure in his downfall, as the ones who were there to laugh on his misery were way more than the ones there to marvel at his success. The misery only continued for him, as Neatwit outclassed him in Beat the Clock event, bagging gold medal in a 5-level clear of Parallax. This showed the amount of improvement that Neatwit had over the year, as he was barely bronze last year, but was able to comfortably win gold the following year. This was another slap in the face for Parallax, who claimed to have worked the hardest in the 1 year to claim his revenge. However, did reality not slap him hard in the face when he lost in 5 seconds to Johnny, and was defeated by Neatwit in Beat the Clock challenge? Someone who was only bronze up till last year. To add fuel to the fire, even Neatwit in his interview said, "I'm not the best in the guild. Naturally everyone knows that's guild master Shikani. If you were participating in this event, even my dreams would turn to silver, as I could not even dream of winning gold if he was in the event. Naturally Parallax is lucky to have 1 silver as the guild leader is absent. Him asking for anything more is just him being delusional." Neatwit, also calling Parallax delusional, branded him as one, as nobody took his rants about revenge seriously anymore as Parallax fell into madness. In reality, it was not bad being a silver medal Olympic winner. It was actually a great feat worth reverence. However, for Parallax it was a joke, as he just set such a high standard for himself without having the ability to back it up. In the aftermath of the second VR Olympics, the elites were having an increased pressure to try and conquer the special event dungeon, as more and more people anticipated their performance in the event. Could the elites conquer the place when everyone else had failed? It was an answer the general public desperately wanted to know, and with 10% of the guild share going for public auction, 10 million shares in issue size, in 7 days' time, the time finally seemed ripe for Rudra to take action, as it was a 200-man event dungeon. Rudra for the first time had the liberty of taking a large crew. Everyone was participating in this event dungeon, as Rudra had the luxury to go in with his top 200, all the guild elders, all the oldest and most experienced members, as well as the new rising stars of Elite's Academy brought along for field experience, as Rudra lead the guild himself for this one, having never experienced this particular event dungeon in his past life. Rudra had no idea of what to expect going forward. However, he had analyzed a lot of walkthrough videos, and had a general idea of what to expect at least in the start of the event dungeon. However, as his purpose with this was to gather as much attention as possible, Rudra took the opportunity and posted it on the forums that on public demand the elites were going to raid the hell mode of the event dungeon. Even his method to reach the place was flamboyant, as 200 elites rode their dire wolves, fluttering their black guild robes with the gray wolf insignia on it, capturing the attention of anyone they passed by. Outside the event dungeon, many guilds had assembled, as cheers rang out from the crowd as the elites approached. Many first-rate guild leaders tried to have a talk with Rudra, but Rudra only politely shook hands or nodded in acknowledgement towards these guys before walking towards the dungeon entrance. These guys wanted to give him advice? The ******, please. If you are so knowledgeable, then clear it on your own first. Rudra was damn arrogant walking inside the dungeon, as he should be with the party he was leading. Every single elite under him could wipe hundreds from these so-called first-rate guilds with ease. With such a party behind his back, it was Rudra's duty as guild master to lead them to glory. Hence, after a loud and deafening one for all for one, go elites go! The elites walked into the hell mode of the event dungeon. Meanwhile, somewhere in hell, Amon was bound by steel thorns as ropes, as he was bleeding from head to toe, being brutally wrapped to a large rock without an possibility for even the most remote of movements. He had been here ever since he regained consciousness after being sucked into the portal and being rendered unconscious. However, days had passed, and he had not seen a single soul around him. Although Amon had an inkling of whom it might be, his soul nearly left his body when he finally saw him in person. The devil, Satan himself, the fallen angel, the notorious Lucifer, the ruler of hell himself. // Currently, we are having 894/1000 GT tickets needed for a bonus chapter. We need to pick up the pace, guys. This is unacceptable. Hoping to hit the target latest by tomorrow // Chapter 459 Stage 1. Rudra and the elites entered the special event dungeon lottery of jackpots and right from the get-go, the dungeon gave them the much-acclaimed classic arcade feel. The dungeon was basically a combination of many classic arcade games of the 21st century like Donkey Kong and Super Mario, and a collection of the hard levels of these games. The very first stage was the good old Donkey Kong, with the boss monster being an oversized white albino gorilla, and there being 10 parallel stages to climb before reaching him. The gorilla not only kept throwing horizontal barrels that came sliding down the 10 platforms to hit the party horizontally, but there were also direct vertical hits he liked to mix in sometimes, directly smashing the party on its head. The main purpose of this stage was to thin party numbers, as unlike most dungeons, the lottery of jackpots was not dependent much on a player's overall HP, as the penalty for each stage was different. In the Donkey Kong stage, getting hit once by a barrel would mean losing 50% HP, and getting hit twice meant death. There was no healing in this stage, and there was no reviving after the stage. The members that died here would stay dead, and that was a big challenge as most guilds to enter here lost nearly 30% of their members to this first stage, making the difficulty of the coming stages incrementally harder. As there was no time limit on the stage, it was best to take your time in passing it, but ensuring that the maximum guild members survived. The walkthrough for this level that was compiled by the inferior guilds was that one should take maximum time to safely but surely progress. The best preparation that one could do was to have their mages and healers at the front and the agile classes at the back, such that the mages would be able to destroy a few rolling barrels completely, preventing the part where members would have to jump to avoid it. The problem with the rolling barrels was that they were 3 meters high, although players at Tier 3 level 110 were able to jump up to 3.5 meters in height. One had to perfectly time their jump to avoid coming in contact with the rolling barrels. This was a tedious task, and sometimes when players were unable to time it perfectly, and a body part touches the barrel, they directly lose 50% of their HP, and if it happens twice, then they are dead. Naturally, the front of the group that is seeing the barrels roll towards them from a distance have more time to react to the jump, while those at the back having a swarm of people ahead blocking their vision have to typically time their jumps at a moment's notice. Hence most preferred to keep the low mobility classes like tanks, healers and wizards at the front, while keeping the higher mobility classes at the rear to provide everyone with the best chances of survival. However, Rebirth was different. Rebirth thought the problem with the mentality of, why should a single barrel pass the front line towards the back line? Also, he was not like other guilds. He had one Johnny English by his side, and absolutely did not need to take any risks in clearing this level. Rebirth's plan was simple. Divide the group into 10-man lines, as the platform was wide enough to hold 15 men at once. Hence filling 10 would leave enough room for everyone to maneuver. There would be 20 such lines, making 200 people in total. The distance between each line would be 20 meters, giving everyone enough time to react to dodging the incoming barrels, while only the first line comprising of Rudra, Neatwit, Johnny, Karna, Mediv, SMG and Yung would charge ahead and take down the large gorilla before everyone else climbed with ease. The elites followed Rudra's instructions to AT, as they rolled out into the asked formations, while the front lines moved forward until all lines were sufficiently separate, while the first line made of the most agile and excellent players of the guild dashed through the multiple parallel platforms, dodging the incoming barrels as if it was a joke. This plan was simple, yet brilliant, because Johnny English was untouchable in this arena. His speed of climbing was unmatchable, as no matter what came his way, he just passed simply through it as if he wasn't there in the first place, frustrating the gorilla immensely. Naturally, the first one to arrive on the top floor was Johnny English, as the gorilla stopped throwing barrels and banged his chest to face Johnny English. This was the cue for everyone to start climbing rapidly, as without the obstruction from the barrels, it was a simple dash and climb, as Johnny engaged in the boss fight. Within 3 seconds, Rudra and the other frontliners caught up entering the fray with their best long-range spells causing a bang, lightning blast, fireball, poison daggers, sword slashes. Everything hit the giant albino gorilla, bringing his HP down by 20% at once, after which it was a one-sided fight as 7 men ganged up on one gorilla, horribly bullying him in the process. Yum especially repeatedly kicked the gorilla on his bum, all the while holding a peaceful Amitabha Namaste sign with his hands, while Johnny kept beating his chest and showing his teeth in front of the gorilla, causing the gorilla to have a fit of rage. Yet none of his fists made contact with Johnny, who kept taunting the massive beast, who was all the while dealt damage by the other assaulters. By the time the majority of the elites reached the top floor, the giant gorilla was already at 10% HP, about to go down. There was nothing much to do for them, as the elders had it completely under control. as within the next few seconds, the gorilla died a painful death, being stomped to death by Yum. The elites hence cleared the first stage in a way that nobody ever thought that the first stage could be cleared, where it took most guilds 30-60 members' deaths to pass through the stage, along with 2-4 hours of patient climbing. It took the elites a total of 8 minutes and 5 seconds, with not a single member losing a single point of HP. If the other guilds saw this performance, they would have puked blood. To see how easily the elites breezed past what they thought to be a very tough challenge, and although they were not here to see this, Ridra was recording this dungeon run, as he needed to publicize his achievements as well as make money by selling the walkthrough. The moment the elites cleared the first stage, a notification rang informing them of the rewards they had earned. Dungeon notification. Congratulations Party True Elites for completing the stage 1 of the Dungeon Lottery of Jackpots. Time taken to complete the stage, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. Injuries, 0. Casualties, 0. Final assessment, SS. Rewards. Plus 100. 000 gold. Plus 1 gorilla pet egg, dark gold grade. Plus 20 gorilla barrels. Plus 1 gorilla glove set, epic. Plus 5 lucky draw tickets. It was a windfall. The elites got exceptional rewards for having a near-perfect performance in this round. They missed the SSS rating by 5 seconds only as the criteria for it was to complete it under 8 minutes. However, it was only because the elites were goofing around not taking the challenge seriously enough to try their best. However, their performance still broke all records, as the second best was a D-rated performance by the independent Dungeon Raider party. Doom Raiders. The most important part for the guild was the 5 lottery tickets, the speciality of this dungeon. The Wheel of Fortune that even had 3 semi-legendary items inside its possible winning items. And Ridra had 5 spins to claim it. However, not sure of his average luck at best. Ridra knew that he had to pick one of the 2 lucky charms of the guild. However, Ridra could not decide on which one of them to have a crack at it first. Whether to let Karna spin it, or whether to let Johnny have a go. One was the Vice Guild Master, while the other was the most senior member, age-wise, in the guild. Hence, Ridra hesitated a lot before going with Johnny for the spinning. Little did he know that of everyone here, he picked the worst possible person to spin it. // special shout out to Omar Alsheikh for the 15,000 coin mega gift, and to Adrian Harden for the 1,000 coin gift. As with every super gift, we will always have a bonus chapter, which will be given today itself. Hence, thank him in the comments for this one. Also, we are incredibly close to hitting the GT target for a bonus chapter. Hopefully we hit it today itself before reset time to get a bonus tonight. // Chapter 4 60-second stage. Ridra decided for Johnny to spin the lottery wheel. Johnny was aghast from inside, as he absolutely did not want to spin a lottery wheel, knowing how bad his luck was. However, this was a secret he was most embarrassed about. Hence, he was reluctant in telling Ridra about its reality, having no excuse as to why he was unwilling to spin the wheel. Johnny came forward and spun the wheel with a sullen face and without any power. The wheel had 26 slots, out of which 11 were dark gold items, 10 were epic items, 3 were semi-legendary items, and only 2 were priceless slots. Johnny felt his mood plummet as he saw the 2 slots that had no rewards and mentally prepared himself that no matter how he spun the wheel, it was going to land on those exact 2 slots. However, the crowd was expectant. Everyone was hoping for a semi-legendary item, especially Ridra, who believed in the lucky charm that the old man was for the guild. Hence, when the first spin landed on a clear black and O price section, Ridra was shocked the most. Everyone moaned in frustration. Yet nobody had the guts to curse Johnny for the outcome. However, Johnny was not one bit surprised at the outcome, and just sighed at the result. He wished that Ridra would reconsider his decision to let him spin it again and let someone else do the task. However, that did not happen as Johnny was asked to spin it 4 more times. Every time, as Johnny already predicted, it kept landing on the NO price section, disappointing everyone in the crowd. In the last spin that Johnny did, the needle almost stopped on the semi-legendary item, as everyone watched with bated breath. Yet it finally ended on the same NO price slab itself. Ridra was dumbfounded as he had no words. Was this not Johnny English's day, or was the mechanics of this spin the reverse, where the trashier someone's luck was the more rewards she could get? Ridra had no idea about what caused the wheel to be so broken that out of 5 spins, and at odds of 2 to 26, the pin still always landed on the no prize section. It was literally a 1 in 100s of thousands kind of bad luck odds, and was impossible unless the game mechanics were broken. However, the fact of the matter was that the elites won nothing in the first special lottery, and were forced to continue without it. The second stage was Super Mario. This was the bonus stage for clearing stage 1. Here the objective of the level was not to thin the party numbers, but it was to give a chance to gain abundant wealth or fall to the greed of gaining it. Here there were gold coins floating in the air, while deep chasm in between these floating coins. If one fell into the chasm, it was game over. However, to gain the coins, one had to jump high and far, not only trying to focus on going the distance. One could probably easily clear the level, if they only kept to jumping and clearing the space, while avoiding the giant turtles roaming around. As most casualties in this level happened when trying to reach for items that were out of reach, resulting in a quick death. Shockingly, level 2 killed more people than level 1, as the items suspended in the air were extremely valuable. The guilds attempting this stage were reluctant to move ahead without reaping the rewards to their fullest extent. Rudra was also like most other guild leaders in this regard, as he was also reluctant to move forward without looting the stage completely. This fact was even further emboldened by the fact that he won nothing from the lucky draw in the previous wheel spin. Hence his desire to loot was all the more stronger. Meanwhile in hell, Amon was given an extremely tough choice by Lucifer, as he found himself between a rock and a hard place. Amon was made aware of the special circumstance he was in by Lucifer, and was extended the hand of friendship from the ruler of hell. All Amon had to do to be set free was swear upon his blood that he would never try and harm the ruler of hell and its inhabitants, and will swear loyalty to the king of demons. In return, Lucifer promised to make him a free man and a supreme guest of hell, having a noble status within the demon kind, and also give Amon a portion of the Supreme One's true powers, with a chance to defeat Cervantes. However, Amon's goals were not so short-sighted as to fall for the Demon King's words. Or so he thought, as unbeknownst to him, the only choices that Amon had were already controlled by Lucifer, and it did not matter what he chose now that he was in hell. It would finally be Lucifer's win. There was no escaping the confinement he was in. And should he resist here, he will be given a slow and painful death. And even if somehow he broke free of his confinement, and was able to battle against an army of demons, and run away to safety without Lucifer arriving on the scene, he did not have the means to escape hell, as the portal to hell could only be opened by the king of demons himself. Only through his permission could one freely exit the underworld, and without his blessing Amon would forever be a prisoner on his soil. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Omar Alsheikh. Also special shout out to him as well for yet another 15,000 coin gift. Let me officially tell you this, my dear reader. You are awesome, and I greatly appreciate your support for my work. For the repeated patronage you have shown for my work, I will try and introduce a character with your name soon. Also congratulations guys on hitting the golden ticket target. Hence tomorrow will be a 3-chapter day covering 2 bonus chapters. / Chapter 461, The Price of Being Greedy. Rudra decided that he wanted everything. If worst came to worst, he could just use blink and teleport to safety. Hence, he was not afraid of jumping high and grabbing the gold and other suspended objects. However, he understood the moment he jumped that he was as he did not nearly get enough elevation to even reach halfway to the point where he could touch the object. It was not too far up that Rudra could not jump that high. However, the mechanics of the level did not allow him to. He was about to fall to a miserable death when he barely survived using blink to come to safety. However, one more weird thing happened after that. His skill won't reset, as it showed black in his skill screen. Apparently in this level any skill could only be used once, and the maximum height one could jump to was predetermined. This meant that Rudra, Karna, or even some of the freshmen of the academy could all only jump to the same height, unable to reach the object suspended above. This made no sense to Rudra, as could not see a method to reach these objects if jumping was not an option. Just when things seemed impossible, Yua did something funny. She used a long run-up to build speed and jumped at the last possible moment before the chasm started. And contrary to what most people expected, she was able to reach really high and grab an object before making her way to the other side. Yes, Yua exclaimed as she landed on the other side. She was someone who was a big fan of the classic arcade games, and was a super fan of Mario. She understood the game mechanics better than anyone. To jump high one had to use a parabolic path, and not a straight jump. However, she was too embarrassed to tell everyone that she liked these sorts of games. Hence stated the reason to use this method as a hunch. Once you have figured the way to jump, the rest was easy. Johnny, Karna, SMG, Rudra, everyone kept grabbing one item, one game coin at a time before landing on the other side, while the other guild members just focused on crossing over. As they moved forward, Yua guided the team through a series of game mechanics and logics that the others could just not understand. Like how they could break the brick walls above their heads, but not the ones blocking them horizontally. Most elites, who were born towards the end of the 21st century, found these game mechanics to be dumb. However, still with Yua's help, the team massacred tortoises and used their shells to break through vertical walls, while using their spells to break through horizontal ones. There were a lot of tunnels and random cannons shooting at them, and 7 elites died from either a stray cannon shot or falling into a chasm while trying to loot an object. It was one's own greed that was playing against them in this level, as the difficulty to just move forward once you understood the game mechanics was pretty basic. Rudra was really impressed with Yua and how she was guiding the group through this peril, which made Naomi puff up in anger, especially when she saw the B***** using this chance to flatter Rudra and butter up to him. However, in an attempt to please Rudra even more, Yua mistimed her jump and fell straight into a chasm. The look on her face as she was falling was priceless, while Naomi waved her sayonara with a smile. This was the price of greed that Yua had to pay, as she tried to bite off more than her gamer skills allowed her to chew, to perfectly time every jump. In an environment that restricted power movement was not for everyone, the gains the elites were having from this level were overall phenomenal. However, bringing English around was a bad choice. The 7 people who died from stray blasts from cannages were the ones around Johnny English, as he would simply turn formless and let it pass through. The bad luck of Johnny was a curse in arcade game style levels, as everything bad seemed to only happen to him. However, with his ultimate cheat, he avoided most of his misfortune, as it fell on people around him. It took the elites 2 hours to clear the stage, but they made sure to wipe it clean. The total casualties were 15 including Yua, as the party numbers thinned down to 185 after stage 2. Just as the last member crossed the stage's boundary flag, the flag went up and fireworks went off in the background, and a very catchy tune started to play in the background that made people dance to its beat in joy. Although it was nothing substantial, one felt a sense of achievement when the music and firecrackers went off. A dungeon notification followed. Dungeon notification. Congratulations party true elites for completing stage 2 of the hell mode of the dungeon lottery of jackpots. Total time taken, 2 hours 7 minutes 18 seconds. Total members to make it, 185. Treasure loot completion, 88%. Total game coins collected, 297. Overall rating, B+. Rewards, 297 by 10. 000 gold. Mario boots, semi-legendary. Wall-breaking hammer, epic. Tortoiseshell, epic, X25. Lottery spin tickets, X3. Rudra raised an eyebrow seeing the result. There was not a single coin in his way that he seemed to have missed. Then why was the treasure loot completion only 88%? Also, the overall rating was just horrible. Not by the common standards, but by the elite standards, it was very, very bad. But considering that they did not know much about the mechanics of the game and relied solely on Yua guiding them, Rudra let it slide this time. The more important question right now was that who was going to make the lucky spin. // Special shout out to Cervantes 91 for the 10,000 coin spacecraft, Magnum for his 5,000 coin castle, and to Omar Alsheikh for 15,000 coin gashapon. The bonus chapters will follow soon. This is a bonus chapter for the 15,000 coin gift that Omar Alsheikh gifted me yesterday night. So thank him in the comments for this one. Also, I'm proud to say that I'm resuming my work Rise of the Dragon Emperor, as new chapters are out now, but the same book is started in a different way. Hence, you will need to add it to the library again to read it // Chapter 462 Second Lucky Draw. Rudra thought he was smart enough to figure out the algorithm of the lucky spin thing. He had a hunch that it was the reverse luck meter, and that extremely unlucky guys should spin it to get the best rewards. However, just to be sure, he handed the first spin to Karna to wait and see what the chosen son of heaven got. Karna had intense pressure visible on his face as he looked at the rewards wheel. The prices had improved in quality with 4 semi-legendary items now, and 4 empty slots too, while the other prices being improved in grade. Karna spun the wheel, and everyone in the guild looked expectantly, except Johnny, who had his eyes closed. He believed that even his sight was enough to curse the spin. Hence, he did not want to risk it by looking at the wheel. The needle moved towards a blank spot, and everyone's moods darkened. But slowly it slid towards the semi-legendary item beside it, before finally stopping barely inside the semi-legendary item line by a hair's breadth. Cheers rang inside the elite camp, as after all this struggle there was a payoff to this event, as they got a semi-legendary item. Arcane Arts. Fire Palm, ancient, and lost SP technique practiced in the arcane times when man fought against dragons for supremacy of lands. A ruthless palm of flames capable of obliterating an enemy, rivaling the strength of a dragon's breath, meant to even penetrate through the thick scales of dragons. Restrictions: mage class only. Cooldown time: 3 hours. It was an OP lost fire art. The hearts of guild members palpitated at the sight of this item, as there was not a single wizard in the guild who did not want it. This was a lost art that would mostly be their unique move, as it is clearly unavailable in the free market. Noon wanted to pass on this thing. However, everyone waited for Rudra's judgment on how to use this thing. But Rudra himself was contemplating on how the hell did the needle land on the semi-legendary item with Karna's spin. It was supposed to come out empty. His conjecture made no sense now, and he was unable to understand why Johnny came up empty 5 times if this was the case. Just when Rudra was about to ask Johnny something, he was interrupted by Mediv, who said, "What to do with the item, guild leader?" and broke Rudra's train of thought. Rudra looked at the guild members and saw the expectant stares of the mages present, and immediately knew that he had to make a roll for this item to avoid conflict. Rudra wanted to give it to Mediv, as giving it to Greenhorns was a waste of the skill. Yet looking at the atmosphere, he knew that any bias shown here would lead to friction within the guild, and seen as him favoring the elders. Hence Rudra decided that the cohesiveness of the guild was more important than the item. Hence, he would let open roll for it. Only mage class members were allowed to roll, hence, the rest waited and watched on as the mage class members rolled one by one. Luckily, Mediv did roll 93, the highest amongst everyone, and the item did fall to him in the end. However, now Rudra did not show any bias, and everyone was content, as they could only blame their luck, and not a lack of opportunity for this outcome. Everyone was hence happy, and the party moved on to the next roll, which Karna was happy to do. Under intense gazes, Karna sweated as he spun the wheel again, and landed the pointer at another semi-legendary item, much to the joy of the crowd. It was the arcane spell Water Palm, which went to a mage as well. Finally, the third spin was also a semi-legendary item, which was a semi-legendary sword called Earthshaker. A great sword of peak caliber, and amazing innate skills. It was the perfect upgrade for Karna. Yet he insisted to roll for it fairly, to give everyone covering the item a chance. However, out of respect for the Vice Guild Master, not a single person came forward to have the roll. Hence it automatically went to Karna. The guild was like a family this way, and greed amongst members was limited. The individuals were happy to see the guild progress as a whole compared to their individual progress. The guild moved on to stage 3, a stage not yet properly explored by any party, as most came in with extremely thin numbers, and without exception failed to pass through this one. Labeled the stage death stage, it was sure to be a challenge for the elites. This stage was modeled after a mobile game called Temple Run. Meanwhile in China, the triads were having the toughest time since their inception after losing pathetically to the elites in the war. Haomi had completely avoided public eye as she had lost confidence from her subordinates, who were now vying for her life and the post of the new mafia lord. However, Haomi was not weak or defenseless. If anything, she was cruel and merciless, as rivers of blood flowed, as the rebels were swiftly massacred. However, even then, she had pressure maintaining her businesses and power, as not everything could be solved by bloodshed, as people who she had initially suppressed were no longer complacent to her, as her foundation of power was rattled. The hate that she had for the elites and Ethan Gray had blackened her heart completely. However, unlike what was popular belief, she was not done with them yet. Haomi might have power issues maintaining control over her own faction, but in her trying times a hand of friendship had been extended to her. A hand of someone so powerful that it would change her current scenario in an instant should she take it. The power was also interested in bringing the elites down. But unlike her, who rushed in blindly to take her revenge, he actually overestimated the elites, almost as if he was aware of everything they achieved and everything they were to achieve in the future, preparing a fleet of long-range boulder-throwing machines that could literally punch a hole in any walls it came in contact with. The proceed to destroy half a town. A weapon so devastating that having a walk or not having one would mean the same in front of it, and this man had 50 of them. Even then, he was cautious of the wall the elites built. Not because his weapons could not pierce it, but because even with leveling the walls, he was not sure of victory. If Haomi had 1 million strong army that raided the elites, this man had 10 million. Even then he hesitated, as he was not certain to defeat the group with 10 million. From top-tier spells to a never-seen-before aerial mount legion, this man had it all. Yet was waiting for the right time and building even more strength in the shadows before even putting his neck above surface. Not because he could not, but because he was that cautious of a man. It was only after meeting him that Haomi understood how naive she was in planning things and how sure one actually needed to be to pick a fight. However, the overly cautious and calculating nature of the man scared her. She felt that she losing the war and eventually joining hands with him was also a part of the plan he already calculated months ago, and that scared her. What kind of a monster was she getting in bed with? But he seemed to hate the elites even more than she did. Even his name, a natural adversary of the guild leader of the elites, is Shikuni, as the man called himself Dronacharya. The man had been plotting the downfall of the elites for a long time, having a total of 7 first-rate guilds under his control, cultivating a crop of ultimate players, not in the public eye, as his purpose and cautiousness knew no bounds. / bonus chapter for hitting the golden ticket target. Good job, everyone. Next up, the bonus chapter for the super gift series. Many more to come, so stay tuned, guys. / Chapter 463 Stage 3. Stage 3 of the event was Temple Run style game. However, the problem was that there were 185 members. The terrain behind the last person started to crumple the moment the last one entered the running area, and everyone knew at that moment that they needed to run. However, in a narrow passage where only 3 people can fit at max, the line was quite long and crowded. The challenge in this stage was that the pack leader had to set a pace such that the last member could survive without falling down. However, the speed of the floor crumbling behind the last guy was varying, meaning that the pack leader had to speeden up and slow down according to the varying speed of the crumple, all the while dodging the obstacles in his path, making sure that she doesn't stumble to cause a massive elimination behind them. The margin for error in this level was very low, while it needed extreme coordination between the group to clear. On the plus side, game coins were straight inside the path of one's run, meaning that until they kept running, they were sure to get the money and objects. Rudra was the pack leader alongside Karna and Neatwit, while the back of the pack was SMG, who would shout commands to the front end to either make haste or slow down. Overall, the elites started their run, but it was a struggling mess straight away, as dodging the objects was an incredibly challenging task when your visibility was only the person in front of you. Things took a turn for the worst when the first turning of the level came. Here Rudra had 2 choices on going right or left, and he picked right. However, the turn was at a sharp 90 degrees, and although Neatwit and Karna made a swift turning, the same could not be said for everyone, as 9 elite members tumbled to their falls on not having enough space to turn. Slowly, as the pace at which the floor was crumbling increased, the front 3 were in a full sprint, as the middle line struggled to keep up. The fast dodging of the in-the-way obstacles resulted in a stumble at the near back lines, causing 5 lines to be eliminated at once, as SMG plummeted to his fall alongside those who stumbled at the back lines. Things only got more difficult from that point on, as without SMG regulating the pace, more and more elites at the back lines struggled, as the calls going to Rudra to make haste or slow down were not ideal, causing some members to die every now and then. After about 1 hour of running and countless turns, the originally 185 elites were shrunk down to just a 105, as 80 members had died in this level. Rudra was starting to get worried, as there was no end in sight no matter how much he ran, and he was losing members every so often, when, as if things were not hard enough already, the group passed by flying monkeys. The flying monkeys took an interest in the running group and would randomly swoop in to try and harass the runners. This led to a attention split, as one had to keep track of the road obstacles and the flying monkeys to keep on track. However, this was extremely taxing, as since the flying monkeys joined, only within 10 minutes the elites were down to just 70 members. Rudra decided that enough was enough when a flying monkey flew with his rear pointed towards Rudra, as he brought out Elven's sword and used 10,000 sword cuts. Shriks of injured monkeys fell on everyone's ears as the monkeys scurried away in panic, as the group breathed in a sigh of relief, making the next 10 minutes smooth to go about. After exactly 2 hours, the group finally reached the end of the stage, as everyone was physically and mentally exhausted, with stamina running extremely low, as Rudra took the head count to realize that the 185 elites had shrunk down to 65 in the course of this level, the casualties being extremely high. This level took a lot out of the elites, as even SMG tumbled to his death. However, a dungeon notification brightened the mood a little. Dungeon notification. Congratulations to the party true elites for completing the 3rd stage of the event Dungeon Lottery of Jackpots. Calculating your rewards. Time taken, 2 hours 13 seconds. Death count, 120. Coin collection, 1500/1500. Rating, A. Rewards. Plus 10 flying monkey eggs. Plus 15 thunderclap shoes, epic. Plus 10 spell books, floor crumple, unique. Plus 1500 asterisk 10,000 coins. Plus 5 lottery spin tickets. The rewards were decent. Meanwhile in hell, Lucifer had gained an ally in Amon, and was now benefiting from Amon's blood that he had dripped over the time he was crucified in captivity. Every drop that he drank of Michael's divine powers, the more he felt revitalized and energized. His experience bar, that would not even move half a point if he massacred a village of dragons, would move by half a point when he would drink about 100 milliliters of Michael's blood, which was why Lucifer considered the option of killing Amon and draining his body of every single drop of blood that he had. However, knowing that he had other more important uses, Lucifer restrained himself. Recently, Lucifer had met someone interesting, a mortal who called himself the Prophet, someone who accurately predicted bits of future time and time again. And one of his predictions was that when Mazikeen would attack Purple Haze City, Amon would find his way there. Considering the fact that this indeed happened, the Prophet gained some credibility from Lucifer. However, Lucifer could never take the weak mortal that he could kill with just a sight seriously. The human was too cautious for his own good, yet not in the right position to advise the ruler of hell. Lucifer, although letting the mortal roam free, already told him sternly to better know his place, as warning the devil himself of a sinister enemy was not something a small ant like him should do. // bonus chapter for the super gift by Cervantes 91. Thank him in the comments for this one // Chapter 460 for the last stage. The elites had crossed the third stage successfully. It was more than anyone else had did up till now, making them the front runners of the levels to come ahead. The lucky draw was imminent, and it was Karna who was chosen to spin the wheel again. Rudra was speculative of whether or not the luck in the wheel worked in an odd stage, even stage pattern. However, when all of Karna's spins ended up giving the best possible items, Rudra was left speechless. The seed of doubt was planted in his mind that Johnny might not be as lucky as he had presumed. The loot from the spin this time had good items for the healer class, giving many light element healing spells as well as ancient attack techniques for the holy element. Naomi profited a lot from this round of spins, and was in a very perky mood. With people thinning down, she finally was able to stick by Rudra's side. Also, the fact that you had died early helped. However, the last level was not something the elites were prepared for at all. As the moment they stepped into the last stage, goosebumps were the norm for every single member. The background music, the amazing visual effects. There was only one single game that every gamer player played and loved before the launch of Omega. This was Royal Road, the game that revolutionized the later part of the century, having a 10-year market domination before Omega was launched. The semi-full VR game that had 2 senses involved and a full 4D world. It is the game every one of the elites played as a teenager at home, and made a lot of memories in. And the stage in front of them was the most notorious level 87 of the Tower of Gods. Every gamer's nightmare. This was the game's hardest level. A level that had made countless pro gamers quit in frustration. Countless headsets broken, and countless parties disbanded. A group mission that needed at minimum 50 members to complete, with every member using extremely precise, pre-coordinated movements in sync with each other. The setting of this level was that of a bomb defusing test, as the terrorists with their guns defended the bombs with their lives. It was a group of suicide bombers that wanted to bring the whole tower down, and it was incredibly hard to combat them, as they had automatic rifles and well-positioned covers. However, at least inside the Royal Road, even the attacking party had modern weapons. Unlike here at Omega, where they were bringing a sword to a gunfight. The level brought back a lot of memories for most elites, as they knew the playthrough needed to clear the level. However, the difficulty to do so was incredibly high. They had to kill 200 terrorists and synchronously cut Vigier color wires in that order from violet to red from outlets 1 through 7 all at once. However, the terrorists would absolutely not let them advance and have a chance at defusing the bomb. As the moment the last elite entered the stage, the giant 10 minutes bomb countdown clock started, along with rapid firing from the terrorists. Meanwhile, at the Prophet's Guild, Dronacharya was silent. He never expected to even have the opportunity to talk to Lucifer, but he was still disappointed in not being able to manipulate the god-level entity into his schemes. Dronacharya was melancholic in his mood, as no matter how fast he progressed, or how many cards he seemed to store, nothing went as planned because of the elites. The elites always came out with a better card and a better countermeasure to his own, which kept rattling Dronacharya to the bone. He hated Shikuni and hated the way he did things. Brash, showy, unrestrained. It was like the guy was always showing off. Like, oh, my guild has this great thing, or that great thing. A kid who did not understand what real power meant, and how it was to be cultivated in the shadows and not in the open. However, his success, despite being so brash, irked Dronacharya to his core. Dronacharya was once like him, but he had his everything taken from him, as the higher he climbed the steeper his fall was, as he swore to never repeat that mistake twice. his first failure. He blamed it on him being too showy for his own good. However, now that he saw that someone else take the same path he did, yet them having kept climbing and climbing, his insides turned green. He hated the elites and everything about that stupid organization, just because it was in sharp contrast to everything he was taught to believe. The elites should not be successful. Yet they were. And that bothered Dronacharya and gave him sleepless nights. However, he was a man with ambition and goals, and happened to know something about Purple Haze City that even the elites had no idea about. The gold mine that Purple Haze City was not the population or the capital city or any of that other garbage, but the ancient ruins on which the city was built. The treasures inside that ancient ruins were enough to give his organization enough resources to unify the continent under his reign, which was his ultimate goal. He was building power slowly, and making sure not to garner attention. His plans could take years to come to fruition. Yet he would not move a muscle till he was sure of the outcome. Currently, the elites had protection, and moreover he was not sure if he could take the mysterious guild down. However, he was a patient man, and was waiting dearly for his opportunity. His stat panel had the nickname the Prophet, as he seemed to have knowledge about the events of the future. Up till now, he had used the shadows to manipulate his way into the ownership of Purple Haze City right from the beast tide that decided the owner of the city. However, with Eternal Rebels failing to capture the city, he suffered a loss. Later he bet on the Triads, as he secretly helped them in gaining more hired power in terms of the mercenary organization he secretly controlled. However, even they failed miserably, although not a total loss, as every time the elites revealed a new card. Dronacharya was glad he did not jump headfirst into the fight, but prepared carefully for it. If the elites could have been bought, he would have bought them. If they could have been threatened, he would have threatened them, and if they could be eliminated, he would have eliminated them. Yet, not only did the guild prosper in real life, every single member, as a rule of thumb, resided in the stupid upside, and out of the reach of any organization in the world, making internal manipulation extremely hard. Even then he never gave up, as if he already knew who the first batch of elite recruits were going to be. He prepared a spy to enter amongst their midst before he even became an elite. However, not much information was yet available to the spy. Sensitive information like wars and upcoming guild plans were only shared amongst elders, and most guild members never had an idea of what planning the leader was doing. Yet the advantage of having one his own in there was evident, as he was privy to a lot of internal news for the guild. Although not anytime soon. He was in a conflict of interest with the elites, and wanted the land they ruled badly. // This is a bonus chapter for the gift by Magnum. Thank him in the comments for this one. Also, special shout out to Aminaros for the 1000 coin gift. Also, if you guys have not checked it out, the new chapter for Rise of the Dragon Emperor is out. So go read that wonderful book too. // Chapter 465, Busting Through. From the moment that Rudra looked at the situation, he knew that the best way to clear floor 87 was to somehow push through the corridor without losing members and reach the place behind the cover where the terrorists were using guns to level the playing field and nullify their advantage. However, the problem was the thin numbers. 65 members would die in a flash before Rudra could even completely say charge, while Rudra needed to keep 85% of them alive, if not all, to deactivate the bombs. The earlier stages were only to set up this level, as the purpose of the dungeon up till now was only to thin down party numbers so that the difficulty of the last level went incrementally up. Technically, inside the light faction country of Hazelgrove, there should be no dark faction necromancer roaming around, or any profession like a zombie-mancer or pumpkin-mancer in any party. Hence, spawning meat shields should not be possible for any of the light faction players. However, Rudra with his mana legion was different. Capable of summoning 2,000 mana soldiers, Rudra had the perfect meat shields to storm towards the terrorists. This was something the level was not designed for, as in Royal Road such skills were not possible to be brought in game. Hence, the difficulty of pulling such a stunt off was impossible. However, this was Omega, and here Rudra was capable of pulling this technique off. Hence, he summoned 2,000 mana legion soldiers and swarmed a narrow corridor using them as meat shields to advance. The terrorists rained fire on the mana legion soldiers as dozens fell every second. But Rudra only needed a few seconds to cover the 50-meter-long corridor as more than 400 mana soldiers and the elites joined the fray at close range against the terrorists. Swords unsheathed, necks of the terrorists flew as they could only stare in horror at how their brilliant encampment was blown open by brute rushing. There was no sophisticated strategy that the elites had used throughout the dungeon, only using superior skills and brute force to open up a path for themselves, as within 2 minutes the elites wrapped up the battle against the terrorists, with 63 members still alive. From then on, started the complicated and rushed process of bomb defusing. as the large clock ticked over their heads, threatening to blow up as the countdown hit 0. The memory recall of Royal Road players ran at an electric speed as they remembered the process of dismantling the security system and getting to the wire mainframe, as they tried to do the process hitch-free. When all the 7 stations were finally ready with the defusing, it was already showing 20 seconds on the clock. It was then that Ridra calmly gave the call. Everyone cuts the wire together when the clock hits 5 seconds. Everyone nervously looked at the clock. It was as if they were back again in high school attending a fair where there was the game that gifted prizes if you stopped the timer on exactly 1,000. However, that game had no real stakes, whereas this game had the entire guild's hard work riding on it. Imagine being the guy who messed up the last part of the last dungeon run, because of whom the entire guild had to do it again. Sweat dripped down everyone's foreheads as every second felt like 10 under the watchful eyes of those who were cutting the wires. Unlike in Royal Road when they would have wire cutters, here someone had a dagger to the wire tip, while someone had a sword and someone had an axe. It was quite the funny scene. Yet exactly at 5 seconds, with reflexes of professional gamers, everyone fluidly cut the wire at the same time. Station 1 cut the violet wire. Station 2 cut the indigo wire, while Station 7 cut the red wire. The timer stopped at 4.97. As the bomb was successfully defused. Dungeon notification. Congratulations to Party True Elites for successfully completing the 4th and final stage of the Dungeon Lottery of Jackpots. Calculating contribution and rewards. Hazelgrove Kingdom notification. Congratulations to Party True Elites for successfully completing the Dungeon Lottery of Jackpots and obtaining the first clear for the Hell mode of the dungeon. The Elites did it again. Meanwhile in Hell, Amon was currently working hard towards breaking into Tier 5. As he believed that only by breaking into Tier 5 would he be able to take his birthright, his place as the Emperor, from his father. Everyday high-level beasts would be injured and incapacitated and thrown at Amon's feet to be slain, as he would gain massive EXP from it. It was a service staged by him from Lucifer, who wanted Amon to quickly grow stronger and increase the divinity concentration in his blood. As slowly Lucifer began to see Amon in a different light. Amon was the golden goose who laid golden eggs for Lucifer for as long as he could control this goose, he would steadily see improvement in his power. Amon was only a cow being raised for the slaughterhouse in Hell. Yet he was not aware of this reality yet. Being treated with respect and reverence, Amon felt like a true prince for the first time in a long time. His disgust for Lucifer slowly fading as his mind conceived a notion that Lucifer did not mistreat him and actually respected him. However, the king of demons respected Noon. Not even God. Much less some ant like Amon. // bonus chapter for the super gift by Omar Alsheikh. The last one that I needed to give. Sue, thank him in the comments for this one. My apologies at it being late by a day, as I was overswamped with work. Currently we are also extremely close in hitting the GT target for the next bonus. Hopefully we can hit it today, so that tonight there will be the normal chapter as well as the bonus chapter. / Chapter 466 Shadows. The notification naturally brought a wave of talks on the forums, as by now, it was natural for the elites to be the top dogs, who could do what no one else could. Everyone talked about how it was expected of the elites to perform well, and how they were not shocked one bit from their performance. The general discussion was around the fact of when would the elites walkthrough drop into the market, and how excited they were for the upcoming elites IPO. The positive image of the elites was greatly strengthened by these talks on the forums, and an unconscious market boom was surrounding the elites, sure to give them a lot of money at the IPO. However, this was not without its flaws, as the elites completing the Hell mode of the dungeon, where normal guilds struggled to complete the easy mode, highlighted the difference between them and the masses. The elites were slowly shifting from the underdogs to becoming the top guild. Hence the pressure on the guild was different from before, and Sue was their image. Now they were the benchmark and the industry standard. If the elites declared a war against some guild in Hazelgrove Kingdom now, then it would be the elites that would be heavily favored to win, while the other party be the underdogs irrespective of the numbers difference. The elites now had a firm foothold, and were a frontrunner, closely linking their rise and fall with the entire region of Hazelgrove, as whether it be political influence, military might or economic prowess. In all the spheres the elites dominated the area. They became the go-to guild for every talented player, as more than 1 million applied to join the guild for every recruitment round, and Ridra too changed with changing times, as slowly but surely he was letting more members into the guild, borrowing money against capital, and expanding his power very fast. The elites were a very deep cash pit currently, as they were burning through gold like it was paper. The guild expenditures way exceeding their income. But the results were evident. The dukedom was in a period of commercial boom, as every few weeks the landscape changed as the towns looked different. Massive projects were being made at high speeds, and large military and recruitment drives were expanding the prowess of the guild. However, through this process, for the first time, the guild's core morals started to shift a little, as the members started to gain more pride in the organization they were in and the position they had. Although the atmosphere that Rudra set did not allow the guild members to bully anyone, and there was overall harmony inside the guild, the elites started to have a superiority complex and would not mix in with ordinary guild members and commoner NPCs. All of this, while natural and not a problem as of now, felt different than the underdog atmosphere of the guild's struggling days. While Rudra and the guild elders had a larger-than-life image outside the guild, fortunately neither Rudra nor Karna or any of the guild's elders for that matter were affected by the fame they had now, and were the same as the first day they joined the guild. But the same could not be said for the newest members. They were on cloud 9 after joining the elites, and were not shy to let everyone know about it, and although it was not a problem for now, should this behavior be let to continue, the elites would be viewed as the big bullies. This was a fact that was going outside the notice of one Rudra Rajput, who was completely focused on the coming IPO tomorrow. A lot of the projects that the guild had planned needed immediate cash flow, which was dependent on the coming IPO. Overall, the markets looked positive for now, and Rudra was hoping for smooth sailing. However, unbeknownst to him, some shadows were eyeing to take advantage of this reckless expansion by the elites, as the IPO provided them with a chance to do so. Dronacharya was calmly planning the future as he anticipated the cash he needed to buy the elite stock in the coming IPO. Dronacharya had far-reaching plans, and the IPO was a good chance for him to take the first step into it. Yet, to avoid suspicion, he was not going to buy it directly, but rather indirectly through many inconspicuous independent groups and first-rate guilds actually being controlled by him, planning to invest a total of $5 trillion to gobble up most of the free market shares that the elites were going to release. The competition in the market was sure to make him lose a lot of money, as he would need to pay a premium to acquire the stocks. In the short term, this would lead to the elite stock to be overvalued and have a positive image in the market. But that was not what Dronacharya cared about. Very careful in his planning, he did not want one-day gains, planning to hold the elite stock for a long time until he found the right moment to strike, dumping it all and causing a market panic. Until then, he would become the friendly investor, and was even ready to lose a lot of money in the process, unknown to the general public. Just like how Rudra had become a trillionaire through Omega, so did Dronacharya. He was a shrewd player who never caused any waves, and always operated through the shadows. However, he was basically the owner of the underground economic market, selling goods there on regular basis, amassing a total net worth of nearly $12 trillion through only playing Omega. However, unlike Ethan Gray, who had his money in real-world cash, Dronacharya never converted his money from in-game gold to cash. Living in an inconspicuous 1 BHK apartment and riding a bicycle, Noon could make out if this guy was a trillionaire or anything special in real life. Yet he was. But he never publicized this information, nor did he ever find the need to buy a supercar to show off to the world. He was different from all the brainless villain-like characters that the elites had faced up till this point, as he was a careful planner who had brains and patience, making him a real threat. But moreover, it was because he was a shadow. His name the Prophet. Even the guild leaders, who worked under him, had never seen him, making him blend into a crowd as if he was never there. He was dangerous because to the masses he was just another player in Omega. Unlike Rudra, who was a megastar at this point, his level surpassed Neatwit, sitting at a whopping 155. It was even higher than the flag bearer at Olympics by entire 15 levels. Yet he never participated in the meaningless event for his country, and was never interested to run with a torch and become the center of attraction for the world to see. Undoubtedly strong in combat, and capable of bringing down third-rate guilds to their knees even if he charged it alone, Dronacharya was a top talent in Omega, and now he eyed the top dogs, the elites, as his next stepping target. The elites had always been in his eyes, just like the other super guilds had. However, knowing that the fruit was not yet ripe, Dronacharya waited for them to keep rising, until the day they would become worthy to be plucked. Being called a prophet for a reason, he knew exactly when to pick his fights. Meanwhile in Hell, Amon was learning ancient attack spells inside Hell, as Lucifer provided him with an array of information way before humans even built settlements and started to reside on Earth. Techniques that even history did not remember in its books, as they were before the time of humans. Books dating to the time when the angels were mortals roamed the earth were given to Amon. What Amon did not know was that they were techniques that Michael practiced during his mortal days, and that these techniques would help him increase the divinity of Michael inside his blood. Although not necromancy spells, they would give Amon a great increase in strength if mastered. As Amon started to gain confidence, that with him improving both in levels and in skills, hell was the place for him to be. Not knowing that he was being brainwashed by Lucifer, as he could not even realize it yet. Slowly being turned into a loyal puppet for the ruler of hell. Amon was in deep trouble, as his differences from the kingdom were being aggravated in his consciousness. His goal changing slowly from becoming the ruler of Hazelgrove Kingdom to completely raising Hazelgrove Kingdom and making it a place for the dark faction. // Special shout out to Omar Alsheikh for the 5,000 coin magic castle. Also my apologies guys, as today's author note will be a little long, exceeding 200 words. Hence, to not burden you all with coins, I'd request you to read it inside /in section below. Instead // Chapter 467, Going Public. Rudra was going public on the stock exchange today, and it was a big day for the guild, as they were going to raise trillions of dollars of capital today to fund the guild's ambitious expansion. The shares that would enter the market would all be non-executive in nature, giving no shareholder any voting right or decision-making rights in the elites' day-to-day management. They would get the priority on returns and dividends, but nothing else. Technically 1-2 years down the line, provided that the elites still had control over their territory and the changes they had made to the landscape worked as it did in the real world. The economic stimulus they created in their territory should rake in trillions of dollars in taxes every single month. The growth prospect of the guild was something every single potential investor was excited about. As from a small guild of nobody, to becoming the first platinum guild, to now becoming the #1 guild in Hazelgrove Kingdom, the elites sure came a long way. The growth prospect of the guild was overall very promising. Hence why people wanted to buy their stocks, to either retire on the dividend the elites would provide or sell them at a higher price when the market booms. Rudra and Ethan were both diluting 2.5% of their shares to float a total of 5% of the guild in the market. This dropped Rudra's holding in the guild from 70% to 67.5%, while Ethan's 30 to 27.5%. The issue size of the 5% was 5 million shares, as each percent was worth 1 million company share. The current gold rate that was ongoing was 1 gold equals $500. The initial offering price of 1 share was going to be 5 gold coins, meaning $2,500. Meaning the total shares that Rudra was putting at the market were worth $12.5 trillion. This was a huge capital, out of which 6.25 trillion were rightfully Ethan's, and although Ethan did decide to give 3 trillion of them to Rudra for guild development, he was going to encash on the remaining 3.25 trillion. As at the end of the day, he was in the business for the money, and even being $1 trillion or $6 trillion was not something he could casually forget about. The exciting part was that with the elites performing so well in the event dungeon, there were murmurs about how the price may hit 6 gold coins, or maybe even 7, greatly increasing the amount of wealth that the elites might rake in. Rudra thought he was covered, putting barriers like one individual could not own more than 10,000 shares, and one organization could not own more than 100,000, and making the issue shares without any management or voting rights. He thought that with these in place, he would prevent any parties with nefarious intentions to work behind the scenes against his guild. However, he was very wrong about this conclusion. Dronacharya was willing to fork out $5 trillion to buy 2% of the elite stakes that were going to be released, while he was going to do so through a channel of hundreds of thousands of subordinates under him. The part where Rudra made a mistake was that he could not stop the trading of shares once they already hit the market. Also, the restriction of the number of shares one organization could buy only applied for the IPO day, as after that the shares were free to trade on open market if there were only X number of buyers. But these buyers could only buy 10,000 shares of the guild. Then overall the valuation of the guild would be hit massively, as the number of buyers would saturate in an instant. To prevent this, Rudra could only begrudgingly agree to lift the restrictions once IPO day was over. The reason why Rudra agreed to this was that the lawyers assured him that a very small amount of shares would float in the open market past the IPO day, as most people would choose to hold them for a long time. Hence what Rudra dreaded about a lot of shares being with a single party won't come to pass. This would have been true if Dronacharya did not already plan to buy the shares through many channels, and secure his 2% on the IPO day itself. As without that he would be forced to compete with thousands of open market buyers every day to buy small chunks of shares. The act of buying shares without management rights seemed pointless. However, economics was a powerful tool. The way the prophet saw the future, there would be a scenario when Rudra would be forced to ask for more capital from the market, under duress. However, on that day, he would flood the market with 2 million shares, causing a mass panic, and seriously devaluing the elite shares, causing a freefall, preventing the elites from raising capital and taking a step back, maybe even putting in capital to stabilize their tumbling stock price. It was a small and insignificant move with too much planning needed. However, it was a piece of a bigger puzzle that the prophet has envisioned. As the IPO started, Dronacharya kept his chat box open as the underlings under him started to report him about bot share numbers. As Dronacharya melancholically looked at the increasing holding he had in the elites. Shikuni! Oh, Guild Master Shikuni! I knew you were retarded. But what have you done? Dronacharya said with a smirk on his face. It was a great day for the elites as the share price was climbing quickly, far surpassing the 5 gold coin valuation, towards now trading at 7 gold and 50 silvers. Rudra was looking at the IPO with a smile on his face, as he realized that trillions more were coming his way than expected, providing the guild with even more capital to expand in the protection period. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Omar Alsheikh. Sue thank him in the comments for this one. Special shout out to Cervantes 91 for the 15,000 golden gashapon. And to Magnum for the 3 5,000 coin castles. I have my riding boots on. Let's see how many bonuses I can produce. / Chapter 468 Improvements. Rudra finally raised a capital of whopping $32 trillion, putting his guild's overall valuation at $640 trillion, surpassing the value of Grey International by quite a fair margin. The child had surpassed the parent. However, Ethan Gray was only all smiles about it, as his share in the guild was by no means small, as his return on investment was phenomenal. The world was already calling Ethan as the investor of the millennium, picking up Rudra as early as he did, while Rudra became a big boss worth big money in real world. Fortunately, Rudra was not interested in real world politics, and only cared about Omega. And considering that he managed an entire dukedom, nearly the size of Texas in the real world, the valuation of his guild was by no means astronomical. In fact, the stock traded at 0.8 times book value, as just the land that the elites owned. If theoretically all sold would be worth more than that. However, the economic side of things was not important. The important part was that Rudra now had funds to massively improve the quality of the territory he controlled. Rudra poured immense funds into mining the natural iron and coal resources in his land, by funding 6 mine projects, while also greatly improving unemployment in the process. Rudra, who initially had to make conservative designs for the construction of the 3 forts the elites were building for security, was now remodeling them to be absolutely impregnable, using higher-end materials for the job, retrofitting each with Dragon Screech devices and Dragonhead flamethrowers along with the Arch Ballistae. Rudra invited 2 mercenary organizations to his territory, giving them 2 villages to act as their base in return for providing security against external threats when called upon, while also more money into the army, increasing the quality of military training and equipment that the army was fitted with to a better grade. Smithies across the dukedom were working full-time, as the state gave every single smithy a huge order for weapons and armors, making the blacksmiths hire a lot of help to keep up with demand. Overall, the situation became such that Rudra nearly eradicated unemployment, as money was flowing through the economy, as people became more content and happy. Crime rate went down, and the territory hoped to be moving towards a time of economic stability, while Rudra was farming massive amounts of popularity because of these measures in the process. Rudra realized this early on, that nothing gave as much popularity as becoming a ruler of a nation. Although he was just a duke, he was an independent territory administrator not paying any yearly tax to the center and the emperor. Hence, although technically Rudra's territory was a dukedom of Hazelgrove Kingdom, he was by all means and purposes a king of a really small territory. That gave Rudra the benefit that everything good that he did for the NPC population gave him a rise in popularity, something he desperately needed in abundance for the technique he was practicing. As most of the days now, he would be busy either administrating his territory or farming for levels while improving his skills. The time outside of Omega Rudra was devoted to cultivation, as he would rather meditate and cultivate than sleep, as he felt more rejuvenated doing the former. The cultivation technique that he learnt in Omega was also effective in real life, as he would guide the chi in his body along the path he had memorized, feeling ecstasy after completion of every cycle. Little by little, Rudra's physical constitution kept improving as he saw rapid progress in terms of his level and overall combat prowess. Him having learned too many skills too fast, he was unable to bring a 100% out of himself, as he had a wide array of choices to make, as he would not always pick the best skill at the best time. But with him continuously engaging in fierce, leveling activities, and dungeon runs of nightmare mode dungeons often as a solo player, he slowly got a better grip over his skill set. Things were going well for him personally, as he even visited Vanaheim once, being treated like a hero, sharing dinner with the royal family, as he managed to get a few hours of intense kissing and cuddling with Ruby before leaving. Him meeting Ruby greatly consoled her, as well as re-energized him. reminding him of the purpose he had in front of him currently, which was to expand his dukedom into a kingdom as soon as he got the chance. With 6 more months of his year-long protection period left, and all the projects for the internal stability of the territory and overall prosperity of the population already underway, it was finally time for Rudra to take the next step and start building strength to take the war to Nine Clouds' kingdom and Aqua's kingdom. Rudra wanted to tear down those kingdoms, one town at a time, as he was hungry to expand his area of influence as soon as possible. For him, it was time to expand the Hazelgrove Kingdom into the Hazelgrove Empire, while expanding the Elite Dukedom into the Elite Kingdom. Meanwhile in Hell, Amon looked full of vitality again, completely unlike a necromancer, as for the first time in his life, since he was a teenager, he had bulging muscles again. It was the divine blood flowing in his veins that greatly improved his health condition. As his weakest stat, his vitality had improved by leaps and bounds in these months. While Michael was furious sensing how his descendant was with Lucifer in his clutches, the strongest angel could not just barge into hell and slaughter his way to save a descendant that did not even want to get out in the first place. However, seeing Lucifer raise his blood as a sheep for slaughter, Michael was distressed, as he contacted Serial in frustration over what to do. And although Michael could not save the descendant himself, Serial informed him about a peculiar human who had saved his direct son once, who was a follower of the goddess of life and the light. Hence, unknowingly and unwantingly, Rudra was going to have a quest headed his way. An utterly impossible and ridiculous one, but one with incredible rewards and opportunities waiting for him. / bonus chapter for the super gift of 15,000 coins by Cervantes 91. Thank him in the comments for this one. Also, if you have not already checked out my new book, make sure to check it out now. Just read 8 chapters, and I'm sure you will be hooked for the entire duration of the book. / Chapter 469, A New Quest. Rudra was in the royal palace when a trembling Church of Light paladin and an exasperated-looking Cardinal Lee came to him, barely able to utter words that sounded complete gibberish to Rudra. The only thing that Rudra could make sense was 2 words. Come, Church. So Rudra asked them if they wanted to take him to the Church of Light, and they nodded. After which the 3 of them went to the Church of Light, where an unexpected visitor was waiting for Rudra. The moment Rudra's eyes landed on that man, goosebumps rose on his skin as his eyes of truth went into overdrive. He could see strands of light energy coming out of every inch of this man's body, while an angelic halo behind his head. Yet he also had white wings. Rudra might have mistaken him for an actual angel. However, the gold ring with the red gem on it, and the spotless white robes, gave Rudra an inkling to who he might be. Using the eyes of truth, Rudra tried to pry into his level, but the only information that he could get out was Saint Maximus level, tier 5. While the paladins surrounding him were equally formidable, with each and every one of them clad in golden armor being on the peak of tier 4. Rudra knew at that moment that he was looking at one of the most powerful men in the entire northern continent. Someone who can be called God's representative on earth, and the leader of every believer of Church of Light. The Pope himself. Once Rudra's mind drew that conclusion, a lot of things made sense to him. From the shocked expression of Cardinal Lee, to the gibberish he spoke before leading Rudra here in sweats. It was because of this man here. But the question that now formed in Rudra's mind was why? Why was he looking for Rudra? And what was such an important matter that he had to come personally to inform him of it? However, Rudra's mind blanked of all thoughts when the Pope smiled at him. The radiance and kindness behind that smile momentarily stunned Rudra, as he said, "We are at the temple. Won't you pray first, my child?" Breaking from his stupor, Rudra bent down and started to pray before the statue of the Goddess of Light. Internally, he was ready for a really tumultuous job incoming his way, as not getting to the point and establishing a connection first meant that whatever business the Pope had was extremely serious. Meanwhile, in the real world, somewhere in City T, Japan, Dronacharya was shopping for groceries, as he picked stuff from the clearance rack to save money, while also using coupons and single coins at checkout to completely solidify his image as a struggling college pass-out. He walked calmly with a hand in his pocket, completely aware of the 2 men who were tailing him since the last 2 hours. However, his act had no holes. It was difficult for anyone to even remember him even if they met him. He was such an average-looking guy with an average life. The followers feeling anxious about their mission, as they started to have second doubts about the authenticity of the target they were following. Although the face matched, by no means did the kid look or act like a trillionaire and someone who was a leader of a series of influential guilds in Omega. When one of them cracked after 2 hours of peasant-like behavior of the suspect, he decided to bump into the guy and test whether he was the martial arts expert his profile made him to be, purposefully bumping into the guy hard. Shoulder to shoulder, the pursuant tried to test his martial arts reflexes and see how strong his body was. But unlike his expectations, Dronacharya just crumpled onto the floor, holding his shoulder in pain and wailing like a kid. The pursuant was aghast. If he had any prior doubts that he had the wrong target, it was confirmed now. Apologizing, he helped Dronacharya get up, while Dronacharya just accepted his apology like a wimp and continued on his way. The duo who were supposed to tail this guy went back to the agency, as they doubted that they accidentally found a similar-looking guy, but someone who was surely not the target. However, the moment the duo got into the seats of their car, they were aghast to feel a pistol at both their necks. It was Dronacharya, who had a murderous cold gleam in his eyes, completely unlike a minute ago when he was acting like a wimp. After asking a few short questions like, "Who are you, and who do you work for?" Dronacharya hit the triggers on both guns, as the suppressor in front fired 2 muffled bullets, blowing the brains off 2 people. Blood splattered in the car, as some drops even fell on the grocery bag Dronacharya was carrying. However, he got out with that bag and walked off as if nothing ever happened, making a phone call on his way. Even though his shirt was splattered with drops of blood, the retarded way in which he walked made him look like the recipient of a beatdown rather than someone who had just killed 2 men in cold blood. However, that was just who Dronacharya was, his reality being shrouded in a veil, as he was not what he seemed to be. Coming back home, Dronacharya furiously scribbled some notes, as he pasted them on the massive wall of images and connecting lines of colored thread. A mind map of sorts, just like the federal agents made, with the center of the web being the photo of the first bath of elites. The same photo that hangs inside the Elites Guild Hall. // bonus chapter for the super gift by Magnum. Sue, thank him in the comments for this one. Also, I still need to write 2 more chapters today for the other 2 super gift this guy gave me. Sue, a 5 chapter day overall. Seems like you lot are in luck. // Chapter 470. Great. Just great. Rudra was led to a private prayer room inside the church, the place where commoners came to confess their sins and talk to the priests about salvation. It was a soundproof room, and that is what the Pope chose as the room to discuss the coming issue with Rudra. Usually it would be a massive security threat to let the Pope in a soundproof room with someone alone. However, considering how Rudra was not strong enough to even touch the Pope's toe, the paladins took it easy and just stood outside the room waiting for the conversation to finish. Rudra knew it was true, and he did not really care if the paladins were inside or outside the room, but their casualness made him feel insulted. He was reminded about what a small fry he was in the greater picture of things. However, he could not linger on those feelings for long, as he could feel the negativity inside him evaporate every second that the Pope looked at him. Being a rational person who did not believe in the wonders of the gods, Rudra found this mysterious. The Pope seemed to have a lot of secrets about him. The Pope said, "My child, what I am to tell you today is a matter of grave importance, and you must try your best to not fail the church in this matter." Rudra was now worried a bit. If the effing Pope said that the matter was of grave importance, then it was sure to be a grand fiasco. Rudra looked all serious as he listened intently. The Pope continued, "The goddess herself contacted me, informing me that Archangel Michael has a mission for you, my child. He handpicked you to entrust you to enter the place where the devil rules, and rescue a child that has lost his way." Although the Pope was selective with his words, Rudra's soul had already escaped his body. The place where the devil rules could only be hell. Rudra's mind was in chaos as he cursed at the Pope fucking faggot. The church is supposed to give mortal salvation and send them to heaven when they die, not to ing hell when they are ing alive. The Pope continued, "Archangel Michael has called in a favor with the goddess, and the matter cannot be ignored. The church will owe you one of you successfully complete this quest, my child. Naturally, for a mortal like you, it is impossible to successfully complete this mission if not given divine help. But you will have everything you need to have a fair chance to complete the mission. Michael and the goddess have both given me items of incredible value to aid you in this journey, and rewards beyond comprehension, should you complete it. However, I must warn you, the goddess does not bless the soul of those who die in hell. Hence, should you be unfortunate enough to be killed there, you will not find yourself waking up inside the church, by the goddess's feet. Most probably your soul will be adrift forever." System notification. You have been given a quest. Infiltrate hell, difficulty incalculable. Infiltrate hell and get out with the banished prince of Hazelgrove Kingdom alive. Time limit, 7 days. Failure penalty. You will be stuck in hell. Death penalty. Permanent death of in-game character. Rewards, unknown. This is a forced quest. You cannot decline. Rudra looked at the quest details, and his wandering soul re-entered his body. only to escape again in sheer panic, as Rudra's body went as cold as a log. After a brief time, his mind just went hashtag dollar dollar hashtag dollar asterisk 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 hashtag asterisk 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 hashtag dollar dollar. Foul words that will make even the Pope with a divine aura vomit blood if spoken out loud were rampaging in Rudra's mind. Meanwhile in hell, Amon was sent to the upper levels of hell, as the constant exposure dark mana in the lower levels was detrimental to humans like him. The lower levels of hell were only meant for the strongest demons, who could nourish themselves from the aura of the devil himself. Demons like the 7 demons of sin. However, for security reasons, the sin of pride was sent to accompany Amon in the lower levels of hell, to act as a deterrent for any trouble. The sin of pride was one of the strongest sins, ranking 3rd overall behind wrath and gluttony. His name was Leviathan, the original sin, the one from which all others arised. However, with Lucifer becoming the devil, he was forced to bend the knee. However, his pride would not allow him to be subservient to anyone, making him the rebellious sin. Lucifer hence supported the other sins in their development until pride first lost the number 1 position to wrath, and recently to Beelzebub the gluttony sin as well. His pride would not allow him to be 2nd place, much less 3rd. Hence, he was currently undergoing an intense training regime to challenge wrath for the post of number 1 sin. Then, he would take on the devil himself for the throne of the ruler of hell. However, the disparity between his power and Lucifer's made the entire ordeal laughable. Even if there were 1,000 sin of pride battling Lucifer at once, the devil would not fall, maybe not even bat an eye at the laughable attack that was mounted on him. This led to Leviathan having a hard time contemplating his existence, as he could not accept being a servant, yet knew in his heart that going against Lucifer meant instant death. The result was him losing his way, as slowly he crumpled down the power ladder, still beyond the level of greater demons, and ranking stronger than most other sins. Pride was an extremely strong tier 5 demon, someone who Rudra could not take on even in his wildest of dreams at his current stage. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Magnum. This makes it 2/3. Thank him in the comments for this one. Special shout out to Cervantes for the 500 coin gift. / Chapter 471 A bit of help. Rudra had no choice in whether or not he could accept the quest or not, which was unfair considering the fact that the penalty for failure and death were basically the potential end of his gaming career. If given a choice, Rudra would never, ever choose to say yes to such a ridiculous quest. However, he had no choice, and was dragged into such an outrageously difficult mission. However, the risk and rewards in Omega were always balanced, and equally amazing potential rewards did await Rudra should he complete the mission. To make the situation just a little bit better, he was actually given important artifacts to help him in this quest. Rudra was given 1. Dual Charge Hell Opener Key, a key with a 7-day dual charge battery life. Using this key, anyone below tier 5 can slip into hell unnoticed. However, the teleportation location would remain random, always inside the first layer of hell. 2. Vitality Pill, increases a player's max HP by 3 times. Helps sustain the adverse climate of hell to humans without suffering from debuffs. Duration, 7 days. 3. Divine Tracer, it is set to always show the position of the intended target along with the layer of hell he/she is in. Currently set on Prince Amon. 4. Excalibur, Semi-Divine, the one and only true sword Excalibur, used by Sword Saint in his journey to godhood. It can slash mountains and slice through any metal on earth, while no armor can reduce the might of its blade. Indestructible and unparalleled. It's the ultimate sword. Skills, size manipulation, weight manipulation, space manipulation, annihilation, continental destruction, Sword Saint's sword dance, locked, 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 locked. 5. Critical Restore buff, automatically restores HP to max after it goes below 10% once. 6. Goddess's Blessing buff, all stats plus 50 forever. 7. Pope's Pity buff, defense plus 300%. 8. Michael's Pack of Mystery, unknown, unleashes one of Archangel Michael's attacks randomly. Uses 3. 9. Powerful Sedative, just in case. After all these changes, Rudra's stat panel looked something like this. Player name, Shakuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army. First Cultivator. Senior Knight. Class, Mana Knight, Ascended. Subclass, Explosion Artist. LVL, 136. Tier 3. Stats. AGI, 2400 plus 1200 Vit, 2400 plus 1200, Degree. Int, 2400 plus 1200 STA, 2400 plus 1200. PHY, 2400 plus 1200, Degree Mana, 2400 plus 1200. Active Buffs, Degree 3. HP, 599. 000 slash, 599. 000, asterisk 3. Unassigned stat points, 0. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy, invalid. Status, fully healed from injury. Healthy again. Equipment, Knight Armor Set, LV75. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, epic. Sun God's Bracelet, legendary. Doom Armor, legendary. Doom Armor, legendary. Knight's Shield. Knight's Token. Dual Hell Opener Key. Vitality Pill. Divine Tracer. Powerful Sedative. Weapons, Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, replica. Elven Sword, semi-legendary. Excalibur, semi-divine. Skills, Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Class-specific skills, Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mana Legion. Knight of the Empire, incomplete. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Furball, Divine Nine Tails. If Rudra was not being sent to an imminent place of doom, he might actually be happy by the incredible amounts of resources he had received as an aid for this mission. He even got Excalibur. The myth. The legend. The #1 sword itself. The same sword whose cheap replica he was using up to this point. And now suddenly he had the real thing. Yet even with Excalibur in his hand, Rudra could feel no joy, as a sense of urgency to open the portal to hell kept his mind occupied. The damn hell's key only had 2 charges inside of it, and Rudra wanted to take no chances in being stuck inside hell forever. Hence, gloomily as it might be, after messaging Karna that he might not be around for 7 days, Rudra opened the portal to hell. Stepping in, Rudra really felt like informing Karna about how he might not be around forever. But not wanting to cause mass panic inside the guild, Rudra chose to brave it through as he stepped through, being teleported to a land that was literally not on Earth. Meanwhile, Dronacharya, the commoners that Dronacharya had permanently posted in front of the Elite's Guild Hall and the Royal Palace, informed him that Rudra was summoned to the Church of Light and had not came out even after 6 hours had passed. This was a juicy piece of information for Dronacharya, who had a vague idea of what was going on. If his guess was correct, then Rudra was mostly going to be out of action for at least a few days, which made it an opportune time for him to make some troubles for the elites. However, patience was the key to everything, and since there was still a chance Rudra might come out of the church in a while, Dronacharya was patient in his observation of the situation. Should Rudra not come out in the next few hours, he was going to circulate a nasty rumor that could not be deferred unless Rudra came out to the forefront himself, which would be impossible if his guess was correct. This would lead to a very struggling days for the elites in the near future. / bonus chapter 3/3 for the super gifts by Magnum. Thank him in the comments for this one. There will be one more chapter today for the book. The regular one, later tonight. If you have not yet read my new book, Rise of the Dragon Emperor, why have you not read it, guys? Go add it to the library today. / Chapter 472 The Secret Behind Dronacharya. The reason why Dronacharya was so repulsed by Shikuni was because ever since he got the future memories in this world, nothing was going as it was supposed to be going, and no memories from his past life could help him in his journey to the top. Dronacharya was someone with future knowledge just like Shikuni. However, the difference was that he was not the reincarnator himself. On the day the 3rd system update happened in Omega, and the VR Olympics and other expansion packs were announced, Dronacharya was caught inside the game due to a technical glitch and unable to log out during the duration of the update. The system update was a time where Nobody was supposed to be inside Omega. However, unfortunately for Dronacharya, he was the only exception. What followed was a series of painful experiences that made him almost lose his sense of self as memories not belonging to him flooded his mind, trying to take over his body. But after battling with the foreign memories for a long time, he was able to come out on top, as the foreign memories and knowledge was suppressed inside him. What followed was him becoming the prophet, using the memories of one Parallax to his advantage in his leveling journey. What should have happened was that Parallax should have been able to reincarnate into his own body before his downfall began at the hands of Shikuni before the VR Olympics, changing the future with his knowledge. However, in an unforeseen turn of events, he was caught inside a foreign body who resisted his soul's hostile takeover. The result was Dronacharya gaining knowledge about the game 5 years into the future, up till the point where after the elites unified half the northern continent, and after a humiliating defeat Parallax committed suicide. Parallax's memories contained a vivid description of how a genius was put down by a show-off, as up till his death, people bullied him for being the torchbearer of the first VR Olympics. Dronacharya learned the fact that showing off kills one's career, as he could feel the deep resentment that Parallax had for everyone that bullied him to no ends once his eventual demise began. That was the reason why Dronacharya resolute himself to never take the path of a shining star, and always stick to the shadows. However, to calm the foreign soul inside his body, he promised him to exact revenge on the elites on his behalf. What followed was a time of rapid growth for Dronacharya, as he built an empire in the next year that followed. The elites in his future knowledge waged a huge war to annex Night Cloud's kingdom and Aquaho's kingdom, while conquering Ghost Kingdom soon after expanding their influence extremely fast in a span of only 3 years. The guilds that had their kingdoms conquered were left useless with extreme debuffs and without any territory to control, resulting in them having deep resentment for the elites. However, that did come to bite the elites back, as a year later, a large coalition of guilds waged a huge war to reclaim the lost land. In a war that reached epic proportions, and the elites suffering their first defeat and losing control over the Ghost Kingdom. However, the importance of this event for Dronacharya was not these memories. The importance was that for all these losing guilds to coexist, they shared deeply disturbing knowledge about their organizations to one another that would prevent them from betraying one another. If such knowledge was made public, it was sure to destroy the upper echelon's career inside Omega, and even the real world. Hence, that information share was the biggest gain that Dronacharya had, with Parallax being one of the participants of the event. Using that as a basis for blackmail, Dronacharya slowly gained one guild after another as his followers, building his empire in the dark. To avoid any betrayals or damaging information leaks, Dronacharya made the leader sign a non-disclosure in the game, while transferring 51% of the guild share under his name to solidify his position as owner. Dronacharya was careful to only pick guilds where he could extort them into submission, and whose guild share structure was accommodating of such a takeover, and not all the guilds that had participated in the event. He did not extort the guilds, instead helped them grow even faster, which resulted in the guilds slowly forgetting about the hostile takeover, as Dronacharya kept increasing his personal wealth and collecting the means that were deployed in the eventual war where the elites had lost. Understanding things about the nature of the elites from Parallax's memories, Dronacharya knew that the guild was always full of surprises and cards that they had not even displayed yet. But he knew all the cards that the elites had in advance, as well as all the mistakes they were to make in the future. Already buying stake in the guild, he had made a series of intricate plans to have the eventual downfall of the guild, as his ultimate goal was the legendary ruins beneath Purple Haze City that were discovered by the elites accidentally years later. If Dronacharya could have his hands on those ruins and the territory the elites controlled, he would finally be able to come out of the darkness and take his place as the true king. Dronacharya wanted to be king. He wanted to be Shikuni. However, his inability to be Shikuni made him jealous beyond all reason. He was envious of his natural talent and skills to make such a big empire with nothing, while he could only wait in the shadows to take him down. However, unlike the stupid Triads and Parallax, Dronacharya was a rational man, who would not let his jealousy cloud his judgment and sense of self. Cautious, calm and cunning, Dronacharya had the patience to first lay the groundwork of his plan, and only then continue forward to plan the elites' demise. A series of plans that would make the odds shift extremely favorably for the final war into his hands. Dronacharya's plan was to root the elites out of Purple Haze City, just like the elites had routed countless other guilds out of theirs. // Let me know your feedback for this chapter in the comments. I was not planning to reveal the origins of Dronacharya so soon, but sensing growing unrest amongst the reader base, I had to provide some explanation. So do let me know what you think about all this in the comments // Chapter 473 Entering Hell. Rudra was randomly dropped somewhere in the first layer of hell. The moment he touched the surface of the dreadful place, he got an instant system notification. System notification. You have entered a different plane. Detected you have entered hell. The plane ruled by the devil Lucifer, an environment hostile to humans. Detected human is at tier 3. Debuff percent equals 90%. All stats reduced by 90%. Congratulations player Shikuni. To become the second player in the history of Omega to enter hell. Acquiring the title Hell Explorer. Hell Explorer title. For becoming one of the 10 first people to enter the land of the condemned, you are given this title. It has no special properties. Rudra thought great. Just great, as he was barely able to move his body. The moment he entered this barren domain, he was instantly given a 90% debuff. However, not only did he get the debuff, he got an entirely useless title to go with it. But the more shocking part for him was that there was someone who had been here before him. However, having no clue on who it could be, Rudra did not linger on that thought for long. Rudra instantly took the vitality pill in his inventory, as he removed the debuff status from his stats panel, and his breathing and movement became easy. Rudra was feeling as if a stone had been lifted from his chest, as his max vitality tripled, and he was able to withstand the influx of dark mana in his body. This was Rudra's position at the absolute surface of hell, a place where an almost Earth-like environment was maintained. It only felt dark and gloomy, like he had entered a subterranean cave or something within Mars. The soil color was red, and Sue was the color of the atmosphere. As far as Rudra's eyes could see, there was only barren land without any hint of vegetation. Rudra checked the Divine Tracer to find out that the heavens were merciful enough for Amon to be at the very first layer of hell, only 65 kilometers south of his position, which roughly translated to about a half a day walk, as his pet summon and mount summon features had been disabled once he entered hell. Arming himself with the Divine Sword Excalibur in one hand and the Elven Sword in another, Rudra started to jog towards his intended location, ready to attack anything that appeared in his path. Rudra was ready for a fight. However, the real problem he had currently was that his death would mean his end of career in Omega. His death now was no different than a real death, as the consequences were just that steep. However, just like a soldier had to carry his duty on the battlefield, even if he knew the mission he was on was a suicide mission, Rudra knew he had to try complete this mission or die trying. On the flip side, he was having a triple HP bar, which did greatly increase his chances of survival, as well as a spell buff that would restore his HP once to full when it hits less than 10%. With these, Rudra could assure himself that he would at least have a chance to flee should things go really bad. However, everything was up to fate now that he was in here. If Rudra knew what the first player to enter Hill ever was doing behind his back right now, he might have just abandoned the mission and used the key to teleport outside right at this moment. But sadly he did not. He was cut off from the world, where a sinister opponent was planning the demise of his guild in peace. Meanwhile, on the surface, Dronacharya received the green light that Rudra had not came outside the Church of Light even after entire 12 hours had passed, and was most likely out on a quest, using this chance to stir trouble for Rudra. Dronacharya made use of his future knowledge as well as wits to craft a scenario with truth and lies mixed in to craft a perfect rumor. Within a few hours of him spreading the rumor, the headline of every major news channel was, "The leader of elites detained by the Church of Light." The leader of the True Elites Guild and the prize fighter Shikuni has been reportedly detained by the Church of Light over use of forbidden dark moves. Shikuni is often seen using the move Darkness Bind and Dark Absorb as a part of his moveset, both of which are Dark Faction player-only moves that should be unavailable for a Light Faction knight like Rudra to use. Reportedly, the Church has arrested Shikuni on the suspicion of being a spy from the Dark Faction and a heretic, as the elites have no answer regarding the whereabouts of their leader when asked about the question. This raises a lot of questions about the leader of the elites and his mysterious abilities, as the question of how he can use these dark moves is indeed worth pondering. News City Times. Karna and the other elite elders were overwhelmed with pressure regarding releasing a statement over where Rudra was. However, none of them had any clue. The absence of Rudra to come out and clear up the rumors himself did lead to the matter being blown out of proportion, as even after multiple tries none of the elites could contact the guild leader in-game. This led to Karna having to go out and give statements that Rudra was on a quest and not inside the church for detention. However, media requested game recording footage if that was indeed the case. The moment that Karna said that Rudra was in a place that prevented external communication, the rumors about him being in prison began to be spread. Everything about this incident was held on the clips of Rudra using moves like Darkness Blast and Darkness Bind, which was the reality, while blown out of proportion over the speculation of why he had not came out of the church. It was a masterstroke by Dronacharya, as questions began to be raised over the powers of the leader of the elites. // bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. Good job everyone. // Chapter 474 A Hell Expedition. Rudra was jogging in the arid terrain of Hell, when suddenly a worm-looking creature bursted from the ground underneath him, and opened its ugly round mouth to swallow Rudra whole. Instinctively Rudra used World Slash, and the worm was cut in half, covering Rudra in its sticky goo. Level up. A notification distracted Rudra momentarily. He has leveled up. Rudra remembered that he was nowhere close to leveling up, meaning that this weak little worm seemingly gave him nearly 60% of his experience bar worth of experience points. Rudra's analysis was right. Humans got 1000x the experience points for taking fights in Hell. This was because of the fact that if humans died in Hell, they would not be revived in the Church of Light. Hence the risk and reward were proportional. However, to test his theory, Rudra slowed down for a little as he actively looked for signs of life that he could maybe take on. And take them on he did. One worm at a time. Until 6 hours later Rudra had gained a whopping 20 levels. Player name: Shakuni/Augustus One Knight. Title: Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus One Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army. First Cultivator. Senior Knight. Class: Mana Knight Ascended. Subclass: Explosion Artist. LVL: 156. Tier 3. Stats: AGI: 2800 plus 1400 Vit, 2800 plus 1400, Degree: Int: 2800 plus 1400 STA, 2800 plus 1400. PHY: 2800 plus 1400, Degree Mana: 2800 plus 1400. Active buffs: Degree 3. HP: 699. 000/699. 000 *3. Unassigned stat points: 0. Hidden stats: Luck, Charm, Infamy, Invalid. Status: Fully healed from injury. Healthy again. Equipment: Knight Armor Set, LV75. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, Epic. Sun God's Bracelet, Legendary. Doom Armor, Legendary. Doom Armor, Legendary. Knight's Shield. Knight's Token. Dual Hell Opener Key. Vitality Pill. Divine Tracer. Weapons: Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, Replica. Elven Sword, Semi-Legendary. Excalibur, Semi-Divine. Skills: Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Class-specific skills: Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mana Legion. Knight of the Empire, incomplete. Mount: Grey Wolf. Pet: Furball, Divine Nine Tails. If given the chance, Rudra would much like to prefer just leveling in Hell all day long for the 7 days he was here, skyrocketing to maybe reach the threshold for Tier 4. However, he was not sure for how long Amon would stay put in his current location, and hence, he had to get a move on trying to reach Amon's location. Of course, along the way he killed 8 more worms, leveling up 4 times. This was the easiest level up Rudra had ever experienced in his life, and one that would shock the entire world, as well as completely ruin Dronacharya's plans. The surface world. Purple Haze Kingdom. The elites were having a lot of heat recently surrounding the disappearance of the guild master. However, with having no concrete information about his whereabouts, it was hard to stop the rumor mill from circulating. It was a very carefully crafted plot by Dronacharya, one that would tarnish the reputation of the elites if not dealt with properly. However, at this critical juncture, an unexpected event occurred. Rudra's level started to shoot through the roof, and he suddenly dominated the level rankings, going from number 5 to 1 in a span of 2 hours, and then even increasing his lead as he reached level 160. Rudra had made the visibility of his level as public when he became the Duke and needed the popularity for his latest technique. As he would try to do whatever show-off, he needed to scrap even little popularity. Because of that, his level was always visible on the ranking boards. Hence when he started his leveling spree in Hell, and his levels rose from 136 to 160 in a span of few hours, the rumors that he was imprisoned were suddenly deflated. Rudra being able to level up naturally meant that he could not be imprisoned, that the matter was a hoax. However, the focus of the common public instantly shifted from why Rudra was imprisoned to what the hell was he doing to level up so fast. Rudra did in one day what most rankers would need 3-6 months of constant grind to do. This speed of level up was utterly ridiculous, and now everyone wanted to know his whereabouts. But for the reason being that they wanted to go where he was to level up. The church was flooded with visitors, as they were not allowed inside, as the Pope was still in town. The common masses were desperately hoping to get the same quest that Rudra did, to increase their levels as fast as Rudra did his. In just 12 short hours, Rudra went from being a suspicious dark faction spy to the #1 player in Hazelroof Kingdom, and everyone started to worship him again. Dronacharya, who was manipulating the scenes from the shadows, was dumbfounded at how his perfect plan had been foiled by a situation that his brain could not even comprehend would come to pass. He thought once, then twice, then 100 times. However, he could not understand how Rudra was leveling up so fast. Even the memories of Parallax had no such cheat discovered. Dronacharya was the first player to have been to Hell, but it was because he was invited there by Lucifer, where he acted like the prophet and sold him information on Prince Amon. From his memories of the past, Lucifer was skeptical of the mortal at first, but looking at how Amon did actually turn up on the battlefield, Lucifer let the mortal go back to the surface, as he might be useful in the future. Dronacharya never killed a creature in Hell, nor did he have the balls to do so, never discovering the secret in the Forbidden Realm. // current GT 1729/2000. Hopefully we hit the next target soon for more bonus chapters. And super gifts are always welcome for the same // Chapter 475, A Dumb Scout. By the time Rudra reached near the place Amon was currently present, a challenge presented itself before Rudra, which was to pass a semi-rural demon settlement unnoticed. Amon's location was somewhere on the opposite end of town. For Rudra to be able to reach that location, he would need to either circle the whole town, and then cross a relatively small patch of land unnoticed, or cross almost the whole town, through the middle. Rudra contemplated on whether or not he should just wait for a few days outside the town, and wait for Amon to leave it, or not. Rudra did not want to face a situation where he would be the only human enemy in the middle of a demon town. Rudra's mind suddenly picturized the old movies where a demon would appear in the middle of a human village, and how there would be screams and panic in the entire village, and brave men would band together to hunt the demon down. Rudra thought that he would become the demon in this scenario, being the only human in a demon town, being hunted by everyone. Thinking so, Rudra slowly slid away from his hiding position, trying to gain a bit more distance from the settlement, as suddenly he felt incredible weight on his back. Rudra's heart jumped out of his chest, as instinctively he gripped Excalibur and turned to slice the opponent off. However, he stopped at the last second, utterly surprised when he saw that the one to jump on his back was a small demon child. The child was also frightened when Rudra pointed a sword at him. As he started to cry, Rudra was dumbfounded. What kind of a scout was he to be discovered by a kid who was now crying and making a scene? Rudra fled instantly from his location, as he wanted nothing to do with the kid. However, he had already left a small foot trail in the arid soil, one that could be traced back to him. If someone suspected foul play, Rudra decided that avoiding as many demons as possible was the best way to proceed with his mission. As he circled around the town, to the point from where the location of Amon was the shortest according to the Divine Tracer. From there Amon started his stealth mission, as he would roll rock to rock trying to sneak into the settlement unnoticed. Amon was meditating inside a protected hut, whereas Pride was just outside on alert while completing his mission. What Rudra was unaware of was that Amon was not a hostage, and he was in hell of his own free will, and that Pride, one of the 7 deadly sins, was guarding Amon on orders from the devil. This was information that critically altered how a plan should be formulated. However, the stupid gods who gave Rudra the mission did not bother with providing relevant information for the adventurer. Hence, it was safe to say that Rudra was more or less walking straight into his death. Meanwhile, real world, Naomi was tired of waiting for Rudra to reciprocate to her feelings now. She had been very patient. However, it was always one war after another, and one guild event after another, and Rudra was never free to spend quality time with her. It was hard for her to keep on waiting for Rudra with no progress at all. Hence, she decided that enough was enough. She would be bolder now, and express her feelings to Rudra. She was afraid of rejection. She was afraid of how blockhead Rudra was. However, she decided that she could no longer live in this dilemma, and a constant waiting. She would much rather get rejected and move on from Rudra, taking a year's time, then spend a year chasing Rudra for them to be at the same point that they were a year ago. There was never a good time. There was never a sense of calm and stability in the elites, as there was always one project after another, one war after another, or there would be quests. If she waited for the right time, it would either only come after both of them had retired from gaming, or when the elites were disbanded, as Rudra's ambitions would never stop, and the guild would continue to grow despite everything. It was her that needed to pick her fight. What Naomi was not aware of was that Rudra had already given his heart to an NPC character. But even so, he did have feelings for Naomi. He would cast the occasional long-wanting glance at Naomi only to feel guilty about it later, and reminding himself that he loved Ruby. In Rudra's mind, he was a one-woman guy. Hence Naomi was in for a rough time when she eventually confronted Rudra about his feelings. Making her mind, Naomi decided that the moment that Rudra came back at the guild and logged out of the game, she would confront him on that day itself. What Naomi did not know was that Yua also had similar plans. However, hers were not so kind. She had planned to seduce Rudra into bed after spiking his drink at the Elite Tower establishment ceremony. That was due in 7 days. Already having bought the aphrodisiac, her plan to make Rudra fall for her charms was already set. Although immoral, she too was tired of waiting for the leader of elites to start noticing her interest in him. / bonus chapter for all the summoning pins you guys have sent me. Also for all the super gifts that have been showered on me for the past month. Especially by Omar Alsheikh and Cervantes 91. So this one is a thank you from the author Sama for all the support. If you guys have not yet tried my new book Rise of the Dragon Emperor, then guys, call me, and what are you waiting for? It's your favorite author's new book. Give it a read today. / Chapter 476, Fight with the Sin of Pride. Rudra stealthily reached the vicinity of the area where Amon was. However, he was shocked to see the security around the place. He would have to turn Batman to make this situation work currently, because there was absolutely no way that a massive fight won't break out if he was spotted taking on even one security demon. The security demons were also all tier 3 at that. It was a formidable force. Not something Rudra could one-hit his way through. Rudra really missed Farbal in this situation, as she could have snuck in unnoticed and used her place to send Rudra to right where he needed to be. However, summoning pets was not an option apparently in hell. Stranded alone, Rudra now understood why this was a 7-day mission. He needed to work extremely carefully to take out one guard at a time to open a path to reach the central villa where Amon was residing. Rudra was not SMG, neither was he Johnny. He was not someone trained in stealth missions, as barging his way through boldly was more of his style. However, situation forced him to be as stealthy as possible. Not being trained for this, Rudra had hesitation whenever he wanted to go jump the back of the target patrol, worrying that he would turn and block Rudra's attack, alarming everyone. Rudra had his life on the line for this mission, and failure or lack of judgment was not an option. Hence, for the first time since reincarnating, Rudra was indecisive in his movements and actions. His movements could be described as clumsy, and it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. However, either Mother Luck was smiling on Rudra really hard, or the demons on patrol were just incompetent, as even after his clumsiness, with the real Excalibur in hand, he was able to decapitate 2 guard demons without making a single sound. Killing a single demon leveled Rudra up almost 1.5x, as he understood how much more lucrative the demon slaughter industry was compared to the wild centipede farming. Finding a bit of silver lining in his miserable state, Rudra took his time to hunt his prey and level up, one demon at a time, killing 7 before he was able to reach the boundary of the villa, leveling up 10 times in the process. Rudra was level 170 now, as the common masses were not even level 80 on average, let alone Hazelgrove Kingdom. Rudra was currently the top 10 in level rankings worldwide, and might just surpass everyone if given more time in hell. However, there was no chance for Rudra to enjoy his incredible boost of strength, as the moment he stepped foot inside the walls of the villa, a sword passed by his cheek, drawing blood, impaling itself on the wall behind Rudra. It was the Sin of Pride Leviathan, who was on guard, who had long sensed Rudra. However, was patient enough to let him enter villa grounds before making a move personally. He walked calmly towards Rudra, as Rudra realized that the opponent walking towards him was a tier 5 existence, when he activated his eyes of truth, and at that moment he only had one feeling inside him, and that was that he was F*******. However, to his surprise, except knowing that he would die, Rudra did not feel anything else. He did not feel an overwhelming fear that would paralyze his entire being, or fear of what if he had to start from zero again. This came as a shock to him, as he had been afraid of this very situation since before coming to hell. He absolutely did not want to face an enemy with no chance at victory and die in futility. However, faced with that exact situation, he was rather calm and rational. It was because at his core, as a man, Rudra Rajput was a solid guy. He was someone who had built himself from the ground up and had faith in himself to do it again if he needed to. Hence not worrying about the consequences of his death anymore. Rudra stared pride in his eyes with defiance. If Rudra were going to die, he was going out with a bang, giving his best fight yet. To Pride, who expected the human to tremble at his presence after he revealed a slither of his power, he received a surprise when Rudra stared into his eyes defiantly. Initially, Pride wanted to handle this the easy way, kill Rudra with just one strike and be done with it. However, seeing the defiance in the ant-like mortal, Leviathan's sense of pride was ignited, identifying Rudra as an opponent worth defeating. The sin of pride refused to kill him with an overwhelming power advantage. Rather, his inner self wanted to fight Rudra at the same power level and determine the victor. A lot of demons gathered at Rudra's vicinity once he was spotted by Pride, as nasty gnarls were sent Rudra's way by the demons who were only waiting to pounce on him and kill him. However, after one snap of a finger by Pride, each and every one of them lay dead on the floor, with their eyes impaled by two tiny swords. Rudra and Pride were the only two living creatures left in that vicinity. As the two continued their intense stare down, finally Pride broke the silence as he said, "What an interesting human you are. Do you know no fear? Do you not realize that in front of me, you are but an ant? From where do you get the pride to stare me in the eye as an equal?" Rudra had no idea about the nature of his opponent. However, he knew that the opponent was a tier 5 powerhouse, who could kill so many demons without any ramifications, meaning he was a big shot. However, not caring to offend the big shot, Rudra defiantly said, "The name is Shakuni. Shakuni One Night, the Dragon Slayer, the Demon Slayer, the Duke of Hazel Grove Kingdom, the honorary bishop of the Church of Light, and the guild master of the #1 guild True Elites. Unbent, unhindered, unstoppable. Never have I begged for mercy from anyone. Never asked for kindness. I'm one of a kind. Even if I am an ant to you, this ant will leave its sting before it dies. It won't run away." An intense light flickered in the sin of Pride's eyes, as his blood pumped on Rudra's reply. This human was definitely interesting. He was a worthy opponent to face. Meanwhile, in Purple Haze City, Rudra, gaining 10 more levels, shot a mass spread hysteria amongst the common players, as their minds could not comprehend someone gaining 10 levels in a span on 90 minutes. To call this speed of leveling as astronomic would be an insult to the speed at which Rudra leveled up. It was just unbelievable. It was so unbelievable that now Dronacharya was wondering about what the hell was Rudra doing. Putting his plans to harass the elites aside, Dronacharya wanted to first figure out the reason behind Rudra's rise in power within an incredibly short time span. Knowing how he went inside the Church of Light for sure, Dronacharya knew that he had to start looking from that very point to uncover Rudra's tracks. For a moment, Dronacharya thought that Rudra might have discovered some sort of ancient ruins, the same as the like beneath Purple Haze City, as only those places had the means to skyrocket levels like Rudra was experiencing. However, even with his exaggerated knowledge about ancient ruins, the speed at which Rudra did things was just ridiculous, and Dronacharya wanted to learn the secret behind it really bad. For a moment, Dronacharya contemplated about joining the elites himself after going through the recent recruitment drives, as he was confident in qualitying with his skills, while he had absolutely no problem with relocating into Japan. However, he had to drop this idea because, even if he could join the elites, he needed to be in Nine Clouds Kingdom and rule over his shadow organization. Him being in Purple Haze City with the elites would lead to him losing his hold over these guilds, which he could definitely not afford. Hence, for now, he needed to rely on his spy inside the elites guild to find out more on what Rudra was doing. And why was he doing it alone and not with an entire party who could benefit from it, if it was such an accessible and profitable endeavor? // Guys, the GT count has really slowed down. Like really slowed down, and I'm kinda disappointed. Not even 70 tickets in an entire day. Let's pick the pace up, guys. I want to hit 2,000 by tomorrow, and I know you guys will help me reach it. The Power Stone department has completely dried up with not a single bonus in 2 weeks. Come in, guys, we can do better. Hopefully a bonus chapter tomorrow itself for hitting the next GT target. // Chapter 477 Outclassed. Pride decided to give Rudra a shot. Just a slither of a chance to survive. spreading his hands wide. He said, "Come! Attack me with the best move you have in your arsenal. And if you can inflict even slightest of damage to me, I will let you leave with your life intact." Pride had decided that Rudra was someone who was a worthy opponent. Hence decided that his opponent should be given a chance to survive. However, never in his wildest dreams would Pride have thought that Rudra would counter his proposal. As Rudra said, "What if I give you a better deal? If you are a real man, you and I will fight, and if I can inflict 20% damage on you, I get to take away the human prisoner of yours." Pride thought he had heard wrong for a second, after which he bursted laughing. The situation was hilarious for him. However, the line of "if he were a real man" instigated the sin inside him. Although Lucifer's orders were absolute, he could not bring himself to refuse it and accept that he was not a real man. As Pride instead through gritted teeth said, "Fine. I the sin of Pride am a real man. So now come." Rudra wasted no time as he knew that with his petty power level, trying to face this guy head on he would not even last a single breath. As he activated the Shadow Doppelganger move replicating into 9 identical illusions, while the real one had long used Blink to reach the high sky, exactly above Pride. The illusions all circled in towards Pride, as he just looked at them all in contempt, raising a single finger to reduce them all to dust, as he patiently waited for Rudra to do his best. Rudra, who was in the air, knew that there was no sun inside hell. Hence the charge he had left in the sun god's bracelet was barely enough for 2 solar beams, the only peak tier 4 move in his arsenal, something that Rudra bet on to damage Pride. Wearing the stabilizer arm made by the dwarves, Rudra took his best shot mid-air, as a devastating solar beam headed towards Pride at blinding speeds. "Gotcha!" exclaimed Rudra. He was sure it would connect, as from the distance he shooted it at. There was no time for Pride to evade. However, everything came to a still stop for Rudra as Pride calmly looked into his eyes, as he stopped solar beam with a single finger, one arm around his back. Pride was holding down Rudra's top move with one finger, as there was not even a sign of exertion on his face, his eyes mocking Rudra at the futility of his abilities. It was only now that Rudra realized that should he have taken the first offer by Pride, he would have been dead by now. There was no fighting this monster at his power level. He was absolutely done for. Pride casually flicked his finger in the end, as small portion of the solar beam was redirected towards the sky, seemingly disappearing as a streak of bright light. Rudra crashed onto the ground, as he stumbled to his knees as Pride looked down on him, asking, "Is that the best you have got?" Pride was annoyed now. He hated people like Rudra the most, who were all talk and no show, as he contemplated the sorry end of Rudra Rajput's gaming career for once and for all. Meanwhile, in the Kuber Corporation HQ, there was an emergency meeting in the headquarters, and it was one of the rare ones not caused by the absurd phenomenon called Rudra Rajput. It was caused because the 5th human had crossed into the cultivator ranks. For breakthroughs had taken place over all the continents in a span of 26 hours, and the Kuber officials were rushing to different parts of the real world to contain the knowledge of cultivation. Official 1 said, "This is the 5th one. The progress of the players is much faster than we expected. We may need to start Phase 5 early." Official 2 said, "We definitely need to start Phase 5. If the world comes to realize that we are not alone, that the Earth is not what it seems to be, it will be pandemonium." Official 3 said, "But it's just too early. The fighting instinct suppressed by 300 years of peace and 600 years of society has made the warrior mentality run cold in the corporate man. People need more time to adapt." Official 2 countered, "But more and more people are awakening. What happens when the secret leaks out?" Bickering ensued in the hall, as grown men fought over the fate of humanity. Finally, the leader of the Kuber Corporation said, "Silence! Now!" The hall quietened down, as the leader rubbed his forehead in annoyance. He said, "Gaia, how much time does Earth have as a planet?" Gaia replied, "Estimated time left 4 years, 6 months, 7 days." The leader asked again, "When was the ideal time to enact Phase 5? Gaia replied, "Initial estimates had Phase 5 planned from 1 year, 6 months, and 7 days from now." The room was drowned in silence, as everyone understood the peril of the situation they were in. Things beyond their means were happening, and the only way to silence the noise was to cut it from the root. But the Kuber Corporation did not want to kill humanity's brightest. Hence, after thinking for hard and long, the leader said, "Gaia, make them all sign a non-disclosure in-game or threaten to erase their character. Those that sign India can live. Those that do not will have to die for the peace of humanity. Also, Gaia, reschedule the date for Phase 5 1 year 7 days from now, bringing it back by 6 months, as I assume that we should get 100 cultivators by the end of this year. // currently at 1845 GT/2000. Hopefully hit the target soon. I have amazing things planned for this book ahead. And the feedbacks you guys give are all vital for my future planning. So keep commenting and letting me know what you guys think. I may not always reply, but I read every single one of them // Chapter 478 Desperation. Rudra was backed into a corner in his fight against the sin of pride. Although pride had not yet attacked Rudra physically, the psychological damage he gave Rudra by stopping his best move by one single finger was immense. If the solar beam couldn't pack a punch, Rudra had no other attack in his arsenal that came even remotely close to mimicking the strength of solar beam. Rudra had only one single thing he could rely on, which was the mysterious box of power he had from Michael. The box's description said that it has 3 random moves inside of it that could be used one at a time. The problem with the mystery box was that the moves could be anything from Michael's basic fireball to his grand moves. However, seeing no other option even remotely feasible, Rudra knew at that very moment that he had to turn into a maniac and bluff his way through this situation. As Rudra started to laugh hysterically in front of Pride, ha 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 ha, he banged his hand on his thighs as he held his stomach with the other one, laughing hard. Perplexing Pride, Rudra wiped a fake tear off his eye and said, Good. You can take my opener well. It's been a long time since someone stopped my attack with such ease. Pride was strong. One of the strongest sins out there. Yet even if it was easy for him to stop Rudra's solar beam, internally he did realize how impressive it was for a tier 3 weakling to produce such a brilliant move. However, Rudra now claiming for it to be his opener completely threw Pride off balance as he asked, "Don't call me human. Do you really have a stronger move than this in your arsenal?" Rudra said nothing as he used the mystery box's power, bursting forward Michael's first random move. Rudra was covered in holy light as he levitated into the air, the entire town disgusted by the influx of holy mana, as the demons bared their fangs against the human with a repulsive aura. However, they did not approach, knowing Pride stood there, as if being possessed by Michael for a brief moment. Rudra spoke in a voice unlike his own. "The light that illuminates the world and pierces the dark like a polished spear. Hear me and heed my call. Come forth and destroy this creature of darkness." Holy Lance. As a Gant lance made of holy light manifested itself in Rudra's hands and shot towards Pride standing below him. The moment the spear went out from Rudra's hand, the holy aura surrounding him vanished as he fell back to the ground. However, before his feet could even hit the floor, he was even more shocked by the sight of a bleeding sin of Pride, as a visible wound dripping with blood could be seen beneath his armor. Pride had taken a 10% damage hit from this spell, thorough shock and disbelief appearing on his face, as he could not comprehend how a weak tier 3 mortal could actually manage to injure him. The entire ordeal greatly hurting his massively inflated pride, as he looked at Rudra with disgust now and said, Good. Now that's a real fight. One move. I give you one more move. If you get my overall damage to over 20%, it's your win. Or else I kill you." It all depended on what came out of the mystery box. Rudra's very life and death was a gamble at this point, but he could do nothing about it. Praying for his survival, he activated the second move. Meanwhile, in deep hell, Lucifer stood up from his throne when he felt Michael's power so close to his home. However, readjusting the location, it was the place where Amon was currently meditating. Hell was an isolated world, and entering into hell for anyone tier 4 and above without Lucifer noticing was impossible. Hence, feeling such strong power from Michael so close to home, Lucifer was rather shocked, assuming it to be Amon awakening some of his bloodline powers. Lucifer paced around his palace trying to think about the origin of this power burst, just when he was about to wave it off, as something Amon did as he break through or something. There was a second burst of power much more terrifying than the first one observed by Lucifer, who got literal chills as he knew the mana signature of that move. Leaving his palace, Lucifer rushed to gather his bravest. To him it seemed like Michael had came to hell. Laughing sinisterly, he thought about the sheer stupidity of Michael to barge into his domain. Although Michael was the strongest angel inside Lucifer's domain, with infinite backup for Lucifer in terms of troop and infrastructure support, there was no doubt that even Michael would fall. And the devil was not someone who would let this chance slip by him. Meanwhile, in the real world, Cuber officials rushed to the houses of the players who had experienced awakening, as their VR pods filled with black tar had to be instantly taken away as toxic waste and replaced. The Cuber officials had to wear gas masks as to not choke on the repulsive smell in the players' rooms, as the players themselves looked even more uncomfortable. However, overall everyone took the news about cultivation differently. While some were confused, some were excited, while some just did not want to keep it a secret. however blackmailed and threatened to be banned from the game without it. The players were forced to sign NDA contracts both in real world and inside Omega to stop getting lethal sanctions. In the end, the Cuber officials were even kind enough to give all 5 a basic meditation technique and a replacement pod, which looked like a mummy tomb to play in the game again. // guys, if you have not already checked out my new book, do check it out by clicking on my author sign. // Chapter 479 Shocking Power. Rudra had one move to prove his dominance over Pride, as everything depended on what move the mystery box would produce. Rudra was feeling optimistic, as the first spell he took out impaled the demon in front of him, causing visible damage to his armor and body. However, he was in for a big disappointment, as the second move he dished out was a complete bust. It was one of the most basic priest moves, which was not even an attack, but a party buff spell called Enhanced Strength. Rudra got a 5% buff in strength, having no other party members. The spell's effect was useless otherwise. Rudra cursed his luck. Why was the Archangel Michael, the strongest angel, having a useless spell like Enhanced Strength in his arsenal? It was a complete waste of the mystery box's one chance, as it baffled Pride more than it depressed Rudra. Pride said, "Quit playing and come!" as Rudra gulped in fear. Thankfully, Pride was still patient, or else Rudra would be dead by now. However, the show must go on. Hence Rudra had to hide his fear and say, "I was just preparing myself for my ultimate spell. It can only show its maximum potential when I'm at my peak. With this buff, I'm at my peak now. Hence now it's time for me to give you my best shot. Thank you for being patient for your death." Pride scoffed and said, "Bring it." This was stupid from Pride, giving his opponent such leeway in a fight. Had he been serious from the start, then Rudra would have died 1,000 times by now. However, his sin got in the way of his duty, as he was put in this unfavorable situation. Rudra took a deep breath as he prepared himself to unleash his last surprise move. After this, he no longer held any cards. It was over for him if this failed. With the stake being as high as it could ever be, Rudra used the last mystery move. At first nothing happened, but then holy mana started to vortex towards Rudra from all directions, as its power seemed to disrupt the very fabric of space inside hell. The mana circled around Rudra as he faded out of consciousness for a second, his eyes turning golden, as the ancient voice spoke through him again. "O Holy Phoenix, the mother of true fire, the immortal, the giver of nirvana, heed my call to purge the devil in front of me. Manifest a sliver of your true flame and burn the soul of my enemy. Phoenix purge." The holy mana surrounding Rudra took a giant phoenix form, as it combusted into flames, igniting the entire demon town into flames along with it. The face of the Sin of Pride was pale as he saw the attack come his way, as he understood this was no longer a game, but the matter of his very survival, as this move threatened to burn his very soul. Swinging his sword and dancing in a fixed pattern, the Sin Demon chanted his own mantra to counter Rudra's big move. "O Cerberus, the gatekeeper of hell, protect thy subject from the oppression it faces. Chains of hell." A Gant Cerberus made of mana formed over the Sin of Pride, as pointed chains from Cerberus's colors rushed out to meet the incoming Phoenix head-on. The clash was of titanic proportions, as the shockwave destroyed half the town clean. However, in front of the Holy Phoenix, the inferior creature was no match, as it was burnt to ashes in a flash, the move passing unimpeded through to Pride. Pride tried to block the attack from his vitals. However, even then, he was burnt to ashes. The move Rudra just unleashed was a peak tier 5 holy spell championed by Michael himself. It was one of his signature moves, and not something Pride could handle. As the Sin of Pride died to this flurry, mass panic ensued the town inside which Rudra was as everyone started to madly evacuate from the scene trying to get away from the clash of the titans. However, Rudra was caught in a stupor, as the system notification caught him off guard. System notification. You have killed a tier 5 existence Leviathan, the Sin of Pride inside hell. It is an achievement that will go down in history books as a legend. You have elevated to the status of a legend, receiving the title Legendary Demon Slayer. Plus level up. 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 Rudra leveled up 36 times at once. As his levels skyrocketed, he broke the very concept of leveling, as this single move saved him 6 months of leveling time easy, as he shot over everyone in the world, taking the #1 spot in leveling rankings worldwide. Legendary Demon Slayer. Legendary, a title unique to Shakuni One Night, for slaying one of the greater demons, the Demon of Sin, while being the considerably weaker opponent. This is an achievement noted in history, as you have rid the world of the Sin of Pride, taking down one of the pillars of the devil Lucifer. Title effects. +1. 000. 000 merit with the Church of Light. plus 100. 000 fame. Plus every light faction nation will hail you as a hero. Plus every demon below tier 4 will immobilize in your fear. You are a sworn enemy of the demon kind. Rudra's stat panel looked like this. Player name: Shikuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title: Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army. First Cultivator. Senior Knight. Legendary Demon Slayer. Class: Mana Knight Ascended. Subclass: Explosion Artist. LVL: 206. Tier 3. Stats: AGI: 3200 plus 1600 Vit, 3200 plus 1600, Degree. Int: 3200 plus 1600 STA, 3200 plus 1600. PHY: 3200 plus 1600, Degree. Mana: 3200 plus 1600. Active buffs: Degree 3. HP: 739. 000/739. 000, asterisk 3. Unassigned stat points: 0. Hidden stats: Luck, Charm, Infamy, Invalid. Status: Fully healed from injury. Healthy again. Equipment: Knight Armor Set, LV 75. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, Epic. Sun God's Bracelet, Legendary. Doom Armor, Legendary. Doom Armor, Legendary. Knight's Shield. Knight's Token. Dual Hell Opener Key. Vitality Pill. Divine Tracer. Weapons: Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, Replica. Elven Sword, Semi-Legendary. Excalibur, Semi-Divine. Skills: Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Class-specific skills: Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mana Legion. Knight of the Empire, incomplete. Mount: Grey Wolf. Pet: Furball, Divine Nine Tails. For a moment Rudra could not believe at what was going on. As he looked at the flaming town around him under the pitch-red sky, Rudra was exactly what the human's worst fear of the demon kind was. Standing in the middle of a happy town, as it was ablaze on fire with many demons dead. However, he was that demon here in this story, giving the demon kind the fear of humans for all eternity. As Amon stumbled out of his cultivation room clearly annoyed at being disturbed, he saw the horrific scene, and the still dead and burning body of the sin of pride on the ground as chills went down his spine. Amon was no stranger to the strength of pride, as Amon acknowledged him to be even stronger than his father, and someone who needed to be given the utmost respect. However, seeing him dead was a big blow to his mental health. He trembled unconsciously as Rudra took a step towards him, as his brain could not comprehend how the weak tier 3 Rudra took down pride. However, he was sure that if pride could be killed, so could he. Meanwhile, Lucifer. After the first attack, Lucifer was not sure about the mana fluctuation, waving it off as something that Amon must have done. However, the second huge mana fluctuation was something that he had faced firsthand. He could never mistake that move of Michael, as he was sure that somehow the strongest angel was here in hell. Immediately moving out to gather his army, Lucifer was ready to march to the first layer of hell and take the fight to Michael. Although Rudra did not know it, he was against the clock here, as even if he was able to defeat the sin of pride, he did not even stand a breathing chance against Lucifer himself. Unfortunately, Amon would not just cooperate in running away from hell, as Rudra was now on the clock, and he did not even know it yet. Rudra had just pulled off a miracle in hell, yet the miracle had garnered the attention of the devil himself. As he was against the clock here, he was the reason behind the biggest mobilization of forces in hell, as the strongest demons from the deepest parts of hell had geared up to march alongside Lucifer to slay him personally. // Special shout out to Magnum 932 for the 5,000 coin magic castle. As for every super gift, there will be a bonus chapter today itself. However, we are still only at 1,900 golden tickets, guys. The speed at which the GT is increasing is truly slower than a snail at the moment. Come on guys, I have more faith in you all. Let's hit the 2,000 mark as fast as possible. // Chapter 480 Fake It Till You Make It. Hazelgrove Kingdom. The forums. Rebirth gaining 36 levels in 1 minute simply broke the internet. The Hazelgrove National Forums crashed 6 minutes after Rebirth did this amazing feat, and people became aware of it. It was not only because of the people who were actively checking the rankings at the moment. However, it was because of 2 system announcements. Worldwide announcement, the player Shikuni belonging to the Guild True Elites in the Hazelgrove Kingdom is the first player in the history of Omega to cross the 200 level mark. Hazelgrove Kingdom announcement, the player Shikuni of Hazelgrove Kingdom surpassed the previous world number 1 at level 198 to reach level 206 and become the number 1 player in the player rankings. Kingdom-wide bonus, plus 2% agility for 7 days. The 2 back-to-back announcements broke the internet, as only recently people talked about Rebirth was level 170, and how unreasonably fast his leveling speed was. However now, him gaining 36 levels at once just melted the internet down. It is to be noted that EXP needed to level up after each level up was incrementally more. Hence, while going from level 510 was possible in 1 day, going from 145-150 needed 2 months of constant leveling to achieve, which would take 3 months to go from 200-205. Usually those who sat at the top of the level rankings were those who only played the game to level. They did not participate in guild activities, quests or Olympics. They only focused on leveling. Leveling and leveling. Yet Rebirth in his incredible run from level 126-206 in a span of 3 days' time just voided 1.5 years of these maniacs' work rate, surpassing them by a fair margin. This was the reason why the internet broke down. Because no matter how one looked at the situation, it was just unbelievable to them that someone leveled up 36 times in 1 minute. Naturally the internet melted at this, as mixed reactions came from everyone. Some were happy that someone from Hazelgrove was the number 1 ranker in the world, while some were just spouting conspiracy theories on how Rebirth cheated his way through Omega. However, the forums literally froze after a while, as the flood of messages were so fast that reading messages was impossible to the naked eye, as the newest ones kept going out of the screen within split seconds. Gaia had to apply slow mode on Hazelgrove Kingdom forums, where everyone could only send 1 message per 5 minutes to get the situation under control. The elites being the most shocked of them all, as they wondered what the hell was the boss doing? And if it was something this good, why were they not invited? Especially Neatwit, who looked like a heartbroken kid, assuming that the leader went monster hunting to someplace fun without him. If Rebirth were to hear his inner monologue at this moment, he would probably laugh and cry at the same time at the misery of his own situation. Meanwhile in hell, Rebirth was not well informed about the circumstance that surrounded Amon's stay in hell. He had his speculations, but it all revolved around Amon being a prisoner inside hell, maybe working with Lucifer as a slave under duress. However, Rebirth did not think he was here of his own free will. Rebirth hence hoped that he would see reason and escape the godforsaken place with him in this instant, as he said, "Come, I'm here to save you. Let's get out of this godforsaken place." Amon looked at Rebirth in disgust, yet curses did not escape his mouth, as he was still afraid of the feat that Rebirth just pulled off. As he said, "Are you out of your mind? I'm getting stronger by leaps and bounds here. The next time I leave it will be to raise Hazelgrove to the ground." Rebirth raised an eyebrow, as he remembered how he had been given a sedative to use on Amon should he be uncooperative, and realized that it might be the only way to force him to come. Unfortunately for Rebirth, the only card he had left was 1 single charge of Solar Beam to spare. He had no other offensive moves capable of seriously threatening Amon. However, riding on the psychological damage caused by the sin of Pride's death, Rebirth decided to continue his fake it till you make it attitude. He said, "Well, the one who hired me did not tell me if I needed to bring you dead or alive. If you won't cooperate, I will just bring your body back to the surface." Rebirth took 2 steps towards Amon, saying "Sue," peak confidence being exuded from his body. As Amon inadvertently stepped back, Amon said, You, stay away from me." Amon genuinely bought into Rebirth's act. A half-destroyed town covered in screams, and a sizzling dead body of someone much more powerful than himself was enough for him to not call Rebirth's bluff at the moment. Riding on the fame he accumulated over the last 5 months as the Duke, plus the massive boost he just received for achieving a legendary feat, Rebirth now had a much larger avatar than before. Activating the Knight of the Empire skill, Rebirth manifested a 60-foot-tall avatar now, towering over the town as he looked down on Amon from a position of power. Amon, who had fought with this weird form firsthand months ago, was shocked to see the 6-foot avatar growing to over 60 foot now, as shivers ran down his spine, with him instantly summoning 3 bone golems in response. The 40-foot tall golems were still a way down from Rudra's height, as after 1 minute of bare hand trashing of the bone golems with no offensive skills, all that was left of the golems was a pile of bones. As Rudra reached low to grab Amon, the sedative in his hand. Usually Amon would have used a darkness spell or some tier 4 move to repel Rudra's advance. However, momentarily he flinched in fear seeing the giant hand coming to grab him. As Rudra held Amon though he broke out of the stupor, as he tried to conjure a darkness spell. However, he had already been pricked by the sedative, as midway through chanting his spell, he fell asleep. Rudra waited for 10 more seconds, as he looked around the burning town over which he towered in a massive avatar, feeling like he was the protagonist of this world or something. His name Rudra was the name that the god of destruction Shiva was called when he took a human form. And today Rudra felt like he was indeed someone worthy of that name. Rudra Rajput, the destroyer of evil. Rudra cancelled his avatar, as he carried Amon over his shoulder, about to activate the key to go back. However, just as he felt that all was okay, and that he had made the impossible dream possible, a loud war drum could be heard, as the devil himself descended. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Magnum 932. Thank him in the comments for this one. / Chapter 481 The Power of a Forgotten Peace. When Lucifer arrived, Rudra felt like he was reliving his worst nightmare, as his mind screamed in no, 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 no fuck way. No, let me go! Lucifer looked exactly as Rudra imagined the devil to be from his childhood memories. A very distinct black wings that spanned over 2 meters end to end. An extremely handsome face that had bad boy plastered all over itself that girls were sure to drool over. A jawline as sharp as the elven sword and eyes as black as the deep space. His every movement screamed elegance. However, there was just something repulsive about him as a package. Rudra just wanted to get the F out of there. But with Lucifer watching him with hawk eyes, there was no freaking way that Rudra would be able to move even a single centimeter without alerting the devil. To be honest, he was out of options and completely at the mercy of the devil. However, Rudra did not know that even Lucifer was perplexed. Completely perplexed at 2 different things. At first, he was confused to see a burning town and a human inside it instead of Michael. The human's power was so pitiful that Lucifer would probably not even throw a second glance at him should the situation be different. However, the human was in possession of the pages from the demon's diary. 4 of them at that. This greatly piqued the interest of the devil. Lucifer was not always the ruler of hell. As before him, hell was ruled by the god of death Hades, the one who created the demonkind and wrote the demon's diary, which was essentially the Bible, and the core values of the demonkind. The one in possession of the complete demon's diary was essentially the ruler of all of demonkind, and that was something Lucifer was extremely interested in. However, because of him being banished from the surface world, and the pages of the demon's diary being scattered there, he could only make use of the dark organization blood merchants to find it for him. Yet even after a century, they could not collect all 7 pages. However, now there was a human in hell in possession of 4 of the 7 pages. It was something Lucifer was genuinely in shock of. When Lucifer was banished from the heavens and made a fallen angel, he took asylum in hell and was a courtier of the then ruler of hell Hades. However, being the devil that he was, slowly he planned a coup, sending the god of death in a deep slumber as he usurped the throne of hell, unchallenged, as he never let anyone reach the tier 6 ranks within the demonkind, killing them all when they reached the threshold to promote. He spent a millennium as the ruler of the underworld. However, the loyalty of the demonkind towards him was because of fear and not loyalty, a thing that always bothered him, as he feared a coup. However, if he were to get his hands on the demon's diary, everything would change. Hence, for a second, Lucifer contemplated about what to do with the human who had Amon over his shoulders. Of course, letting them go was not an option. However, this gave Rudra a very small opportunity, as he activated the key to escape after shouting, "Now Michael." His shout of "Now Michael" momentarily distracted Lucifer, who was suddenly reminded that there might be Michael in hell, giving Rudra a split second to step inside the portal. However, not fast enough to stop the darkness attack coming his way. Thankfully, the portal disappeared once Rudra stepped it. However, Rudra was hit by Lucifer's attack, vomiting blood as his HP hit 10%, then rebounded to full, and still continued to deplete to 20%. It is to be noted that Rudra still had thrice his normal HP on him, which meant that the casual flick from Lucifer was enough to kill him 5 times over. But none of that mattered, as for the time being Rudra was teleported back inside the church with Amon on his shoulders, as he successfully completed his quest. Meanwhile, Dronacharya, Dronacharya was having a mental meltdown as he could not understand what was going on. About how Rudra became the #1 ranker in the world. Nothing in his memory told him that such an incident ever happened. What he did not know was that, of course, it would not happen in the past timeline. It is because this was a butterfly effect of him meddling as the prophet and informing Lucifer about Amon's presence on the battlefield and his potential bloodline. The result of which was Amon being kidnapped into hell. In the first timeline, none of this happened. Hence Rudra was never sent to hell for this ridiculous mission, not having such ridiculous gains. However, with him altering the timeline only a slight, the consequences were devastating. The buzz surrounding the elites was incrementally stronger as their stock price skyrocketed in the last day with Rudra's new achievements. Something completely detrimental to his future plans, as all his hard work to buy stock in the dark was turned useless. To make matters worse, Rudra also gained universal spotlight for his achievements as news outlets and forums worldwide talked about the leader of the elites. Something that made Dronacharya burn from jealousy. Time and time again, he would scheme from the shadows, trying not to shine too bright only to burn out. Yet time and time again, the elites would keep shining brighter and brighter. He was thoroughly depressed by the turn of events, as he admitted the incident as having a really bad day. // Guys, I'm happy to share the news that my new book Rise of the Dragon Emperor just received a contract invitation from WN, and I'm happy to inform I will be exclusively signing with them on this platform. At the time of writing this chapter we have 1946 golden tickets, and hopefully we hit 2,000 today itself so that we can have a bonus chapter. The rest is up to you guys. // Chapter 482 Earth-Shaking Return. Cardinal Lee was weeping tears of joy, whereas the Pope laughing while clapping his hands, while most of the priests in the church were just kowtowing to the statue of the Goddess of Light. Michael, who was looking from the heavens, was also thinking, ho ho ho. I did not expect that. While the Goddess of Life actually smiled at her followers' achievements. To put it simply, everyone had lost their shit seeing Rudra make it back alive, with a sedated Amon on his shoulder. Noon expected him to pull this quest off. Hence Noon could believe in the fact that he pulled it off. Sprawling on the ground, Rudra laughed hysterically, as a wave of emotions hit him. He had been face to face with Lucifer inside hell, and had survived to tell the tale. Was there any single entity in the history of Omega who could boast a similar achievement? The answer would be a no. The return to the land of the living, where the Goddess of Life smiled upon you on death, was something Rudra had missed dearly. Finally he felt like a player again, and not a soldier on a suicide mission. If there would ever be made a documentary on Rudra's journey inside Omega, this moment here would be the perfect time to close the curtains and send the audience home happy. However, this was no movie. It was the real world, and here risk and rewards go hand in hand. As even though the quest was over from Rudra's end, it was still for the church to reward him adequately. System notification. Congratulations to player Shikuni on completion of the quest, save Prince Amon. Completion rating, perfect. Distributing rewards. At this moment, the Pope came up to Rudra and said, Shikuni, one knight, a true believer in the light, and the hero of the church. Thank you. Thank you for fulfilling the quest the goddess entrusted you. You have mine, and the entire church's eternal gratitude. In the history of the church, we have never let anyone become an honorary archbishop. However, I think everyone present would agree to the fact that you deserve to be one. Congratulations, Archbishop Shikuni. Your meritorious services have indebted the church. So please accept this token of grace. Plus receive title. Honorary Archbishop, you have the capability to preside over heretic hearings as well as convict people to jail. Should you so deem necessary, you can call upon holy paladins and issue quests in the name of the church and have free access to the church's warehouse. You are a representative of the church itself, and every light faction nation should revere you. You are the first in history to be made an honorary archbishop. It is an achievement. Plus receive one artifact. A token of debt. This is a token that shows that the church is indebted to you and owes you one favor. Use this to call upon the aid of the entire Church of Life. It was a windfall. This was an extremely useful title, and even more useful token. With this Rudra could rest easy that he had an ally to call upon should any future war turn ugly. However, this was not all. At this moment, the statue of the goddess began to shine as everyone, including the Pope, instantly fell to their knees. Then a divine voice, soothing to the ear, said, My child, you have done me great service by completing Michael's request. Accept this small token of my and Michael's gratitude. It was the goddess. It was the Goddess of Life herself who had spoken. And the entire church was weeping in joy as Cardinal Lee banged his head on Rudra's shoulders with his snotty nose, as he had absolutely lost his mind, mumbling gibberish like, I knew it. From the first time I saw this man. He is blessed. Blessed. Watch Sazaz. Plus receive blessing. Blessing of Life, permanently increased max HP by a multiple of 3. Plus receive Blessing. Strongest Angel's Blessing, you have learnt Michael's signature move Holy Lance. Holy Lance, Divine, Michael's signature move in which he creates a holy javelin using light particles. It's a basic tier 5 spell, however has extremely low mana consumption and extremely high damage with a 90% critical damage rate. It's an instant killer spell for anyone below tier 5. Restrictions. Since you are immortal you can only use it once a day. Will change once you enter the demigod realms. Rudra was stunned speechless. It was the same move he had used to make Pride bleed. A spell literally invented and used by the Archangel Michael. And now he had learned it. To say that he had an insane reward session was going to be an understatement, as he had increased his max HP by 3 times permanently. It is to be noted that he already had a massively inflated HP tank compared to the average player, due to his golden ratio cheat and his constant use of permanent stat-enhancing substances. However, if you compound all of that and multiply it times 3, then the difference between him and another level 206 player would be like heaven and earth. As he was simply on another level now. Everything said and done. Rudra still had to return Excalibur and the other quest-related artifacts back to the church, however his gains were not at all small. Player name, Shakuni/Augustus One Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Archbishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus One Knight. Limit Breaker. The one who defies all odds. Dragon Slayer. Lieutenant General of the Hazelgrove Army. First Cultivator. Senior Knight. Legendary Demon Slayer. Class, Mana Knight, Ascended. Subclass, Explosion Artist. LVL, 206. Tier 3. Stats. AGI, 3200 plus 1600 Vit, 3200 plus 1600. Int, 3200 plus 1600 STA, 3200 plus 1600. PHY, 3200 plus 1600 Mana, 3200 plus 1600. HP 2. 217. 000/2. 217. 000. Unassigned stat points 0. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy. Invalid. Status. Fully healed from injury. Healthy again. Equipment. Knight Armor Set. LV 75. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask. Not equipped. Retractable Shield. Epic. Sun God's Bracelet. Legendary. Doom Armor. Legendary. Doom Armor. Legendary. Knight's Shield. Knight's Token. Weapons. Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword. Replica. Elven Sword. Semi-Legendary. Skills. Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Holy Lance Divine. Class-specific skills. Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Full Counter. Mana Legion. Knight of the Empire. Incomplete. Mount. Grey Wolf. Pet. Furball. Divine Nine Tails. Rudra was feeling all giddy in his stomach as Amon was rolling on the ground, all grumpy. Although he was the descendant of the Archangel Michael, the paladins from the church were not at all cordial in their treatment of Amon, as his profession as a necromancer absolutely disgusted them to no ends. Seeing how he was instantly fed a bottle full of holy water, while being restrained, as the aura of death reeked from all his pores, as his insides were being roasted by the aura of life. Rudra understood that Amon's stay with the Pope was going to be less than pleasant. The Church of Life were disgusted by the practitioners of death. Necromancers were hated more than demons in the church, and Amon, being a necromancer, had the extreme bad luck of being held hostage on sedatives by the church. If Rudra's guess was any good, then Amon was going to lose a hell lot of levels, and a hell lot of death aura, as the church were probably going to cleanse him clean. Literally. Rudra chuckled at this sight, as he realized that although the Pope was kind to him, he was by no means someone weak. Stronger than pride, the Pope was almost a peak tier 5 existence. Someone in front of whom a sedated Amon could do nothing. However, Amon's fate was no longer his concern, as Rudra stretched his limbs as he walked out of the Church of Life. However, the sight that he saw made him lose his footing for a second, as hundreds of thousands of players stood outside the gates of the church, who went bat-hit crazy when they saw Rudra. The only thought Rudra had when looking at the scene was, "Huh?" He was perplexed and could not understand what all the hype was about. Meanwhile, Dronacharya got informed that Rudra was finally leaving the church premises, and this made Dronacharya raise a few eyebrows. He was already contemplating on where Rudra was all this time. However, it was as if he had entered the church and just stayed there, as none of his spies saw him ever leave. Then now, he was leaving the church and none ever saw him enter. And this time, there were thousands of eyes on the place. Hence Rudra could not have slipped, which meant that Rudra had probably stayed inside the church premises all these 4 days. However, then his leveling spree made no sense. Overall, Rudra's entire 4 days were shrouded in shadows, and Dronacharya needed to figure out what he did in these days to improve so much and what gains he had. For him to know all of Rudra's hidden cards beforehand was absolutely necessary, and hence the altering history was giving him panic attacks. // Good job everyone for hitting the GT target. Bonus soon / Chapter 483 Facing the Guildmates Again. Rudra's return to the True Elites Guild was filled with controversy. Neatwit was constantly giving him a puffy face, as if Rudra had him were in a relationship, and he had cheated on Neatwit. While Karna was also in a foul mood for some reason, as he would curtly reply to everything that Rudra asked but not shower the brotherly love. Rudra was perplexed as to what the heck happened, the answer to which was given to him by Amelia, who slowly explained the whole debacle of his absence. From the allegations that he was being jailed by the church for using dark moves in his arsenal to the whole ordeal of becoming the #1 ranker in the world. Knowing that Rudra was as dumb as a log, Amelia slowly explained how the guild members think that he did not take them to the place he went and hogged all the brilliant leveling resources to himself, which was the reason why Neatwit was acted like he cheated on him. While Karna was pissed because the only text Rudra left for him before going off the grid was something came up, might not be available for 7 days. This short message resulted in Karna accumulating a lot of stress, as he genuinely worried about Rudra's whereabouts. Amelia thoroughly scolded Rudra for not being more communicative and taking 1 minute to write a half-decent message before wandering off the grid for days, and Rudra had to just listen with his head down while reflecting on his behavior. Amelia was like a mother to the boys in the guild, as these 22-year-old brats were hardly better than a group of teenagers on their own. It was only with her as an anchor that the guild felt like a guild and not a teenage gaming clubhouse. The result of Amelia scolding Rudra resulted in him having a private meeting with the elders, where he in depth described the perilous situation he came from, and how stressful the last few days had been for him, and how close he was to getting his character deleted permanently. This pacified everyone, as slowly the dam broke and everyone started to pity Rudra again, as people rushed to console him for his hard work, which sent a relief down Rudra's spine, as the guild finally felt like home again. Rudra had to repeatedly say the point: the risk is not worth it, to drive home the point through Neatwit's skull that hell is not a monster farming zone, as Rudra feared the meat-headed nature of this guy when it came to leveling. However, overall, after settling things in the guild, Rudra decided to finally log out for some much-needed rest into the real world. He was not planning on playing Omega for 3 days. Rest completely today. Attend the guild foundation party tomorrow. Get sloshed and party all night while taking the next day off too, before playing Omega again. Rudra was excited to party with the boys and not worry about the world collapsing for once, as he was going to get wild. However, little did he know that Yua and Naomi both had set their sights on Rudra in what could become the worst night of his life. Rudra was a guy for whom romance was an elusive thing. It was not that he did not want romance in his life. It was just that he felt working towards achieving that romance was just filled with needing to give too much time and effort. The same time and effort that if given to career and making money could result in him achieving his goals and aspirations. Hence, romance always became a luxury that was like a vacation that Rudra needed to take once or twice a year. It was exactly why his relationship with Ruby endeared to him so much, as outside the game he could still be him, while once or twice a month or so he could spend a night with his absolutely gorgeous elven wife. It was hassle-free and maintenance-free, which is why Rudra opted for it subconsciously. While although he was attracted to Naomi a bit, he was always reserved in making his advances, as what he wanted right now was a smooth-going life without the need to balance everything. Rudra did not want the burden or the mountain of guilt that came with not spending enough time with his girlfriend at the end of the day, and be the guy who did not balance work and life. He had a family, and he would much rather give them free time than goof around with girls, which was probably the reason why he was single. which is exactly why when Rudra dragged his tired ass downstairs to the living room, only to see Max sitting in Naomi's lap eating grapes while she hand-fed him, and Mother and Father Rajput chatted with her amiably, Rudra felt like, huh? Meanwhile, Dronacharya, being too cautious can also be a problem, as Dronacharya started to panic even more when nothing abnormal could be found out about the Church of Life. The Pope was one of the few people who was escorted by Tier 4 warriors, who knew how to set up mobile teleportation arrays, which could always carry the Holy Regiment into churches all across the continent without a need for teleportation stations set up, which is why his appearance and disappearance from the church was never found out by anyone, as well as the fate that Amon was being subjected to never made the light of day. Hence, when the temple was finally reopened to the common masses, and it was observed that everything was just as usual and the clergy were issuing no special quests, the people were a bit disappointed. The mystery of what Rudra did that made him gain so many levels had become so big that even first-rate guild leaders were privately messaging Rudra offering billions of dollars for the information. Rudra did not care one bit about it, as he said FCK it all as he had logged out. However, this action of rejecting free money had made an even bigger problem for Dronacharya, who through his sources had placed a bid of $56 billion for that information, hoping to get even a tidbit about it. Hence, with the plan failing, Dronacharya slowly started to feel like something was seriously wrong, even doubting if the spy inside the Elites Guild had turned on him. Or worse, that some of the first-rate guild leader had joined hands with Rudra in the dark. His cautious mind cooked up various conspiracy theories, as he tortured himself with scenarios that were completely hypothetical, the result being his state turning miserable. The happier and more successful that Rudra became. / bonus chapter for completing the golden ticket target. Good job, everyone. Please take note that on 25-26 February 27th, I will be taking a vacation for the first time since COVID, and there will be only one chapter of 1,600 words for the book, and no bonuses will be given. Don't worry though. All the accumulated bonuses will be released on March 1st. Thank you / Chapter 484, a seduction attempt. Twice. Rudra was perplexed to see Naomi in his living room. That too feeding Max? However, the little one still loved brother the most, as the moment he saw Rudra, he shouted brother, and ran into his arms. Rudra was satisfied. He was indeed a true man, with the virtue of bros before him. However, his next words completely broke Rudra's confidence in the mental capacity of the little one to handle food. As Naomi said, Max, you want a biscuit? Max ran out of Rudra's arms, pushing him aside, as he ran to eat the cracker he was offered, while Rudra was left there stranded alone, his eyes twitching as his hands were still in that hugging position. Someone could literally kidnap Max over sweets, as the glutton would even betray Rudra's deepest secrets for a piece of candy. He needed to keep this brother of his in check. Rudra eventually said, "Hey, what a pleasant surprise," referring to Naomi as she replied amiably, "Hello Guild Master, nice to meet you too," and basically started ignoring him the next minute as if he was not there, as she continued to chat with Mama Rajput. This greatly perplexed Rudra, as usually Naomi would be giving him a lot of attention unlike today. However, he just shrugged it off as he took a seat beside his pops. Looking at this, both Naomi and Mother Rajput released a big sigh as Mother Rajput said, "Men are such idiots," while Naomi looked at the heavens apparently cursing as she said, Yes they are," while Father Rajput and Rudra looked at each other in fear, as to determine who was the culprit behind this outburst. Years of survival instinct had taught the duo that when vague generalization of the male species was being made, it meant that it was especially not vague and completely directed towards them. The only question was, towards whom? As the two listened intently on the conversation to figure it out. What Rudra and Father Rajput were unaware of was the fact that Naomi had approached Mother Rajput yesterday and told her the truth about her feelings for Rudra, and how she wanted her help to make him realize that she loves him. Mother Rajput had long since approved of Naomi, and having gotten a chance to see his son settle down with a family, she naturally was not going to let it slide, as she promised to help. Their first genius plan was for Naomi to not give Rudra any attention and behave like he did not exist. This was supposed to bother Rudra and make him probe more into the reason why she wasn't giving him attention. According to Mother Rajput, men wanted things they could not have. Hence, women had to play hard to get for men to fall for them. However, seeing how Rudra casually sat down without giving a single thought about Naomi's changed behavior, both women audibly sighed at the peanut that was a man's brain. Plan B from Mother Rajput was food. All three members of her household were complete gluttons and loved food. She was a firm believer that the way to a man's heart was through his stomach, as Naomi prepared an exquisite meal and all the dishes that Rudra liked for dinner. This technique worked, as Rudra thoroughly enjoyed dinner. And so did Max and Father Rajput, as the three showered Naomi with compliments after every bite. While Rudra started to look at Naomi with sparkly eyes, wondering if he could get her to cook for him more often. Seeing some progress, the two women high-fived. Plan B was a success. It was time for Plan C then, which was entirely up to Naomi. For Plan C, Mother Rajput had suggested that Naomi play the shy girl, as she should try to seduce Rudra with her charms, while being equally reserved and shy in the process, having a delicate balance that would drive any man crazy. For this purpose, Naomi and Mama had even gone shopping, buying amazing lingerie for Naomi to wear. Naomi was embarrassed doing such things with her mother-in-law, but she was helplessly in love with Rudra and needed to go all out this once to try win him for once and for all, or let the matter be. Hence, even when embarrassed, she went along with the shopping with enthusiasm. Hence, after dinner, Mother Rajput started the act for Plan C. As she said, "Oh, look at you, all sweaty after cooking dinner for us. Go take a shower in Roro's room and freshen up. Then Roro will take you for a walk." As Naomi tried to downplay it and say that she could just leave, Mother Rajput glared daggers at Rudra, who under intense pressure had to say, "Mother's right. Freshen up, why don't you?" Hence Naomi was, forced to take a bath in Rudra's room to freshen up, while Rudra patiently waited for her to finish up, so that they could go out for a walk. He was casually checking the forums on his mobile to pass time, when an incredible sight got his grip loose on his mobile phone as it slammed into the ground. An incredible beautiful Naomi stepped out of bath, wearing only her inner garments as her hair were tied into a bun. She looked incredibly sensual with wet water droplets gliding on her smooth waist as her fair and tender skin was on full display. Her voluptuous hourglass shape gave Rudra a lump in his throat, as her red lips and red flushed face made his heart race out of his chest. Naomi had voluntarily stepped out of the bath, half naked, as Rudra's mind was in a disarray as to what her intentions were. // guys, if you all are Team Naomi, show the love in the comments section of this chapter. Your love will literally decide the outcome of the next chapter, so it's up to you guys. If you want Rudra x Naomi to happen, then this is the chance. // Chapter 485 Rudra x Naomi, R18. Rudra's heart palpitated seeing Naomi in the incredibly beautiful black lingerie, as he could feel his mind blanking out. Naomi was incredibly beautiful. Rudra knew it from the day he met her, as there was an instant spark in his eyes when he first saw her. But then over time, as he let things take the natural course, the duo ended up as good friends as she frequented his house. However, incredibly beautiful could no longer justify how much Rudra wanted Naomi at the moment, as her current allure was beyond Rudra's realm of self-control. She was seductively biting her lips, which made things even more difficult for Rudra, as every fiber of his body wanted him to be the one biting on them. But a weak barrier prevented him from taking action. However, that barrier was shed to pieces when Naomi said in a sexy voice, "I want you, Guildmaster," as something inside Rudra just broke at that moment as he embraced Naomi in a passionate kiss. Naomi was elated at this reaction, as this was finally exactly the thing she was hoping for, as she returned the kiss with double the passion, as two hot tongues embroiled and intertwined, leaving the other gasping for air, yet unable to breathe. After a few minutes of intense kissing, Rudra picked Naomi up while kissing her and put her on the bed. As he looked at her again, Naomi's face was bright red, as her mind was clearly shy from being admired so clearly by Rudra. However, her eyes were naughty, inviting Rudra for more, as she motioned with one finger for Rudra to come over her for another kiss. She unbuttoned Rudra's shirt, then took off his belt from his pants and opened the single button holding his pants close as she slid her hand inside to take the initiative to touch Rudra's package. Rudra, being a virgin, was shocked by Naomi's aggressive advances, however glad all the same, as he reciprocated by unhooking her bra and flinging it aside as her two supple and hard nipples came into view. This was the point of no return for any man, as Rudra now completely lost himself to the lust, as Naomi's firm C cups were exactly his type, as he put his mouth around one while holding the other with his palm. Rudra might be a virgin, however, as a systematic researcher of porn in college, he was quite knowledgeable about what to do. Hence, even if the technique was not perfect, his intense passion made Naomi moan quite often in pleasure. Naomi could not believe what was happening, as her heart was all bubbles. She had dreamed of something like this since months, and now it was finally happening. For her, this was the happiest time, as she truly felt alive, loosing herself to the pleasure. She let Rudra have his way with her body, as he played with her breasts and sucked on her nipples. Her nipples were in sensitive region, hence she moaned in ecstasy when Rudra pinched them or took a nibble, making her incredibly wet downstairs. Rudra slowly started to caress her milky white skin, as Naomi got goosebumps as his fingers ran across her naked back, His touch so loving and gentle, it was everything she hoped for. However, to her dismay, he never took enough liberty, and went down to the spot where she needed the most attention after making her so wet. So eventually Naomi had to take Rudra's hand and redirect it to the correct area under her panties. This was all the permission that Rudra needed, as he removed Naomi's panties and changed his position to have a good view of the shining wet pussy of hers on display. Naomi's entire body was bright red at this point, as this was extremely embarrassing for her. But even then she wanted it. She wanted Rudra more than anything else, which is why she was ready to do it with him. Rudra's package was now going out of control, as it threatened to tear out of the underwear he was wearing if Rudra did not let him out. However, Rudra's tongue was already focused on exploring Naomi's womanhood, and did not want to be disturbed at the moment. Rudra's tongue game was exceptionally on point, as Naomi orgasmed within a minute of him licking her clitoris, while she did twice more in a span of 20 more minutes, as Rudra patiently licked her dry of all her juices. Only then did Rudra put a finger inside Naomi, and started to show her the professional control of a peak swordsman over his fingers, as he made her squirt to an orgasm. Naomi was absolutely drained at this point, as even her mind started to go numb. As she got on the ground, and on her knees, as she pulled down Rudra's pants to see his 8-inch package in full glory, she licked her lips lustfully, as she was extremely satisfied with the length and width of the package, and it looked incredibly tasty, as she used her small moist lips and tongue to return the favor that Rudra gave her. This was Rudra's first blowjob, and he realized that the difference between this and masturbation was like heaven and earth, and that he would never be able to masturbate to the same pleasure after experiencing this heaven. Naomi was very passionate, as she almost deep-throated Rudra's dick into her mouth, taking it whole, and even drank his cum without spilling a single drop, as she licked her lips dry after it, saying, "Thank you for the treat." It was small things like these that made Rudra go crazy over Naomi, as his long-suppressed 2 lifetimes of fantasy was finally being realized, as he was being made realize on what all he was missing in life. Looking into Naomi's eyes at this moment, Rudra felt like if it was to this girl, he could commit. If it was for this body, he could adjust his schedule any day to accommodate such a session. However, it was not only because of the physical reasons that he felt so. The way Naomi treated his family and blended in with them made Rudra have a soft spot for her. As for him, his family was everything, and she blending in with his family was a relief for him, as a myriad of emotions ran through his mind. Equally complicated emotions ran through Naomi's mind, as they had came so far. Would they go all the way now? Not liking the awkward silence, Naomi finally mustered the courage to ask Rudra, "So you gonna make me your woman or no?" As she turned around on her knees on the bed, inviting Rudra to make the move. The ball was in his court now. // guys, you all made this happen. The Team Naomi comments on the last chapter were overwhelming, hence the plot took this direction. Special shout out to Irel Griffin for the 5,000 coin super gift. As for every super gift, there will be a bonus chapter today itself. But since it's a special juncture, and you are one of my top fans, I give you the option to tell me if you want them to enter a committed relationship or not. Do comment below. // Chapter 486 Life Choices, R18. Naomi was a virgin too. Hence for her to bend over and invite Rudra was a big step for herself as well. Even then she was more than happy to do it, as the one to pop her cherry was Rudra. Rudra was in a dilemma at this moment, as looking at Naomi so vulnerable, he found his resolve weakening, as a man, as he so wanted to taste the warmth of a woman for the very first time. However, even though Ruby was a fictional character, she was also in a sort of relationship with Rudra, hence why the hesitation in Rudra's mind on whether or not this was the right thing to do. Rudra understood that he had a strong attraction for Naomi as well, and that he wanted her really bad. But he knew that if he did not come clean before doing the deed, then he was a scum of a man, which he was not ready to do. Hence, even in the heat of the moment, and his hard dick screaming to him to do otherwise, Rudra said, "We need to talk first." Naomi was disappointed, as her heart started to beat faster, as she sat back up straight and looked into Rudra's eyes. Her eyes half teary, as she feared what Rudra was about to say next. She was sure that Rudra would reject her, as he had literally millions of fangirls fawing over him, with many willing to become his personal cum dumpster should he choose so. While he had the wealth to buy any prostitute he wanted, no matter how expensive. However, Rudra's next words completely shocked her, as he said, "If we do this, then you need to understand that it's you and me in a committed relationship. I am not a man who will bed you and not take responsibility, and also not a man who tolerates his women sleeping with other people. Hence, if we do this, then it's you and me, girlfriend and boyfriend, all right?" Naomi found it stupid, as Rudra made it sound like they were high schoolers or something, but this was music to her ears, as this was exactly what she wanted to hear. She knew Rudra was not a scum, and that was why she was so comfortable around him. Hence she nodded in affirmation to say she agreed. She had nothing else in her mind and heart, and she would never cheat on Rudra. These conditions were mere formality for her. Rudra sighed and continued. I'm not your average boyfriend though, Naomi. I really like you, but if the guild needs me, I will be always available there first and here later. I won't be able to give you the attention you deserve or the time you may want from me. This is not a phase of my life where I can take you out to dinner every day or spend every night with you. Most likely, I would play Omega 3-4 day and night continuously before spending about 2 days week in reality. Of these 2 days, I can only spend 1 day with you, which means that we get to spend time together once a week. If the guild doesn't need me, if it does, then the guild takes priority. Is that fine? Naomi already knew this aspect about Rudra's life, and she had long accepted the fact that the guild would always come above her for Rudra. Hence, she did not mind this condition much at all. She was an understanding woman, and she 100% supported Rudra's ambitions. For her 1 day was enough if Rudra gave her full attention for that 1 day. She meekly nodded with a smile. She had no qualms with this. Finally Rudra dropped the big bomb. As he said, and finally, I need to tell you that I'm kind of in a relationship with someone else too. Naomi's heart sank this exact instant as she shouted. What? Rudra instantly said. Wait, listen me out. It's not a real person. It's an NPC from Omega. Naomi stared at Rudra silently from that point on, as Rudra narrated the story about Ruby and himself in detail. Naomi was on a roller coaster journey while hearing his story. She felt incredibly jealous of the NPC Ruby, as she truly had won Rudra's heart. She seemed like an angel as per what Rudra described her to be, and Rudra's eyes sparkled when he talked about her. It was everything that Naomi wanted to see in Rudra about herself. But she also understood how important Ruby was to Rudra, and slowly started to accept that if he wanted to get Rudra, then she would have to accept Ruby too, which made her struggle internally for a while. As just like Rudra, she also did not want to share her man with anyone, even an NPC. Unknowingly tears streamed down her cheeks, as her nose turned red, as she sobbed, while thinking about how crazy Rudra was for an NPC. Rudra had absolutely no idea of how to console Naomi, as he just got her into a hug while he let her cry. He felt bad for hurting her like this, but he needed to tell her about this side of his life if he was to make her his girlfriend. If Naomi could accept it, then it was heaven for him. If not, he would move on. But Rudra would never give up Ruby or play the double game with 2 women at once. After a while Naomi said, Why, Will? You love Sob me any less than you love her? To which Rudra replied, No. Hearing this reply, a dam broke as Naomi wept for a long time on Rudra's chest, fighting an inner war as she decided on what to do next. Finally she said, Fine. She can have Shikuni, but Rudra Rajput is mine. Mine okay? Rudra was shocked for a second before he meekly said, Okay. Naomi banged her fist on Rudra's muscular chest as she said, And no harem, okay? No other NPC dating, and don't even think of another woman in the real world, or I'll kill you. You are not a playboy, and you are not single. You are my boyfriend, okay? To which Rudra replied, Okay. As Naomi finally consoled her heart at this. While it was not the ideal situation that she wanted, she could live with him having a non-real character affair, as she decided that it was only fictional, and no different from him watching porn and masturbating. The other person was a code of zeros and ones and not real. If he was happy with goofing around with zeros and ones, she would let him have just this one. As the two kissed again. Now as girlfriend and boyfriend things started to get heated again, as now Rudra was taking the initiative, being the dominant one. What followed next was loud bed creaking noises, and moans could be heard to Mama and Father Rajput downstairs, as the two had satisfied smiles on their faces. Mama Rajput was happy that she had finally found her ideal bride, whereas Father Rajput was happy that his boy got some action, and was a real man into real women, unlike creeps who liked virtual women. The only one confused was Max, as he kept asking Mother Rajput as to why was Sister Naomi praying to God so hard, saying, Oh Lord, my God, time and time again, not wanting to humor the kid. Mama had to send him out to play to prevent him from hearing more than he should, as even she and Father Rajput went inside their room to give the kid some privacy. Rudra and Naomi, both experiencing the pleasure for the first time, were lost in their own world as they explored the depths of each other's privates, getting accustomed to a feeling that would accompany them for a long time. As Rudra finally graduated from being a boy to a man, he inadvertently set Naomi on the path of cultivation as well, as his passionate session gave Naomi a part of his virgin yang essence, which was greatly beneficial for her constitution. Rudra, being a cultivator, was enriching Naomi, the mortal, without knowing what he was doing. He was basically dual cultivating with a female, while using her virgin essence to improve himself. If Ridra kept this up, then within 2 months Naomi would break through the cultivation ranks as well. However, even if it had no other benefit, the pleasure itself was heaven-defying, as the two completely integrated into one another. 8 round and 12 love bites later, the duo decided to call it a night, as they slept naked in each other's embrace. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Irel Griffin. Thank him in the comments for this one / Chapter 487 Breaking news to the squad. The next morning, Rudra had never woken up happier. Seeing Naomi sleep peacefully in his arms, he felt giddy and happy in his stomach for some reason, as he appreciated the natural beauty of Naomi in his arms. Ever since he had become a cultivator, his muscles were more toned and his skin was much smoother. In short, he was much more handsome than he used to be. But even so, he would pale in comparison to Naomi even without her applying makeup. Rudra was more or less proud of his performance the other night, as a wide smile was plastered on his face as he woke up. He had never done the deed with his girlfriend in the first timeline. It was one of the reasons why he could not take much of the initiative last night, as based on his past life memories, he had a fear of being rejected on his advances. However, Naomi was not that ********. She wanted Rudra, and Rudra wanted her. He was finally a man now, no longer a virgin, discovering what he had been missing for all this time. When Naomi woke up, she saw a wide grinning Rudra staring at her. For a moment, she thought she must be dreaming as she snuggled up to him, thinking it was just a dream. But when wet kisses were landed on her cheeks and neck, Naomi woke up from her stupor to discover that it was indeed real. Memories of last night flooded her mind, as she could feel the weakness in her legs. Her face inadvertently turned red, as she remembered what all had transpired as well as what a beast Rudra was in bed. Today was the day of the party to celebrate the foundation of the Elite's tower, and every single Elite was going to be there with their families, including Ethan Gray. It was a huge affair overall. Hence, anticipation was high in Rudra's heart, as he hoped to take Naomi as his date there, announcing to the entire guild and his friends that he was having a piece of that. Hence, Rudra asked, "Will you be my date today? I want to tell everyone that you are my girlfriend." As he kissed Naomi on the lips, Naomi returned the kiss with passion. However, internally, she was scared of a lot of things. She definitely wanted to be Rudra's date, but she was afraid that people would take her as the SL**** who seduced the guild master and judge her. Also, she wanted to tell Niwit before anyone else and sort things out with him. After all, he was her only family left. Hence she said, "I really want to. However, I need to talk to my brother about this first. You need to tell your friends first too. We can announce it some other day, okay?" Rudra was bummed that Naomi rejected to be her date. He was finally not single, yet needed to be considerate knowing that Naomi was probably right. She did need to tell Neetwit about it first. Although Rudra was not really worried about what Neetwit wanted, it would be nice if he was supportive of the situation. He did not want unnecessary friction with him. Hence, he agreed to her request. After this, Naomi rushed in to take a bath and clean up, locking the door so that Rudra could not follow her in and seduce her, because she was barely able to walk anymore, and if she let Rudra have his way, she would be completely unable to attend the event at all. When descending from the stairs, she saw a wide grinning Mama Rajput, which instantly made Naomi all embarrassed. She was sure that she and Rudra had made a lot of noise yesterday, and that Mama Rajput probably knew about everything. However, seeing Mama all excited as she pulled her in for a hug saying daughter-in-law, Naomi felt warm in her heart. A part of the reason why she liked Rudra so much was that his home made her feel like family, something she longed for all her life. She truly did love Max and Mama Rajput, and wanted to genuinely contribute to the house now that she was officially his girlfriend. Rudra had a much different reaction to Naomi, as his excitement made it so that he absolutely needed to tell the gang about his fortune. As Fatty Kalash was the first one to be called. Fatty Kalash. "Yo! Sup as ********. Rudra. "Bro. Guess what? Fatty Kalash. Don't tell me you finally realized that your D*** is no longer than 2 inches. Rudra. Ho ho ho. It's long enough to give my girlfriend multiple orgasms throughout the night. Fatty Kalash. What girlfriend? Your A** is single since 2082 inch. Rudra. Not anymore. Fatty Kalash. You're kidding, right? You're F*** with me. Are you? Rudra, Naomi. Fatty Kalash. Rudra, yeah. Fatty Kalash. PSYCHHHH. Brew. That's crazy, man. I'm coming over now. Rudra. Ha ha ha. Yep, I'm getting that. Fatty Kalash. Lucky ba asterisk 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 asterisk. Ridra calls Karna. Karna. Yeah. What's up, buddy? Ridra. I had sex. Karna. Prostitute? Ridra. TF. What kind of a man do you think I am? Karna. Ugh. Socially awkward virgin? Ridra. The hell, man. I'm cool. Karna. Naomi or you Ridra. Yeah, Naomi. How'd you know? Karna. Everyone knows except you. Idiot. She had a massive crush on you. LOL. Psych bro, I'm happy for you. Party's in tonight then. Ridra. For sure man, see you. Ridra calls Neatwit. Neatwit. Hello? Guildmaster? Ridra. Ugh. Nothing, see you tonight my friend. Realizing that it's his sister he was talking about, Ridra hangs up. Moreover, he told everyone he wanted to tell. And would tell you. Ethan and Johnny tonight at the party. As calling them would be too much considering the age difference. Moreover, the party was only in a few hours, and Fatty was already coming over for all the details. Most likely the two were going to be at the party completely sloshed. What Ridra did not know was that there were going to many things happening at the party. As Ethan's wife and son were going to be present as well. Also the students from the Elite Academy, and all the family members of the guild members. The massive celebration was going to be home to many small schemes. With Yua's scheme to drug Ridra being the one he needed to look out for the most. Yua had already bought an incredibly revealing dress that supported her breasts from beneath, giving a show of ample cleavage, and bathed in an incredibly expensive scent that was laced with pheromones that attracted the human male. She had bought an extremely potent aphrodisiac and was planning on giving it to Ridra as she would trick him into entering a private room with her. After that she planned on sealing the deal with sex and blackmailing her way into becoming Ridra's girlfriend. Ridra was as big as Ethan Gray himself now. In terms of money, power and stature. If not bigger because of the elites. The guild was worth trillions of dollars, and was one of the most respected organizations in Omega. Ridra was growing too big for her. And her reason to make him hers was twofold. She genuinely did like Ridra and wanted to have him. But his monetary prowess was the biggest motivator. With him as his boyfriend, her Nakatomi Corporation would never face a single problem. Growing from being billionaires to multi-billionaires in a single year was not impossible. Also, what's to say Ridra did not give her a part stake in the elites, which were worth trillions. The possibilities were endless, and Sue was her ambition. Betting Ridra was a short and easy way to fame, money and success. A combination that she desperately wanted. Plus it did not hurt that her boyfriend was handsome, muscular, and charming too. Her plan was perfect. And she had extensively prepared her lines, and even shaved off her inner privates in anticipation of the coming night. If only she knew that Naomi had been one night too quick, and that Ridra was no longer single. She would probably slide into depression, as the ploy she was working on for months was ruined before it even got started. When everything was said and done, accounting a Russian mafia gang leader into the equation, the annual party of the elites, this time was sure to be filled with turmoil. // Special shout out to Irel Griffin for the 2 magic castles. Like with every magic castle, there will be a bonus today itself. So anticipate the chapters. Moreover guys, I have recently started the new book Rise of the Dragon Emperor, and a little exposure would definitely help prop up the book a bit faster. Hence only for a limited time. For every super gift on my new book, I would release 2 bonus chapters here for Rebirth of the Strongest Guild Master. I will appreciate the support guys. Thank you // Chapter 488 The Party. The Elites party was wild. If one was to put it simply. There was Pirate Kalash, a drunk guildmaster Shikuni, and lots of shenanigans as beer pong and karaoke took over the place. Everyone was having a good time. Socializing. Talking about Omega. Drinking. Chatting and having fun. Some sloshed guys were half naked. Their shirts lost never to be found again. While the more perverted ones were trying to see if they had luck getting laid. Ethan Gray was miserable as he had to wrap his hands around his wife's waist, as she pretended to be just an ordinary housewife, and his son caused mischief all over the place. It could be said that Max and Ethan's son hit it off the moment they met each other, as eating like a glutton and causing mischief was the favorite things of both individuals. However, while Max was innocent in his mischiefs, the same could not be said for Ethan's son Gary. Gary was borderline evil, as he made bone-cutting insults of ugly-looking women and pranked adults into sitting on chairs, which had food littered over it. It could be seen that Ethan's wife did not do any job of disciplining her son, as he pretty much did as he pleased, much to the horror of the harsh Ethan Gray. However, there was a silver lining to it, as if one looked past his mischiefs, it could be seen that the boy was incredibly cunning and brilliant, never getting caught in the act, and pulling off every prank with careful planning. The guy was a genius. Which was probably the way he was raised to be. Rewarded on not being caught in the act. Punished on being caught. Not for committing a crime. However, the hero of today's party was definitely Ethan's wife. She had adopted the name Lita for the party, and made it abundantly clear to Ethan to only call her by that name. Lita was extremely interested in entering the gaming world, and her Russian mafia organization was looking to gain footing inside the Aquahose kingdom for this very purpose. Knowing how Ridra was going to go on an eventual war against the kingdom, she was interested in getting herself an ally. However, whether or not she put forward that proposition depended completely on how her impression of the group was in this party. Ethan Gray's rise to the top, while undoubtedly was because of his own merits and genius. However, he could only consolidate his power because of his eventual marriage with Lita. The mafia boss took care of a lot of enemies for the emerging business tycoon and helped him grow into the giant that he was. However, Ethan Gray owed her nothing. She had a massive crush on Ethan and his gray eyes, as Ethan did marry her and become a faithful husband to her for the help she provided. Although a political marriage, Ethan had never cheated on Lita with another woman. Hence it could be said that all the help he received was paid back. Hence, although today's visit by Lita was having hidden purpose, it was not as if Ridra and Ethan could not reject her proposal. Ethan Gray feared Noon, not even his mafia boss wife. Although he wanted to avoid conflict with an organization much stronger than the Chinese triads. With his newfound wealth and footing inside Japan, he did not fear any external enemies at the moment. Looking through an outsider's perspective, Lita understood a few things about the elites. 1. These were fun-loving young adults who had banded together in an organization ran on mutual respect and loyalty. There was no fear and no member was forced to come at the party. Everyone was a willing participant, and there was no judgments being passed or no comparisons being made. 2. Ethan, Rudra and Karna were incredibly respected in the guild. Everyone greeted them politely, with evident respect and gratitude. It was a heartwarming sight for her, who longed for such treatment within her own organization. 3. The motor coordination of the geek-looking kids was superhuman. 3/4 beer pong shots made the cup by every player throwing them, even while being evidently under the influence of alcohol, which made the game very competitive. It could be easily made out that the reflexes and cognition skills of these boys were extraordinary, probably the result of being an elite gamer. 4. Johnny English was a legend inside the guild. He was a complete mystery, as all his actions were seemingly haphazard and bizarre to say the least. However, the consequences of his actions were completely inhuman. A casual flick of his sleeve, and a starry ping-pong ball would land right into the most difficult solo cup on the table. A stumble while walking, and he would prevent alcohol being served to minors by colliding with the inexperienced waiter, yet not getting a single drop of alcohol on his perfect tuxedo. 5. Rudra Rajput was the real deal in the guild. His alcohol tolerance was off the books, as she personally witnessed him taking 7 shots of tequila yet walking like he took a sip of whiskey. Superhuman strength, superhuman reflexes and speed, while uncaring and humble nature. He was the heart and soul of the organization as well as the pride of each and every guild member present. He literally elevated a guild full of misfits and nerds into the #1 organization in Hazel Group Kingdom. The more Lita studied this man, the more she understood why he was special. He was almost like her husband Ethan Gray, with that spark while he was carving his empire in the business world that attracted Lita to him so much. Rudra seemed to be the same kind of man in the same kind of phase. Seeing all this, she had made her mind that she was going to partner with the elites. This was a golden guild, one whose likes could not be replicated again. // bonus chapter for the super gift by Irael Griffin. Thank him in the comments for this one. // Chapter 489 Heartbreak. Rudra decided to break the news to Johnny and Yum that he had a girlfriend in the party. The duo had completely opposite reactions to his declaration. While Yum was happy for him and told him about some secret wink-wink techniques to use in bed, Johnny gave him a lecture about how there were many fish in the sea, and he was choosing to eat a single meat again and again. He was disappointed in Rudra's choice of getting committed and sighed at the tragic news, calling for shots. However, the one most affected by this news was not Johnny, Yum or Rudra. It was Yua who was waiting on the bar counter to strike up a conversation with Rudra. The news struck her like a lightning bolt, and she did not understand what to make of it. She even came prepared with an aphrodisiac to seduce Rudra today. However, with him already dating Naomi, she was unsure if she should even use it. The entire party, her appearance and fragrance had drew her a lot of attention from a lot of people from all over the guild. However, her only objective was Rudra. But with him already being taken, she felt like all her work was for nothing. She had planned for a perfect evening, however it was ruined now. Moreover, she lost to Naomi. She absolutely hated Naomi, and now she had beaten her to the punch to get Rudra. Although Yua was a bit aggressive, and her means were not always ideal, she was not a bad person at heart, and had genuine feelings too. As the stream of tears went unnoticed by Rudra, someone else did notice them, as he came to console a crying Yua. It was Nitwit. Nitwit was more than thrilled that her sister got a boyfriend, and he was happy that it was Rudra. As his friend, Nitwit knew that Rudra had a solid moral character and sense of responsibility. He was a great match for Naomi, and he gave his sister the blessings. This elated both Naomi and Rudra, as Rudra started to formally put his arms around Naomi's waist as he went on a drinking spree at the elite's party, informing everyone about his new girlfriend. Ethan Gray raised an eyebrow, however just chuckled at the news. He had long seen that Naomi liked Rudra and didn't really care much about it. If Rudra was happy, then it did not matter much to him who he dated in his personal life. But the guild members had a more emotional response, as the duo were constantly teased and praised by the guild members. The night of festivities that could have gone horribly wrong ended up as a pretty good affair overall, as Lita decided to ally with the elites, while Yua did not pull off her scheme. Instead, she found herself waking up beside Nitwit in the morning, as she shared a night with Naomi's twin brother after getting hammered. She did not regret it at all. An elder in the guild, as well as a trillionaire himself, Nitwit was an eligible bachelor, second to only Rudra himself. Hence it ended well for her as well, as she promised to cherish Nitwit and forget about Rudra in the future. The morning after the party was a dull, as everyone was hungover and smelling like stomach acid with dark circles and ruffled hair. Naturally, it meant that attendance around the guild hall in the virtual world was low, as people took time off to deal with a splitting headache, an event which provided an opportunity for one Dronacharya. The virtual world, somewhere in Nine Clouds' kingdom. Dronacharya had been wondering for days on end about what would be the consequences of Rudra becoming the #1 ranker in the world. However, after making 100 plans and carefully selecting the best one amongst it, Dronacharya was back to his scheming ways, with a new scheme to work against the elites, using his spy within the guild to supply him with pictures of the party the elites had yesterday. Dronacharya wanted to release them all over the forums and sully the reputation the elites had from a reliable guild to that of a bunch of misfits. This was the biggest mistake he would make in his entire life, as it would backfire on him big time down the line. Dronacharya knew that exposing these photos meant that he was sacrificing the spy he had within the elites, as he did not expect the elites to be stupid enough to not understand the meaning behind the photos being leaked. However, even after months of repeatedly pushing the spy for sensitive information, the spy had returned empty-handed, making his existence within the guild useless. What Dronacharya was hoping was that the leak would cause internal friction within the elites and slow down their recruitment drive, which would be beneficial down the line to Dronacharya when their eventual clash does happen. He had made a perfect calculation on how to sweat public opinion, as well as how to instigate matters within the elite camp. But it was all to go southways, as an unknown variable had decided to enter into an alliance with the elites. Dronacharya was an unfortunate man, as even after being super cautious and calculated before making every decision, something or the other went horribly wrong for him all the time. As the one photo he chose to leak on the forums, where one Ethan Gray stood with an unassuming woman in the background, whom Dronacharya did not even glance at, was Lita, the infamous mafia boss. The photo did create waves on the forums, but they were not the like that Dronacharya wanted at all, as ever since a single person recognized Lita, the only talking point of the photo became Ethan Gray x Russian Mafia x the elites, as Dronacharya found himself dumbfounded by the situation he never foresaw. The elite share price saw a rise again, as the headlines of the post became powerful alleys, as a message about the Russian Mafia being in bed with the elites started to circulate even before the formal alliance was made. And Dronacharya was the reason for it. // bonus chapter 2 for the super gift by Irael Griffin. Thank him in the comments for this one. // Chapter 490 A New Alliance, A New Enemy. When Rudra saw the photo of the elite's party being leaked, he instantly understood that something was fishy about the photo being leaked. Although public opinion was more focused on the appearance of some Russian mafia boss, Rudra's focus was on who the hell leaked the photos and why. And in the day and age he was at, it was not at all a difficult job, as just about 1 hour of study from camera angles and cross-referencing with live footages. The one who took the pictures was found out. It was a recent Elite Academy pass-out, in the batch 2 going by the name of Rohan, a refugee orphan in Japan fleeing from country X. But before Rudra could interrogate the man, the woman in the picture, and the wife of Ethan Gray, the Russian mafia boss, entered her office with Ethan Gray unannounced. Lita said, "Pardon my intrusion. Guild leader Shikuni. Rudra raised an eyebrow. But looking at the frowning face of Ethan Gray, he said, "No problem, Mrs. Gray, how may I help you?" Lita replied, "Please, call me Lita. I'm here with a business proposition for you." Rudra looked at Ethan for a minute, as the guy just stared a hole through Rudra without uttering a word. It seemed to Rudra like one of those situations where the husband had to shut up before the wife. Rudra hence smiled as he said, "I'm all ears." Lita then put forward her proposition. "I know you are building an army to launch an expedition into Nine Clouds' kingdom and Aquaho's kingdom. And although the small guild of you elites is not so small anymore with 500,000 active members and 1.2 million strong NPC army, we both know it's not enough to take control of a massive region, the likes of which you want to conquer. I am very interested in ruling over Aquaho's kingdom, and in return of your legendary expertise to fight war, I will help you take over Nine Clouds' kingdom. It's a win-win for both of us, eh? What do you say?" Rudra was stunned silent for a minute. This woman was too straightforward. She did not waste a single second as she cut right into the chase. Seeing Rudra's silence, Lita continued, "If you are wondering how will I contribute towards your cause, well, consider having unlimited finances, 3 million troops, and the world's best information gathering team at your disposal. The Russian mafia is not the Chinese triads, honey. And the only reason why I even decided to ask for this alliance is because I don't have a thorough understanding of Omega, a field where it seems you have an expertise, something my husband has very generously praised you for." At this point, Ethan Gray couldn't take it anymore as he said, "Rudra, this woman is nuts. However, this deal is good. It's profitable for us. Think about it." Rudra stayed silent for a long time before he said, "You have the best information gathering team in the world, huh? Well, photos of the elite's party have been leaked. I'm sure you know about them, because you are the talking point of those. Find out the spy and who he works for, and this will be a sealed deal." Leo laughed for a minute. She was genuinely amused at how the boy acted like he had the option to reject her. However, she had no qualms in humoring him, as she decided to flex a little about her real strength. The Russian mafia was different from the Chinese triads in the sense that the triads were an underground organization working illegally, whereas the Russian mafia basically ran the government. From the president of Russia to the cabinet, every important position was being held by a gang member, and their impact on world politics was huge. This meant that the information gathering capabilities that the Russian mafia had were basically the same as the Russian state itself, with every national agency at their disposal. Naturally, it took a total of 30 minutes for Lita to figure out who was the mole within the elites. However, not only that, she went a step further and even caught the first-rate guild leader that the mole reported to, catching a hold of the chain. The tactics used by Lita to achieve these results was that her men drugged and beat the absolute crap out of Rohan within his own home and upside to make him vomit the information they wanted. All of this within 5 minutes of getting the orders from Lita, while gang members were already deployed to Spain, where the alleged leader of the first-rate guild lived to whom the mole reported. Naturally, this terrifying efficiency shocked Rudra, as he was in awe of the capabilities of the Russian mafia. While on the other hand, he did know that he was not strong enough to gobble up the entirety of Aquaho's and Nine Clouds' kingdom yet. Hence, having a partner was a faster solution to a sure-shot victory. Hence, after due deliberations, Rudra decided to partner with the Russian mafia leader Lita, as a new army joined forces with Rudra against common enemies Nine Clouds' kingdom and Aquaho's kingdom. While Dronacharya was not aware of it yet, Lita was a total of 24 hours away from making her way up the chain of conspirators, as she would soon sniff him out, living in a 1 BHK apartment like a useless unemployed man. He thought he was too smart for the world to catch. However, his decision would just backfire on him, as without proper real-world backing he made for an easy target for the Russian agents, as he would find out very soon. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Seyfelden on my new book. Like I promised, for a limited time, I will give 2 bonus chapters for every super gift on my new book. Here is one, while the other will be out soon. Thank you for all the support, man, I appreciate it. / Chapter 491 From Love to Hated. In Omega, if one country declared war on another country, the consequences of losing that war would be felt by the entire nation. As the 1-year protection period for the elites neared its completion, it was becoming abundantly clear to the world that they were gearing up for war. A public announcement of their ambitions to take down both Nine Clouds and Aquaho's kingdom resulted in severe backlash from the resident guilds in these countries. The guilds swore to stand against the invading forces and form a united front, as if the elites were successful in taking over the Nine Clouds' kingdom capital of White Cloud City. then the fate of every player in Nine Clouds Kingdom would be as good as destroyed. Having a 1-year 90% stats debuff, as well as losing all their land and territory, as well as guild warehouse and resources. They would become weak and homeless. This meant that over the long term not only would they lose out in the leveling race, but also in the race to establish regional supremacy, as they would need to immigrate, establish a guild and start all over again. Usually, Rudra would need to capture town after town from Fort Magma all the way to White Cloud City to bring the fight to the capital. However, in an ingenious Shikuni master scheme, Rudra used 3 of the Elite Academy recruits and the Platinum Guild token stolen from the Nine Clouds Kingdom treasury long ago to establish a guild called Rebel Elites. At the heart of the capital city of White Cloud, the Platinum Guild inside White Cloud City, just like in Purple Haze City, was inside the Portia Upper District, near to the Royal Palace, positioning it inside a vantage position inside the city, with the biggest benefit of having the Platinum Guild being that even though a first-rate guild by the name of Rural Warriors held the management rights over the city, they could not expel or blacklist the Platinum Guild, as the jurisdiction fell under the Royal Court of Nine Clouds Kingdom. Hence, even though the players of Nine Clouds Kingdom were aware of Rudra's ploy, there was nothing that they could do about it directly, as day by day more and more forces accumulated inside the dummy Platinum Guild inside White Cloud City. The stocks of Nine Clouds Kingdom guilds plummeted as everyone feared an imminent war, which the elites did not deny to be their intention. Rudra's influence on the grand stage of things had significantly increased when he was made the Archbishop of the Church of Light, as even though the Nine Clouds Kingdom did not feel like hosting an enemy, as a part of the Light faction, they had to treat Rudra with respect, as they feared the church should they not. Naturally, Rudra staying inside the royal palace of Nine Clouds Kingdom, and the continuous buildup of elite and Russian mafia forces inside the dummy Platinum Guild was not good signs for the guilds of Nine Clouds Kingdom, who took it to the forums to slam the elites for their actions. Dronacharya was stumped by this situation. He had not encountered this situation in his previous life, and as the shadow leader of many first-rate guilds inside Nine Clouds Kingdom, he could not understand Rudra's unusual strategy to build up forces within a single space. Although Nine Clouds Kingdom was not as strong as Hazelroof Kingdom, it boasted a lot of Tier 4 warriors within its military ranks, and a forced attack on the capital would warrant action not only from all the guilds, but also from the royal military. To declare a war on an entire nation, one needed a lot of forces, just like Mazikeen had with millions of demons at her disposal, and to be concentrated in one small camp. It was no different as being sitting targets for the spells of the Tier 4 mages, who could wipe the entire dummy elite base if provoked. Hence Dronacharya could not understand Rudra's actions, as it all seemed too bizarre to him. He was not afraid of an elite attack should they bust out into a terrorist-type guerrilla warfare inside White Cloud City, as he started deploying his countermeasures by making small combat stations all over the city, ready to intercept any elite aggression. Especially the part near the dummy Platinum Guild was barricaded and constantly monitored by thousands of troops. However, the world had not understood the real motives of one Rudra Rajput yet, as Dronacharya did not even realize how he had went from being the hunter to becoming the prey, with Lita already having the Spainard leader of the managing guild of White Cloud City under her wraps. The information about the low-lying trillionaire had already been exposed. When Rudra calmly led the document pertaining the known actions of Dronacharya, he was both impressed as well stumped by the stupidity of this cautious man, as Rudra planned to rob him of everything he controlled. The power of information is something that Rudra greatly appreciated, and with Lita as his newest partner providing him with reliable information he could work with, Rudra finally started to cook master strategies that would rock entire nations to their core. His ploy this time was both devious and huge. If executed to perfection, he would topple a nation in a matter of weeks. If played wrong, he would have to take a step back and probably deal with the backlash of a powerful enemy that shared a geographical border with him. However, he was not afraid to play the gamble, as the odds were in his favor, as after a long time, Shikuni was laying down his traps again. // bonus chapter 2 for the super gift by Safidin. With this I clear all my past dues. As I informed earlier, for the first time since the coronavirus pandemic, I'm going on a vacation, and won't be available till March 2nd. Expect only one chapter a day until then, as all bonuses accumulated over these next few days would be given together on March 2nd. Thank you for supporting my book. The next arc is a mindbender, hope you all like it. // Chapter 492 Rudra's Plan. Initially, when Rudra made an alliance with Lita, he expected their relationship to be relatively simple, with him helping her to gain control over Aquaho's kingdom, and in return her helping him to take control over Nine Clouds Kingdom. However, things changed when Lita sniffed out a sinister ploy made from the shadows from someone called the Prophet. Rudra had never heard about any prophets in his past life, as he never expected such a character to exist. However, according to the information gathered by Lita, the Prophet was a very dangerous man that he needed to take very seriously. Initially, when the photos were leaked on the forums, Rudra thought nothing much of it. As with him enacting a rapid expansion of the guild, he did loosen the security measures a bit, while he concealed sensitive information from the masses. Hence he knew that there were 1 or 2 moles within the ranks, however he did not have the energy to deal with them, unless they did something stupid like this. When the spy was caught, Rudra half expected it to be from one of the super guilds, who wanted to keep close eyes on what the elites were doing. However, that was not the case, as the spy was shockingly linked with Rural Warriors Guild, a first-rate guild controlling the capital city of Nine Clouds. However, that was the end of Rudra's suspicions. If it was him, he would have left the matter be at that, as he had no means to threaten or question the Rural Warriors Guild leader. However, Lita was not the same, as her mafia members went to the house where the leader of Rural Warriors lived in Spain, and took his entire family hostage as they interrogated him for information. Naturally, under such intense circumstances, the guild leader sang out all the things he knew, including the name of his boss, who he called the Prophet. Under ordinary circumstances, this would have been the end. However, the Russian intelligence was extremely thorough, as they found out that under the orders of the Prophet, the Rural Warriors Guild had bought about 20,000 shares of the True Elites Guild, a piece of information that they noted down. From then, every guild having more than 15,000 shares of the elites were secretly interrogated by the Russian mafia as more and more people who were under the Prophet were found out. The total holding from everyone combined was a total of $2.6 trillion, a monumental sum. It was clear that the Prophet was targeting the elites, and it was a long-time thing. From then, after extensive research, a lot of activities made by the Prophet was uncovered, as Rudra was absolutely flabbergasted by the planning of this one man. More than 6 first-rate guilds and 14 second-rate guilds under his command. The man was basically the de facto ruler of Nine Clouds Kingdom, having management rights to every big town and city. Rudra could not understand as to why the Prophet guy was targeting the elites, or what exactly his plan was. However, when he discovered that the Rural Warriors Guild had the possession of the item, Tortoise Jade Amulet, he became sure that the enemy was not a simple guy, and mostly had a pile of hidden cards that were not supposed to be introduced in the game yet. The Tortoise Jade Amulet was a semi-legendary item which was only discovered much later in the game to be sold in a remote shop in the distant Lizardman Kingdom. The item had a bizarre price of 50 golden carp fishes, which could only be caught once a year when the carps crossed a narrow valley upstream to lay their eggs. Not only was stumbling on this shop by accident possible, and neither was the fact that the quest had already been completed. It could only be completed by someone who had knowledge of this prior hand and had caught the fishes before approaching the shop. This would mean that the Prophet was someone even more terrifying than Rudra had initially imagined him to be. Either a reincarnator just like himself, or someone with extensive knowledge of the game obtained through a source that Rudra was unaware of. While initially the possibility of another reincarnator being there in the world shocked Rudra to his bones, as he felt fear of the unknown. Had he not met Ethan Gray and known that there can be multiple reincarnators in a world, he would probably be ignorant of this possibility. But because he knew that Ethan was one too, he knew that maybe Sue was this guy. But the panic in his heart gradually changed to greed, as he saw an opportunity unlike any other. The opportunity to take over everything this guy had built over time, and toppling him from the shadows. Hence the mastermind inside him started to go to work. Planning, scheming, plotting the Prophet's downfall, as he went into the mastermind mode of the ultimate schemer Shikuni. If his fight was against a reincarnator, then the same knowledge that the reincarnator Sue convented and used as his ultimate arsenal could backfire on himself when things beyond his knowledge started to happen. Rudra had experienced this firsthand when he was battling with Edge, as he was often vulnerable to events that he had not planned to tackle. Only with time did he learn to lead in the moment and become a true leader. Above a reincarnator, it was one of his skills that other reincarnators may not have. Hence Rudra made a seemingly bizarre move of starting to build troops within the capital city of Nine Clouds Kingdom, drawing the world's attention to his deeds as he publicly announced his plans on the forums, antagonizing the entire player base of a nation, and it worked. Meanwhile, Dronacharya looked like all blood had left his body, as he became as pale as a log when the news of every single guild leader under him being interrogated by the Russian mafia reached him. Dronacharya was a cautious man, never using his gaming name, and keeping the alias of the Prophet. He used a single middleman as his point of contact between him and all the guilds, as he never dealt with them personally. This middleman was the butler of his old household, whom he registered in Omega with the ID name the Prophet. However, it was a level 1 alt only used for direct messaging within the game. a dummy that Dronacharya had kept as a safety. It was a smart move, as that dummy was the only buffer between him and the Russian mafia at the moment, as except that years of his planning had become exposed, yet wanting to take no chances at all. Dronacharya ran from his 1 BHK apartment into the pre-prepared off-grid bunker. Even then, panic never left his body, as he kept thinking stuff about how this was never supposed to happen, and where he went wrong. At his core, Dronacharya was a spineless weasel, as being smart and ambitious was his only redeeming quality, but when push came to shove he did not have the spine to follow through. He went full damage control mode, as he closely monitored every single activity of the elites, as he started making countermeasures, assuming the worst-case scenario of every single guild under him to turn on him, and sell him out, and working his way from there. He made many assumptions of what Rudra should do to make use of this situation. Yet when Rudra did the exact opposite of what he thought he would do, Dronacharya was genuinely surprised. The best way to deal with the situation was to use the turncoat guilds, and cause internal strife and hostile takeover, as the threat of life was greater than the blackmail material that Dronacharya had over them. Yet when the elites threatened to take over Nightcloud's kingdom, hereby angering an entire nation and every single guild within it, with every single guild member having their interests aligned, it was a different situation than the upper management selling out. Here it was a guarantee that every guild would cooperate against the common enemy, as a 90% debuff, and homelessness was something that Noon wanted at all. Nobody could understand the actions of guild leader Shikuni, as he behaved like a erratic madman. However, only Lita knew that the monster had a method to his madness, and a grander picture that would turn an entire kingdom upside down upon execution. / Guys, the novel is performing poorly these days. Some love shown to the book will help me stay motivated for a long way. Special shout out to Lotus Flowers for the 500 coin massage chair, and to Dois2X79p for the 5000 magic castle on my new book Rise of the Dragon Emperor. It's a great book, guys. If you haven't already checked it out, please do. I'm sure you all will love it. / Chapter 493, Dancing to his tune. Every time Rudra went out in the public, he was escorted by holy paladins from the church, who served as a reminder to the people that forget the law. Shikuni had enough power to throw them into jail, if they even dared to look funny at him. While some people initially thought that Rudra would not misuse his powers, that misconception was changed as he threw about 30 people in jail for absolutely no reason from a 5-minute walk inside the capital. This aggravated the civil unrest inside the city, as people called Shikuni a tyrant and a madman who should not be at a position of power. However, not even the king of Ninecloud's kingdom had the balls to offend this madman. The common man was just utterly powerless. Hence started a week of time where the elites kept increasing their overall numbers inside Whitecloud City, beating the drums of war when Rudra kept annoying the bloody hell out of everyone by abusing his power to the full. The streets of Nightclouds were filled with players holding banners of Tyrant Go Back, as boos rained down on him at every block he passed through. If Rudra was a weaker man, he might be intimidated by this setting. But contrary to what people might believe, he actually enjoyed it, with his actual life not being on the line. His return from hell had emboldened him a lot, as he feared Noon on the surface anymore, relishing the hate and the attention, as he got off sending random people to church dungeons for absolutely no reason at all. When someone looked at the situation from a third-party perspective, Rudra's action seemed pointless, as it only served to sully his long-built respect and reputation. However, that was not at all the case within Whitecloud City. Civil unrest started to spike as there were more and more protesters every time Rudra went out. As things progressed exactly how he wanted them to progress with every trip, he made getting more violent responses. This was the first phase of Rudra's plan. His plan involved him getting attacked on the streets of Whitecloud City by a Ninecloud's Kingdom citizen. He wanted to be the victim of attack. He wanted to be the one who could get the pity, and who could claim from the royal family compensation to be attacked on their soil under their watch, or threaten to use the Church of Life's favor that they owed him to exact justice that he deserved from the kingdom, if the king was unwilling to do it for him. He wanted to put the king between a rock and a hard place, as he would not be given any points to counter Rudra when he would make his case and start phase 2 of his plan. As Dronacharya could not understand the real motive behind Rudra's actions, it seemed like he failed to understand the genius of his ways, as Dronacharya was still focused on making maximum preparations against an all-out attack of the elites on the capital. Dronacharya was placing one hidden card after another, preparing them in case he needed to show them in the showdown against the elites, unaware of the fact that this was exactly how Rudra wanted it to be, and how he would eventually rob him of everything he had. Dronacharya was relying on his own experience of how the elites eventually lost the war, as he prepared a counter for their every known weapons and combat formations. Had he not have been stepped on the tail by Lita, sniffing his entire operation out, he would have most likely delivered the single worst defeat of Ridra's gaming career to him. But with the proper information, it was fair game between the two, with the better strategist being the one who would win fair and square. On the streets of White Cloud City, Ridra was going about his routine of taking a stroll down White Cloud City, as he behaved like a complete piece of shit, while taking hate from a plethora of protesters. Ridra actually had no idea about how to act like an entitled piece of crap. However, relying on his past life memories of Nit and Anvani, he got into an exact method acting, with peak tier 3 knights in shining armor from the church accompanying him on his outings. Ridra would walk in the middle as 6 knights surrounded him from all sides as he would take a stroll in the city. Obviously Ridra needed no protection, but he needed to piss people off. And without the knights, it was kind of hard to do. In the middle of a particularly heated street, Ridra started his entitled brat acting as he said, "Oh my god. This city smells like S********. I can't believe I'm forced to live in this appalling conditions. I can't breathe properly. Cough. Cough. Uh-huh. Did someone just fart? What more to expect from smelly bastards of this stinky city?" Ridra's acting caused the people who had gathered to protest against him even more agitated than they already were as they hurled insults at Ridra. "What smelly eh? You are smelly. Your guild is smelly. You reek of blood. Fuck asterisk. See you asterisk. Hiding behind those paladins. How shameful it is to be a ranker who cannot even walk without bodyguards. You useless dick asterisk. See you asterisk. Come smell my SS. I swear if I don't fart on her face, then my mother was a WH asterisk. Ridra heard all the disgusting remarks with a smile, as he proceeded to randomly throw 2 people to jail, as he pointed at them, and said, "Too long of a nose. Throw him to jail. Ugly B asterisk. Throw her in jail." As the crowd got borderline violent at his prick acting, as he sentenced 2 innocent people to suffer in jail. The atmosphere was already at a boiling point, as the insults got severe with people calling Ridra out repeatedly. However, the scale tipped finally when Ridra presented to find something, as he pulled out his middle finger from his ass, as he showed it to the crowd, with a saintly smile plastered on his face, that made every man vomit blood at sight. Everyone had enough of this arrogant ba asterisk, as a riot broke down on the streets of White Cloud City, as the crowd decided that they would rather go to jail than take the bulls asterisk from Ridra, playing right into Ridra's hands. A violent street fight broke out, as Ridra let himself take damage from these kids, who he could beat with his eyes closed. However, he let them hit him with their best without even dodging, as pitiful damage of 1,000. 2,000 appeared on his screen. Initially, the attackers talked a lot of smack to Ridra, thinking they were doing good against the number 1 ranker. However, soon the reality of the situation started to sink in, making them despair. When people realized that with both hands behind his back and Ridra being rooted on his spot, as he let them hit him with all they got, they were unable to move his HP even beyond the bright green zone. It became clear to everyone just on what stratosphere was the man in front of him. Just a casual glance from Ridra sent a chill down the attackers' spines, when their peak tier 2 spell that Ridra took head on only did a 3,600 damage on his panel. When Ridra finally brought out Elven Sword, it was game over for the riders, as with him taking only a casual stroll, he severed the heads of his attackers left and right, as people died left and right from a single attack. By the time that the royal army rolled out to take control of the situation, Ridra was already sitting over a mountain of corpses, as he looked coldly at them demanding an explanation. Although only a peak tier 3 player as of now, Ridra's unreal stats pushed his strength into the pseudo tier 4 realm, as his feats already surpassed the realm of mortals. No mortal was supposed to have such a large HP bar, or such monstrous stats. By the time anyone could realize what Ridra was actually after, it was too late. The riot had happened, and the rioters were dead. As he marched into the royal court a victim, as Dronacharya was about to soon find out with Ridra's phase 1 complete, he was already a step behind his opponent in the game. Ridra had already started his grand scheme to overtake Nine Clouds' kingdom in the most unorthodox way possible, as history would remember this as the greatest single-man victory of all time. // Special shout out to Cervantes91 for the 5,000 coin gift. Thank you so much for your support, my man. The book is having a tough time, and this helps me a lot. Congratulations on also hitting the GT target, guys. Bonuses all together on March 2nd. Sorry for the delay. Hope you enjoy this chapter. // Chapter 494 scammed everyone. Ridra's insane HP bar was the gossip of the town, as viral videos circulated that displayed his HP bar not even moving a fraction when receiving peak tier 2 attacks. The forums could not believe that the video was actually real, as they gulped in fear thinking about the consequences of if it was. Although everyone knew that Rudra was a special player by his performance in the 1v1 battle in the Olympics, as well as many viral videos which exaggerated his PvE abilities. However, somewhere in their hearts, they believed that with enough hard work and a bit of luck, they could become like Rudra too. But reality has its way of crushing dreams. As the recent video of Rudra taking on crowds of Tier 2 players without moving an inch, as he let them hit him with their best attacks without a single scratch on his shining Doom armor, showed just how large the gap was between them actually was. Rudra was the #1 ranker in the game, and he was slowly building accomplishments that put him as one of the most decorated players of the game. While many independent magazines love to publish their top 10 rankings of strongest guilds and players, in the last 1 year, there was not a single magazine that did not feature the leader of the elites as one of those 10. Every 6 months Rudra did something that would make his own previous accomplishment look pale in comparison, as he just kept stacking them up, elevating himself and the entire True Elites guild alongside with him. Hence, the frenzied reactions of the players on the forums were absolutely justified, as they lost their minds on the importance a single player could hold in Omega. Oi! 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 Tell me this video is a joke, right? That's a mud spear that hit him. A peak Tier 2 spell. It takes 12 seconds for a Tier 2 mage to cast it, and it only did a 400 damage. Is this a joke? Not a dent on his armor or his HP bar. Is the game bugged? Impossible. This has to be photoshopped. I refuse to believe in this video. Gaia should check the authenticity of this footage and remove it to not cause the spread of wrong information. I agree with you. This cannot be real. Fake. Please check this, Gaia. Fake. Please check, Gaia. Forum message. Moderator. The video posted is absolutely authentic, and trying to deny the validity of the content posted or questioning the fairness of the game will lead to a 30-day soft ban. Holy mother of cats. So one player at the peak of Tier 3 can just walk around slaying Tier 2 players like they are small fries? With him taking lesser damage than a dungeon boss from attack, yet an equally large HP tank. Does this make any sense to you all? Well, here is a food for thought, with the better players pulling away from the crowd, and more people like Shikuni emerging. Will the common players still have a place within Omega? Unrest and disbelief spread across the forums, as people were depressed to see that the meta of Omega favored the strong heavily over the weak. While the difference was not too exaggerated between Tier 1 and 2, the higher one climbed, the more exaggerated her abilities became, as one Tier 3 player started becoming worth a 100 Tier 2 players for guilds. This was a change Rudra had already anticipated, as it was his driving force behind creating the elites. He only took in quality members at the start of his dreams because he knew that he only needed these core members of the guild to actually build an empire, as a single Tier 4 player was worth a 1,000 Tier 3 ones, which would be what most large organizations should have. Hence Rudra wanted to focus on nurturing that one special player, rather than focusing on the 1,000 ordinary ones. Hence why the guild True Elites. However, regarding all the ongoing chatter on the forums, Rudra paid it no heed, as his objective was completely different at the moment, with him being in the royal court of Nightcloud's kingdom, as he made every single person present in the royal court swear buckets over his current situation. Seated in the exact center of the court, surrounded by officials of the state, Rudra was applying an ice bag to his sore shoulder, as he let his right shoulder out of his armor, his naked skin exposed, as he sat leisurely in front of the king. Usually this would be considered insolence. However, Rudra was in a position to get away with it scot-free, as it was the king who was more afraid of Rudra than Rudra being afraid of the entire Nightcloud's kingdom. Rudra's position in the Church of Life made him one of the most important men on the continent, with every light faction nation ready to take up arms for him, should he be offended, including the Pope, who had given Rudra a token of his gratitude. Rudra's single trip to hell changed the entire ballgame for him, as the extreme risk had landed him astronomical rewards, the most important one being the post of the honorary Archbishop in the Church of Life. With this title under his belt, Rudra could dare to be arrogant in front of the king of Nightcloud's kingdom, someone he could not have offended as just an honorary bishop. As Rudra stated his shameless facts, the hearts of the Nightcloud's kingdom officials started to significantly sink, as they could feel the huge price tag coming their way. Rudra said, "Respected king, in the streets of your glorious White Cloud city, I, the honorary archbishop of the church, and the 6 brave paladins guarding me were brutally assaulted by a mob of people who tried to make an attempt at our lives. I am extremely saddened by this development, as I cannot help but assume that it was a premeditated attempt by an organization. As lately every single day that I go out for a stroll, I feel like there is a crowd of people who simply hate me from their very core, as they closely monitor my every move. while I try to abide the guidelines set by the goddess of life and rid this beautiful White Cloud city from the sinners. As I offer them redemption in the church's dungeon, as they have the chance to reflect on their crimes there. However, instead of thanking me, the people of your city spit in my presence and call me a madman. Yet I take it all and be forgiving. For it is my job to do so. However, noble king, this attempt at my life is too much. It has given me a psychological scar. And I think I might need to approach the Pope for help regarding this matter. What do you think about it? Ridra presented a gift-wrapped version of absolute bullcrap sprayed with the scent of lavenders and roses. As he painted a perfect victim picture to the king, while also subtly hinting that he could go towards a higher authority should adequate justice not be given to him. The king worried that Ridra would ask for monetary compensation or something extremely valuable. However, with him not having many choices under his belt, he could only reluctantly beat the same drum as Ridra as he said, "Honorable Archbishop, it saddens me more than anyone else that such an unlawful and shameful incident occurred in my kingdom with someone of your stature. I will surely investigate the matter and bring the culprits to justice. You have my word for that. In the matter of approaching His Holiness the Pope, I think it is unhealthy to approach him for such matters that can be settled without his intervention, as I am sure that there might be something the state could do to appropriately compensate you for our oversight." Ridra's eyes sparkled at the king's response. As he screamed in his mind, bingo! The fish had taken the bait beautifully. It was now time to reel it in. Ridra said, "You misunderstood me. Your Majesty, I am not someone who wants material goods as compensation." The face of the king darkened. He feared that Ridra may ask the hand of his daughter for marriage, or some other sort of dirty rewards. However, Ridra's next words shocked him. Ridra continued, "For me, your assurance that the culprits would be brought to justice is enough, as I have faith in the judicial system of Nine Clouds' kingdom and the judgment of the king. However, in my humble opinion, it is not the state at the fault, but the officials who run the state that are. The management of White Cloud City is being done extremely poorly by the managing guild, and I strongly believe that they should be punished for their oversight of my security and the inability to control violent mobs within the city." Ridra had framed the managing guild for the crimes which had nothing to do with them. However, with his words making some vague sense, and the king desperate to sweep the matter under the rug, a response that Ridra had masterfully crafted came out of the mouth of the king. He said, "Yes, indeed. Even without the Archbishop bringing this matter to my notice, I was planning on stripping them of their rights for the poor job they have done to manage this city. I am thankful for the Archbishop to have faith in my sense of justice, and let me assure you that your faith is not misplaced, as I will bring the culprits to justice. Regarding the matter of the new managing guild, does the Archbishop have any suggestions?" A sinister smile spread on Ridra's face as he had completed the phase 1 of his plan. His choice was naturally the dummy elites guild to come into power, in a move that was so brilliant that it would shake the very foundation of Nine Clouds' kingdom and Dronacharya's base of power. With the dummy guild in power, which players could enter the city? Which guilds could have a base in the city? Which guilds could run a business in the city? Everything was directly controlled by the elites, as the foreigners suddenly had supreme authority over the capital of another nation. Panic, disbelief and horror spread on the streets of White Cloud City when the system announcement informed the players about the new management. As it was at that moment that Dronacharya realized that he had up. // Guys, what do you all think about this chapter and the current plot line? Do comment down below. The comments really help me connect with you all. And although I don't reply to every one of them, I do read and take feedback from every single one. So please drop a comment. // Chapter 495 Too late. Ridra made the dummy guild rebel elites the new owners of the Nine Cloud Kingdom capital. As if on a vendetta, he banned all the major guilds operating in the city, including the previous managing first-rate guild of rural warriors. Every single guild, whether small or big, if associated with Dronacharya, was banned from White Cloud City, as Ridra annoyed millions of players in a single day, displacing them of their homes. The Rural Warriors Guild had the single worst nightmare of their lives, as the guild stock plummeted from being traded at 1 gold a share down 90% to only 10 silver a share in a matter of hours. They not only lost their home and their wealth, but also their human resources, as the tough times ahead made thousands of people jump from the sinking ship. As the guild lost 20,000 members, including 1 elder and 12 core members. This was a massive headache for the struggling guild, as its guild leader turned to Dronacharya for help and support. However, with Dronacharya having major problems of his own, he did not entertain the struggling Rural Warriors Guild at all. Ridra's tyranny did not end at him just blacklisting these guilds. He systematically attacked the economy of White Cloud City, as he raised the toll entry to enter the city from 5 silvers to 5 gold coins, which was an astronomical number. He disabled the teleportation array inside the capital, making long-distance trade and travel impossible, as well as placed a night curfew and intra-city travel restrictions to cripple the economy. The capital city was not only special because it housed the palace and the royal army, usually at the heart of a kingdom, but it was important to players, as it had many unique and important buildings such as the administration hall, various tier promotion halls, the public library, various mercenary halls, black markets, auction halls, and other essential things that a player could not do without. The Nine Clouds Kingdom capital had the Advanced Swordsman Hall, the Mage Association, and the Blacksmithing Association HQ. Hence, for players of these classes, it was absolutely imperative that they needed access to these buildings and structures for quests, tier promotion, and the like. Hence, they could not do without having to reside inside White Cloud City. This coupled with the fact that if they chose to move to other cities, they would not only have to pay the insane toll price of 5 gold coins every time they visited the city, but also waste time in transportation, made the players even more agitated about the current turn of events. However, with the Rebel Elites Guild giving the internal security contract of the White Cloud City to the True Elites Guild, the streets were literally being patrolled by thousands of elites, who quashed any sign of protest at the very root. The common man became powerless within White Cloud City, as the stronger guilds had been blacklisted, while the weaker ones were suppressed in fear of being blacklisted. One could not just leave the capital city and migrate, due to innumerable reasons. However, they could not live in such tyranny either. This led to one of the most unique situations in the history of governance, as the one who committed the crime was also the judge, the jury, and the executioner, leaving no policy for justice in the equation at all. Generally, such reforms meant that the elites were gradually ruining a perfectly good piece of land and bringing it to the ground. However, with Rudra giving 0 Fs about White Cloud City, he did not care if his reforms would render the city a desolate wasteland, not generating a single dollar of income over time. With his massive pools of money, Rudra could pay the yearly central tax without having to raise a single cent from the city. Hence, he did not need to worry about governing the territory at all. However, this was disastrous for the Nine Clouds Kingdom, as Rudra positioned an impossible custom duty for all goods entering the city, isolating the largest NPC market of the kingdom from cheap goods and services. While his actions got heavy criticism from those who had fled the city or those who resided in other cities of Nine Clouds Kingdom, nobody inside the White Cloud City had the balls to whisper something bad about the elites in fear of being permanently banned. Shikuni had played a brilliant move, as he wiped nearly $1 trillion of Dronacharya's assets in a single day and gave him a massive nightmare, as his best city slipped from his control without a fight. While Dronacharya always believed that he may need to fight for White Cloud City sometime with the elites, with him preparing barricades and equipment of war, as the elites build up inside the city showed no signs of slowing down. However, the psychological damage of him losing the city without ever having the opportunity to even understand what was going on was huge, as he finally understood the gravity of messing with Shikuni of the elites. Dronacharya was one of those third-party spectator who would look at elite scheme, like the one where they lured the 6 guilds alliance and blew the entire fort up to kill hundreds of thousands, and be like, "I'd never fall for that stupid strategy." Or some other scheme of Rudra, and be like, "The enemy leader must have a pea-sized brain. I could see that trap from a mile away." Yet when faced with Rudra's schemes himself, he finally understood what it meant to go one-on-one with the leader of the elites, and just how terrifying his prowess was. The world's attention was on the developments within White Cloud City, as everyone called the elite takeover of the city as the heist of the century, as Rudra blatantly ruled like a tyrant, turning a perfectly fine city to its ruins. Meanwhile in hell, Lucifer sat on his throne, as he held a wine chalice in hand, contemplating about the incident of Amon slipping through his clutches a few days ago. The 6 alive deadly sins wanted desperate revenge on the mortal who used Michael's powers to kill the sin of pride Leviathan, and Lucifer had a hard time containing their rage. To be frank, he was pissed off himself. However, he wanted the demon's diary more than anything else in the world. It was an artifact that he had been looking for centuries, and now a human mortal had almost the complete collection. Lucifer had issued a quest inside the Church of Darkness, as the 10 best Dark Faction players had been given the job to reclaim the diary from Rudra as a compulsory quest. Rudra did not know this yet, but he had become the #1 target on the 10 highest ranked players within the Dark Faction, as every one of them were slowly crawling into Light Faction cities and hiding their identities as they moved towards Nine Clouds Kingdom. While manually traversing kingdoms was a lengthy and time-consuming process, since Rudra had shut down the White Cloud City teleportation hall, the Dark Faction players could only be safe and traverse multiple kingdoms manually to enter the city, as teleporting into any other light faction city that is nearest to White Cloud City would most likely get them arrested by the local authorities. Hence, while Rudra was focused on toppling the Nine Clouds Kingdom, 10 extremely strong enemies were on the hunt for him. It would be Rudra's first encounter against the strongest the Dark Faction had to offer, and a clash that the world would remember. Meanwhile, in reality, Max was in Rudra's room as he picked his nose and looked at the coffin-sized VR pod in confusion. As no matter how he looked at it, it seemed exactly same like the mummification coffins the Egyptians used to bury their pharaohs. The only difference being the one wire connected to the power generator, which was missing from his social studies textbook. While Max was a little small, with Omega taking over the world, he understood that his brother was a big shot in the world now, as everyone in school treated him with respect and asked him questions about his brother all the time. However, curiosity about Omega still never escaped his mind, as he wondered what would happen if he tried to play the game without his brother ever finding out. Making up his mind, he decided that someday when Rudra was not inside the pod, he would go in to try play the game. A decision that would alter his life forever, as Rudra's pod was not meant for normal people. With him being a cultivator, the special VR pod he had also did not have the restrictions that most VR pods had on age and the like, as it was only tailor-made for one person. Max's life was about to change. / Guys, good news. I am back from my vacation. Re-energized and ready to give bonuses again. In the 4 days of my vacation, I have to give a total of 4 bonus chapters, which will start from tomorrow. Thank you for your patience during these days. / Chapter 496 Rudra the Merciful. In the days that followed, the elites ruling White Cloud City as they pleased. The situation of the rural warriors and several other second and third rate guilds, which used to work for Dronacharya and were ousted from White Cloud City, went from bad to worse, as the management were on the verge of bankruptcy, as paying wages to guild members was becoming a challenge. The already unsatisfied guild members were now fearing for their pay, as the confidence in these guilds hit a rock bottom, as morale was extremely low. Dronacharya did not offer any help to these guilds, because as of now they served no real purpose for him, and secondly, he had an economic crisis of his own, as he was a major shareholder in these very guilds, who saw their share price reach new all-time lows. Hence, with no help offered from Dronacharya, these guilds were helpless as they were desperate to make money and make ends meet during the tough times. No place to stay, no finances left in the guild warehouse, a depleted member roster, and an overall depressed atmosphere. Everything pointed towards a certain doom for these guilds. However, unexpectedly in these extremely turbulent times, shockingly, the one to offer a helping hand to these guilds that had no support was the one who caused them the misery in the first place. As Rudra stretched a helping hand to these guilds, at first everyone was appalled by the idea of shaking hands with the enemy. But when Rudra offered to pay to buy 51% of their guilds for 5 times the market value, he made a strong case for these struggling guilds. Rudra agreed to sign a contract that would state that he would never meddle in the day-to-day affairs of the guild, and not involve himself in the member management. In turn, the guild leader and the core members of the guild had to sign binding contracts that prevented them from leaving the guild in the next 5 years, and they agreed to follow his instructions about going to war and which guilds to ally with. In one small day, using trillions of dollars as if it was worthless, Rudra bought 1 first-rate guild, 6 second-rate guilds, and 17 third-rate guilds, with the same contract terms and conditions. Everything was done extremely swiftly, as the stocks of these falling guilds suddenly skyrocketed, creating a buzz in the forums, while none of these guilds officially told that they had signed a deal with the elites. Those with enough brains figured out the situation anyway. However, the sheer suddenness of the move shocked everyone, as Rudra's real motive remained a mystery for everyone to decipher. However, they did not have to wait for long, as one of the second-rate guilds that Rudra had bought was the managing guild of a small town in Nine Clouds Kingdom, near to Fort Magma, as that guild declared a territorial war on the second biggest city in Nine Clouds Kingdom, the Blue Cloud City. An alliance of 24 guilds boasting a total of 650,000 troops challenged the first-rate guild ruling Blue Cloud City in a territorial war that would happen in 5 days' time. It was now that Dronacharya understood Rudra's scheme, and his plan to systematically dismantle Nine Clouds Kingdom from within, as he targeted one city at a time. However, not in his wildest dreams could Dronacharya have imagined that the guilds he neglected were easy pickings for Rudra, as he used a fallen force and gave them a chance at redemption, swooping in as their savior. The part where he controlled 51% of all these guilds, coupled with the binding contracts on all elders and core members of the guild, meant that Rudra's hold over the guild was more solid than his threats of blackmail, as he actually held more tangible power. For these guilds to be able to pay their members their monthly wages and have a purpose in these dark times made them one of the most motivated forces out there, as well as the most dangerous. These guilds had nothing to lose anymore and everything to gain, as taking down Blue Cloud City would mean that they could reclaim their glory days, with the elites giving them state-of-the-art weapons and potions to aid in the war effort. These guilds felt more confident in their attempt at taking down the city, as the enemy first-rate guild only had 400,000 members, giving the attackers a large numerical advantage. Naturally, Dronacharya could not let yet another city from Nine Clouds' kingdom fall into Rudra's lap. Hence, he armed the defending forces with hidden cards of his own, as defending the city was his topmost priority at the moment. What he did not realize, however, was that by making this move he played right into Rudra's hands exactly how he wanted it to be, as Rudra's real target was not Blue Cloud City at all, diverting the world's attention as to what looked like an epic war and a genius strategy by the elites. Rudra diverted Dronacharya's attention from his true scheme, as the Russian mafia and the elites prepared another operation in the dark. Meanwhile, Nero, the dark faction player from Japan, teammate of Rudra in the National Battlegrounds event, the Necromancer. Nero was the number 10 player on the dark faction ranking list, and one of the players who got the notification about the quest from Lucifer. At first, he was shocked that the target was Shikuni, but playing with the man himself in the National Battlegrounds, Nero knew better than anyone that Shikuni was one of the most special players to ever put on a VR headset. Nero was heavily struggling as the moment he stepped into the light faction territory, he got a massive 90% stat debuff, something that increased the difficulty to safely travel through the enemy land exponentially harder. One of the items that the Church of Darkness had given every single one of the quest undertaker was a potion that could remove this debuff for 4 hours after ingested. Naturally, everyone preferred to save it for the eventual fight and escape against Rudra himself, as nobody thought that taking on the number 1 ranker of the light faction was going to be easy. // Special shout out to Cervantes91 and Magnum for the 5,000 coin castles. I feel greatly motivated by the support and plan to go on a writing spree to show my gratitude in kind. So thank you guys a lot. // Chapter 497 The Mastermind. Rudra looked on the map of Nine Clouds' kingdom with a satisfied smile on his face as he admired the genius of his own plans. Nine Clouds' kingdom was landlocked from all sides, sharing a border with 3 kingdoms of Aquaho's kingdom, Hazelroof Kingdom, and Ghost Kingdom, with Aquaho's kingdom being a close ally and Hazelroof being a sworn enemy, as the Ghost Kingdom was a neutral neighbor. Rudra's takeover of Fort Magma provided him with a front to launch his troops from the Hazelroof Kingdom side of things, while the capital falling under his control meant that he had a hold over the central region now. With him escalating tensions in Blue Cloud City, the only relatively safe city left in the kingdom was the Green Cloud City, a city closest to Aquaho's kingdom with a direct trade route connecting it to the aquatic city of Aquaho's kingdom. This made Green Cloud City one of the economically most prosperous city, with the hardest difficulty to forcefully penetrate, as reinforcements could arrive from both Nine Clouds and Aquaho's kingdom. However, should Green Cloud City fall to Rudra, Rudra would have a direct invasion route into Aquaho's kingdom to facilitate Lita's request to capture Aquaho's kingdom too, as Rudra diverted the world's attention to the coming war in Blue Cloud City, never uttering a word about his plan to take down Green Cloud City in a storm. With the Russian mafia ready to jump into the fight at his single command, Rudra had already figured out the way to make a situation that was a win for him, yet an even bigger win for them, as his alliance with Lita also needed to be given importance. Hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, Rudra one-upped everyone, as the constant troop buildup inside White Cloud City was actually never meant for a war with the Rural Warriors Guild for the fight for White Cloud City, but for this another fight. On the day before the battle for Blue Cloud City took place, the world was shocked as the rebel elites, the puppet rulers of White Cloud City under Rudra, declared war on Green Cloud City. The one who was most stupefied by this move was Dronacharya, who had hired mercenaries as well as lent monetary, equipment, and special weapon support for the defense of Blue Cloud City against the impending invasion. This move caught him completely off guard as he was caught defenseless in a position where he could no longer prepare Green Cloud City in time for the impending elite's invasion. Nor could he abandon Blue Cloud City, as the fall of either city was a huge loss to his operation. Splitting his assets was not an option, as both wars saw the invading forces come with a tactical and numerical advantage, which would take everything that Dronacharya had to offer to stop just one, as the prophet was left scratching his head, scrambling for answers to situations that he never expected to happen in the first place. He was again reminded that Rudra was not an opponent he could read at all. His actions came out of nowhere, catching the opponent off guard, as the seemingly bizarre decisions and meaningless moves in the small picture actually all connected to make a bigger picture that would completely change entire dynamics of things. Rudra's actions left Dronacharya frustrated, angry, and completely out of choices, as he understood that he had lost this battle even before it started to Rudra. Even if he won the battle in Blue Cloud City now, with him exposing some of his hidden weapons and technology in a meaningless fight as this one, he was sure to lose more than he gained. Hence in a rare move of swallowing one's pride, Dronacharya actually made a sensible choice and pulled out. Dronacharya did what everyone should have done when they were completely outclassed by Rudra. Retreat and regroup. Pulling all his support from the defense of Blue Cloud City, Dronacharya declared Night Cloud's kingdom as a lost cause, as he tucked his tail behind his legs and used the time to properly wind up all his operations from the country before it fell to the elites. Learning an important lesson about Shikuni of the elites, Dronacharya took this loss and retreated without risking to lose more to gamble and win everything back, as he prepared to live to fight another day. Hurt, frustrated and angry, he took a learning curve as he calmed his mind and started to plan his way through things all over again, now without making the same mistakes he did in the past. According to his estimations, the setback would cost him nearly a year's worth of efforts. However, since he pulled out in time, he minimized damage from an overall disastrous situation, etching the name Shikuni of the elites to his forever hate list. Dronacharya swore to destroy him someday. Meanwhile, Shadow was the #1 ranker from the Dark faction, a Night Ranger by profession. He was a rare solo player who was always on the top without the backing of any powerful organization behind him. Just like his gaming ID, he was actually a shadow that was never to be seen, as except for his name showing at the top of the ranker lists, no player had actually interacted or met Shadow for sure. Mysterious in his ways, and with a non-existent social presence, not much was known about the Night Ranger or his skill set. He was the first one to arrive in Night Cloud City, as he calmly scouted the habits of the leader of the elites as he made plans for his attack. Deeming it too risky to attack Rudra in the middle of a light faction city and thousands of his guild members, Shadow patiently waited for his opportunity to strike. He knew that he had to be quick and clean, as not only was he not the only person to receive the quest, but also the strength of his opponent was not to be underestimated. // bonus chapter for the super gift by Cervantes 91. Thank him in the comments for this one. // Chapter 498 Dual Battlefields. The 24 Guild Alliance led by the Rural Warriors Guild took it to the defending forces at Blue Cloud City as the war officially started. Although there were steady defenses mounted to stop the enemy forces rushing, they were not enough to stop the hungry players who not long ago were on the verge of losing it all. Reckless and fearless in their charge, these players had tasted the loss of their home territory not long ago, and knew the importance of having a steady base of operations to provide for steady income and stability. Hence the morale of the invading force was insanely high. The defending forces could never withstand these madmen even with various AoE-type attacks, as there was no sense or reason or formation behind the invading forces' attack, as even when burned, slashed or being on the verge of death at 5% HP, these players only rushed at the next enemy, giving their 100% and taking them down with them, charging through wizard spells, charging through defenses of tanks, charging through a rain of arrows. The army resembled more of a horde than a trained legion. The horde swallowed everything in its path as it brute-forced its way through to inside the city walls. As from then on, the war simply became a free-for-all, with the horde having an upper hand over the retreating defending forces. It was at this point that anyone watching the war understood that the outcome of the war had been decided, as there was a fast clean-up of the individual stragglers, as the second-rate guild that declared the war was able to breach the mayor's office and redeem the town token to become official winners of the war. Soon the title was relinquished to Rural Warriors Guild, as celebration for the massive victory began. The last few days had been a roller coaster for these 24 guilds, as the members laughed laying down on the ground, recalling the ups and downs they had over the last 40 days. However, none hated the elites at this moment anymore, as they felt thankful to be given the opportunity to reclaim their lives back, when they had nowhere else to go. For Rudra to gather these desperate guilds, extending support at a critical time when none else was ready to, was a blessing for these people, and they genuinely appreciated it. Meanwhile, outside Green Cloud City, right after the war at Blue Cloud City was concluded, a massive force invaded the ill-prepared Green Cloud City. As for the first time in the history of guild wars, the elites were the aggressor in the event. Usually they were the ones standing on the city walls, desperately stopping enemies from reaching their borders, pelting them with stones and arrows. Hence being on the other side of things did feel a little weird to most members. However, for them attacking was much more fun than defending, as there was a lot of creative freedom while fighting. with Ridra only giving one command of wrap it up quickly. The elites had license to go wild, as every single member took their chance to shine, performing their flashiest moves as they decimated the enemy forces. If one looked at the fight from a third-person perspective, it just looked like a group of grown-ups bullying kids, as the elites were casually chatting and laughing and passing jokes as they did one flashy move after another to make short work of dozens of enemy troops. It was as if the elites were not even giving it their best, as they looked like they were taking a casual stroll in the park. Ridra especially was the most laid back, as he had both his hands behind his back as he kickboxed his way through enemy lines, while not breaking a sweat, as he observed the situation with the Russian mafia's side of things as they battled in the fight too. While not as good as the elites, the Russian mafia were more disciplined in their fighting approach and more ruthless in their attacks, while the elites unconsciously tried to avoid the vitals of a man, like their throat or their heart. The Russian mafia were trained killers whose first instinct was to target these parts, as their critical damage ratio was much higher. This was a good thing, as this was actually a superior way of fighting on a large group battle scale of things, as Ridra could understand how this well-trained group of ruthless Russians was actually better than any guild he had ever seen. Lita had seemingly done a terrific job in raising such a legion, as her authority over these troops was ultimate. She was both respected and feared as the commands she gave were executed with haste and compliance. Lita herself was a terrific fighter. Although only tier 1, she could easily take on an average tier 2 player without having any major problems, which was impressive considering she was still level 55. Ridra could understand how she might be a busy woman in real life, not having enough time to play Omega on a continuous basis, which made her even reaching at the level she was at extremely impressive. Ethan Gray sure had a good catch with her, as she liked to lead her forces by example. While not the strongest member, her presence bolstered morale and pushed her subordinates to perform at their best potential, as to avoid the wrath of the boss. However, just like Ridra watched Lita fight, Shadow had his hawk-like eyes on Ridra, as he scouted his prey, looking for an opening to go in and out. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Magnum932. Thank you so much for the patronage, my man. The constant support you guys show is the reason why I work till 2 a.m. to give you guys the best content, and I cannot express enough gratitude for that. This chapter makes 498 for this book, which means we will hit 500 mark tomorrow. Expect a mega chapter, which will be legendary. / Chapter 499, A Gathering of the Strong. Shadow observed from a distance as he tried to find patterns and weakness in Ridra's attacks that he could exploit, when he was startled by a hand tapping on his shoulder. Shadow jumped a little as he saw an unknown face smiling at him, as he prepared to engage in combat. However, when he sensed 5 more people surrounding him, with every single one of them being in a comparable level range like himself, he understood that these people were here for the same reason he was, as the only people who could near level 190s at this stage of the game could only be the top rankers. Although Shadow was a mysterious and unsociable person, as his face was new to these other rankers. However, to him, the other 5 players, except the ranker who tapped on his shoulder, were all familiar. Guild leaders of huge dark faction guilds, or famous warriors, who had won glory in the VR Olympics. Rank 10. Nero the Necromancer, an ex-ally of the target Shikuni in the event the National Battlegrounds, and one of the most difficult opponent to have on the other side of a guild war. Rank 9. Rafa the Dark Warlock, a dark warlock by profession. Rafa was the epitome of death and destruction, as he mastered both the ways of the mage and that of a warrior, making both PvE and PvP fighting a part of his arsenal. Rank 4. Raven Blaze, guild leader of the Super Dark Faction Guild, Death Blazers, a guild controlling 7 major cities and 2 capitals under their control. An infamous dark mage specializing in PvE combat of mass destruction, rumored to have mastered a peak tier 4 spell that could wipe out a whole village at once. Rank 3. Dark Knight Vader, the poster boy for the role of incredibly handsome playboy covered in tattoos that will steal your women's hearts. Yet being cold and aloof, he was the heartbreaker of the century, with his dark swordsman class and his pitch black obsidian swords. Rank 2. Roygar the Pisco, their guild leader of the only guild inside the dark faction that had gotten the lawless dark faction players beg for some civil security, as his guild, called Black Bandits, was the most infamous open crime organization in the dark territory. Looting, pillaging, murder were the warm-up routine of the members from his guild. As erratic and psycho was the only words that could be said to describe this one-of-a-kind guild leader of that guild, infamous to have bitten the nose off a dungeon boss. He was seen grotesquely chewing on it as he stabbed his sword in the hole created by him, biting off the monster's nose. A Dark Knight by profession, he was at level 193 at the moment. Only behind Shadow by 3 levels. Adding Shadow into the mix, there were 6 of the top 10 rankers gathered in one place, and a mystery man that Shadow did not know about. However, at level 189, was sure to be a ranker as well. While Shadow did not know the reason why these people were together and here, he wanted to know how the man sneaked up on him without him ever finding out. As he said, "Shadow, rank 1. You are?" Shadow extended his hand towards the man who startled him. As the man said, "Lorenzo, rank 6. As he shook his hand with a smile. Rank 6. Lorenzo Gaffa. Dark Ninja. The stealthiest assassin with his own mercenary organization of talented assassins highly reputed to finish any mission with a 100% success rate. A master of one-hit kills. He was known as the One-Punch Man of the Dark World. However, it was rumored that he used a special mask that altered his appearance every single day, making it impossible to ever know what his true face was. Lorenzo said, "It's a pleasure to meet the famous Shadow. As you can see, I am gathering the 10 of us to complete this mission, as I think that the chances of us succeeding in the mission and subsequently getting out of the Light Faction territory is incrementally higher if we all work together to take this foe down. While the promised rewards are astronomical, splitting the job will actually be more beneficial to us in my opinion, as even when split 10 ways, the reward offered is significant. So are you in or are you out?" Shadow was surprised by this invitation as a million questions popped in his mind, with some of them being, 1. Why is the 6th guy acting like the leader here? And why is everyone else okay with it? 2. Can I really trust what he is saying? 3. How did you all find me? However, he voiced none of those questions as he said, "Alright, I'm in." Having been scouting Ridra for a while now, Shadow knew that his chances to win against someone like Ridra one-on-one were less than 5%. Hence, not having enough confidence to complete the mission alone, he decided to band up with the others, as although he was on alert and wary of the others. Since 6 unrelated people were in this scheme, then the Lorenzo guy must have some merit. Hence the alliance of 6 expanded to 7, as the number 1 ranker joined the cause of taking down Ridra as a team, while he was busy fighting in leisure taking down a large city with his guild and the Russian mafia. An unknown threat got bigger and bigger for him to face, while Lorenzo was off to rope in the other 3 members into the alliance. The others shared information about the mission, and what they felt about approaching the target. Shadow, being the quiet one, just observed as he could feel the overbearing attitude of everyone around him, as the top rankers all collaborated to take down one single man. However, for some reason it got his blood pumping, as he eagerly looked forward to it. // Next chapter is number 500. A long one and a special one. For me personally and for the book overall. I will try to deliver my best on the next one. I hope you all enjoy it. // Chapter 500. What it means to be number 1. Ridra led the elites to a landslide victory, as he captured Green Cloud City in under 3 hours. It was a completely one-sided war, as the coalition of the elites and the Russian mafia completely routed the opposition. Lita was satisfied with the elites' performance as she gained more confidence that her chosen partner was indeed correct. The elites were a force worthy of her respect, as she witnessed the finesse of these gamers firsthand by fighting side by side. Unorthodox, and a complete gamer mentality rather than a traditional fighter mentality gave these kids an edge over the professional forces. Even at the same level, Ridra had truly crafted a great guild, as the academy pass-outs had an even better performance than the traditional guild members, with them making a tactical and logical response to outmaneuver their opponents rather than brute-forcing their way through like the senior members. Their fighting style was near perfect, as Lita found newfound respect for Ridra to craft a curriculum capable of producing such fine pass-outs. However, the most impressive of everyone was Ridra himself, as although he killed less enemies than even an average guild member, his presence alone was a morale boost for the whole guild, as him only standing with them gave them the confidence to go wild and give it their best shot. As even if worst came to worst, the sky won't fall with Shikuni at the helm. Lita wondered if this is what it meant to be number 1, as she truly found admiration for the number 1 ranker in the world from the Light Faction. Meanwhile, the top 10 Dark rankers, Lorenzo was successful in persuading all 10 to work together, as Shadow finally got some answers as to how he was so persuasive to be able to get the 10 of the highest ego players to work together under him, as even if he was only number 6 in overall rankings. His stealth skill and the ability to one-hit kill any player made him the most terrifying enemy to fight against, as if his attack landed, then there was no fight to be had, no moves to be exchanged, as he was the epitome of Dark Faction gaming. It was unprecedented that the top 10 players of a faction were allied against a common enemy, as the group itself found the situation a bit hard to swallow, as they were always on the lookout for some scheme or some ploy that would put them at a disadvantageous position. However, there seemed to be nothing wrong at the moment. Hence, with Lorenzo displaying his prowess, the other 9 members were convinced to join hands against the common enemy, especially after the brilliant plan that Lorenzo had in mind. A semi-legendary scroll that created an isolation barrier was in the possession of Lorenzo, who volunteered to use it to isolate Rudra from the support of the elites, as the biggest challenge that these guys had at the moment was that they were in the light faction territory, which meant that in any conflict, the elites could quickly become Rudra's backup, making the mission much more difficult. Hence, the barrier solved this issue, as once the barrier was deployed it took 6 hours for it to naturally run out of power, unless called off before that. The special pills that the church gave them for the mission that would remove the 90% debuff lasted only for 4 hours. Hence, Lorenzo's plan was that they would isolate Rudra from everyone, as they would take 15-20 minutes at maximum to 1v10 Rudra to take him captive. Then, with Nero using his undead, would create enough time for them to leave the place, as they would flee from Green Cloud City towards Aquaho's kingdom, and the nearest teleportation formation of Aqueduct City. The journey usually took 6 hours by foot. However, with these rankers sprinting, it should only take 2 hours or so. From then, his plan was to force their way to the teleportation array, if needed, and get out to a dark faction territory, or at worst disperse into different directions, and out of the range of pursuing parties, to eventually make their way to a dark faction kingdom, just like they made their way to Nine Cloud's kingdom. Finally, 1 week from now everyone was to reunite, and the loot was to be distributed equally. It was a flawless plan overall, as nobody could find any faults with it. It was based on the assumption that the 10 of them were the strongest the dark faction had to offer, and could steamroll their way through light faction territories when at full power, yet to trust everyone impartially. The 10 signed a contract with Gaia, as witness, that made this whole ordeal official in a way that nobody could back out from it. Only then did Shadow and Death Knight Vader feel a little secure, as overall they had major trust issues in the authenticity of the group. Shadow immediately got to work, looking for an opportunity within the partying elites to pick his spot to attack Rudra and start the isolation barrier. However, to his dismay, he was clung to Neatwit, Karna and Johnny like they were meeting for the first time in years, as the 4 joked and goofed around for a long time. After about 50 minutes or so, Shadow finally saw his opening when Rudra broke away from the group as he moved towards a pretty-looking girl, providing Shadow with the opening he needed to strike. Alerting the crew, the dark faction players instantly took their special pills, as after days of being inside the light faction territory, they finally felt power return to their muscles as Shadow sprinted towards Rudra's location in a split second, followed by 8 comparably fast Shadows and a slower Necromancer Nero. For a moment, the elites, who saw the Shadows zoom past them, could not understand what was going on, as they only realized what happened when a 1 km 2 pink barrier formed around them, as everyone trapped within the barrier, except for Rudra, were killed within the next 10 seconds, as the ones on the outside were stuck outside without a way to get in, Elven sword in one hand, and the replica of Excalibur in another. Rudra was instantly gone into battle stance, as he looked across the dome with his eyes of truth activated. Overall in life, Rudra was a solid guy. Not many things could genuinely give him a huge surprise. However, this was one of the rare moments where he was genuinely surprised, as sweeping a look across the dome, he found out that he was in the middle of 10 extremely strong people, with Nero being the lowest leveled at tier 3 level 181. The levels went up and up from there for every single person he glanced upon. Rudra had never seen a stronger lineup of people, as he could read their classes and understand that every one of them was a dark faction player. It was the uppermost echelon of the dark faction that had graced him with their presence in the center of a light faction territory, a phenomenon that gave Rudra one of the rare shocks, as he was genuinely surprised. Karna, who was on the outside, responded the fastest, as his strongest heavy sword tier 3 move was launched on the barrier as he tried to break it apart, but he was horribly repelled without making a scratch on the barrier. Soon every elite was trying their best to break the barrier, as they saw their guild leader being surrounded by 10 strong opponents. The dark faction players moved around Rudra in a circle in silence, as Rudra observed them in peace, as after an initial moment of panic, a wide smile spread on his face. Although the odds were horribly against his favor, for the first time in a long time Rudra felt a genuine threatening situation that did not result in a permanent ban of his ID. Rudra felt an adrenaline rush, as he showed his white smile to Nero as he glanced at him with a knowing look, as the reaction of the leader of the elites was completely different as to what the dark faction players had expected. Rudra was actually smiling in such a situation, something that excited the madman of a mercenary. The rank 2 Roygar the Psycho, as he laughed back at Rudra as he said, "Ha he ho ho he he. You. I like you." Smiling at the face of death. "Ha ha, admirable. A true warrior. Unlike those who piss their pants when they see me. Or bowl cut, Nero, who hides behind the dead." Roygar found Rudra amusing. However, never did he expect that Rudra was an even bigger madman than Roygar. As Rudra laughed and said, 10 of the top Dark Faction players came here to take me down together. Of course I am honored. At least I give you all props for having the brains for coming at me at once. Because none of you stands a chance against me one-on-one. Not you. You loon red-haired guy with black eyebrows that looked like it was shaved a day ago, Roygar. Nor does bowl cut. As Rudra rambled and argued with Roygar, Shadow closely watched Lorenzo's movement. As that guy silently reached the part of the circle that was exactly Rudra's blind spot and charged in for the kill. As Shadow watched him get into striking distance without Rudra noticing, Lorenzo had learnt the semi-legendary skill called 10x damage, which could give 3 of his strikes 3x the damage it would have caused otherwise. Hence, just as Rudra was about to say more, he had to immediately sidestep as a sword grazed his chin, drawing blood as he suffered a 10,000 damage. Insanely high considering the fact that he was barely grazed at all. But he had avoided a strike at his throat. Although only barely, but he had done it. Rudra was momentarily stunned, as the speed and the technique his opponent used was commendable. He had not sensed him coming at him at all, with him only reacting in time as the eyes of truth perceived the incoming sword from his peripheral vision, making Rudra dodge on instinct. However, Lorenzo was someone who was more shocked than Rudra, as in his entire gaming career, this was the first time that he had failed to deliver a first-hit kill, making a cross with both his swords crossed. Rudra instantly became battle-ready as his eyes squinted on the Dark Faction members around him. Lorenzo said, "You are the first man to ever dodge my surprise attack. Indeed worthy to be the #1 ranker of the Light Faction. However, before you say any more bullshit about us 10, let me tell you, you won't last 10 minutes against us." Rudra bowed at the compliment, then said, "A true elite is worth 100 common players. Hence, if as their leader, I can't be worth 10 shitty Dark Faction 2-rate rankers, then shame on me. Like you said, I don't want bullshit either. So just bring it." The elites on the outside saw with their malice agape as many started recording the impossible situation of the 10 of the Dark Faction rankers confronting Rudra for a fight, as they helplessly saw Karna desperately trying to break the barrier, and failing, only calming down when Rudra told him it's useless. Just calm down and watch the show. The 10 of them lined up at once against Rudra, as he bravely stood alone against them. Looked like a scene straight out of a movie, and one being witnessed by billions across the world. As PewDiePie, who was covering the war in Green Cloud City, was present on the scene, watching on from outside the barrier. It was the biggest thing ever, as the internet exploded in mere seconds, gaining more and more viewership with every passing minute. As the fight officially started, with the entire Elites Guild surrounding Rudra, the only thing that Rudra said, as he engaged against 10 of the Dark Faction's strongest, was, "Come let me show you what it means to be #1. // Guys, the book finally hit the 500 chapter mark. What an incredible journey we all have had. As I want to thank every single one of you who have supported my work, as it would have never been possible without you all. Love you guys. Thank you for everything. Do check the comments section for the photo I shared to commemorate the book's highest point yet. //